Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the City Commission meeting of March 1st, 2020. Thank you all for being here, and I see we have a lot of folks participating tonight, so this is great. But before we begin, the City of Fort Lauderdale is hosting our commission meetings in person. And for additional information on how to view the meeting, please visit www.fortlauderdale.gov/City Commission Meetings. That's www.fortlauderdale.gov/City Commission Meetings. To help ensure decorum, we ask that you please abide by the following guidelines. 1, please refrain from any behavior that is disruptive, distractive, profane, or inhibits the meeting in any way. 2, if you wish to speak on a specific agenda item, please sign up in the City Hall lobby. A member of the City Clerk's office staff will be there to assist you. So that is beside us. So for those of you who are here for the first time, I want to thank you all for attending. And after we do the Pledge of Allegiance, there'll be some agenda announcements, and then we begin our meetings with some presentations. And tonight we'll be recognizing individuals and organizations that are important to our community. So thank you all for being here. So if I could ask you all who are not standing to please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. I'd also like to take this moment to ask us to show our respect for those people whose lives have been lost in the conflict that's now occurring in Ukraine, for those children, those women and the men that have died as a result of this conflict. So please join me in this moment of silence. Okay, thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Moretis.
Here.
Commissioner Glassman.
Here.
Commissioner McKenzie. Not present at the moment. Commissioner Sorensen.
Here.
Mayor Trentalis.
Okay, we have a quorum. A couple of items are going to be removed from the agenda tonight. So if you're here on this item, you will that agenda item is going to be removed. That is going to be CR6. This is regarding the Melrose Park lighting. Someone asked me out in the hallway if it was going to be removed. I didn't know the answer. So now, just so that you know, CR6 is going to be removed from the agenda tonight. And if you're here for that purpose, you could leave or just stay and listen to the rest of the meeting. Also, NP4 is being withdrawn by the neighbor. That's a neighborhood presentation number 4, which was by Boyd Corbin. Okay.
Mayor, quick question. Could we allow folks to sit in this first row just because we've got a lot of folks in the back? Is that
What's the
Alan,
business about those
Chris?
being reserved?
It's really tough because everybody can read them.
Oh, yeah.
okay? So no.
Confidentality reasons.
Okay. Well, we have. Can everyone kind of squeeze in so we can have seats on the ends? If you've got any seats on the ends that no one, in the middle that no one's using, so we just got a lot of folks. If you don't mind.
I think a lot of these people are here for the presentations, so once we're done with the presentations,
but
will probably be good. So I'll try to be quick.
So we've got seats. Please grab a seat. Thanks, Mayor. Great.
I think Charlie King had asked if there was an opening in the neighborhood presentations tonight. Would I let him in? Are we allowed to do that?
We've never done that before. I don't. Yeah.
Okay. So moving on to the approval of the minutes and the agenda. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
So there's a motion to approve the minutes and the agenda. Would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Sorensen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moretis.
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman.
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie. Not present. Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and the minutes and the agenda for tonight have been approved. So now it is my pleasure and honor to recognize the international fire inspectors from the sister city of Fort Lauderdale, Medellin, Colombia, who are now visiting our beautiful city. So over 60 years ago, Fort Lauderdale established her first sister city relationship, and that was with Medellin, Colombia. At that time, to visit Medellin, you had to drive to the Miami airport, fly to Bogota, and on a 4-engine propeller airline, it took 7 hours. And if you were really lucky, catch a domestic flight that same day to Medellin. Today, from our own Fort Lauderdale International Airport, we have 2 airlines to choose from that fly directly to the city in 3.5 hours. 2.5 years ago, on his way to attend the World City Summit, our mayor, meaning me, celebrated our Spirit Airlines' 10-year anniversary flight to Medellin. In the spirit of sharing knowledge, improving service to our communities, and ultimately saving lives, I am pleased to welcome the international fire inspectors visiting from throughout Colombia to Fort Lauderdale. They are here to expand their knowledge in the field of community risk reduction. In previous years, we have hosted International Fire Expo seminars that have brought together fire departments from all over the world, learning from each other and improving community safety. Today, we continue the rich history of professional exchange programs between Fort Lauderdale Fire Rescue and the Medellin Fire Department. This delegation is the first in-person visit since the COVID pandemic. Please help me in welcoming our sister city fire inspectors back to Fort Lauderdale. Lieutenant Lina Rodriguez, Captain Luis Llano, Captain Juan Moreo, Captain Carlos Cano, William Segura, Leonardo Vallejo, Daniel Duque, Julian Garcia, Pablo Rosero, and Javier Meneses. Are you all here? Congratulations. Thank you for being here. Our fire chief, Rhoda May Kerr, would you like to say a few words? Do you have a microphone, David?
Thank you. And, you know, I had the opportunity, we're getting an echo here. Am I? Well, I had the opportunity to welcome them all this morning, but they've spent the whole day with some of our fire inspectors and learning some of our community risk reduction strategies. And the whole point is to go home and make their homes and their country a safer place for their communities to live in. So we're really excited that we get to share and welcome, and we're happy that you're sharing with us. Thank you.
Alcalde y demás integrantes de esta hermosa ejercicio público al cual nos han invitado, queremos manifestarle nuestro agradecimiento en nombre del gobierno colombiano y la Dirección Nacional de Bomberos por permitirnos estar en este recinto.
So they want to thank from the Colombian government and the direction of the national firefighters in Colombia for this event that they're having right now.
Para nosotros es muy satisfactorio poder encontrar en una ciudad hermana como lo es Fort Lauderdale una fuente de conocimiento que nos permita llevar a nuestro país unas buenas prácticas y implementarlas de acuerdo a las características propias de nuestra nación.
So they are happy to find in our city the knowledge that they need to make the adjustment and the implementation back home in their country.
Para finalizar, agradecerle a usted, señor alcalde, a nuestro capitán Gabriel Saora y todo su equipo de bomberos por ofrecernos esta oportunidad, pero sobre todo por la hospitalidad y el cariño con que nos han recibido y han hecho de que esto, más que un intercambio de conocimiento, sea una experiencia de hermandad bomberil.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, thank you everybody for the opportunity, and not only to all the staff, the chief, and everybody in the city, for the opportunity to be part of this exchange program, but not only for that, also for the hospitality that they receive being here in our city.
Thank you. And we have Russ Weaver here on behalf of the Sister Cities program. We want to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Trentellis. To Mayor Trentellis, the Fort Lauderdale City Commission, Fire Chief Kerr, it's a great honor to welcome the Colombian government's fire exchange program to these City Hall chambers. And as mentioned by the mayor, this is the first in-person Sister Cities professional exchange program to take place since COVID, so I'm really thrilled about that. It's with this visit under Greater Fort Lauderdale Sister Cities leadership under Captain Gabriel Zahora that we're able to do these programs. And it's with this program that the city of Fort Lauderdale resumes her role as the world capital of fire safety. In past years, Captain Zahora has organized and taught firefighters from all around the world and at the annual Fire Expo hosted here in Fort Lauderdale. And he's also given seminars in Colombia, Argentina, just to name a few. And later this year, we're going to have our sister city of São Sebastião, Brazil, bring firefighters up here also. So with that, we're just thrilled and we appreciate the city's support. And it's also good to have the Consul General of Colombia here, Pedro Valencia.
I didn't see you in the audience. Would you like to share a few words with us?
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, everybody. Very glad to be here. Our firefighters and your firefighters have a very important role in our society and especially in their communities. These people and these captains here, they don't only fight the fire, but they build the fire between the people. They bring together people, they train people, they bring friendship, and that's what Captain here was meaning. When you come to Fort Lauderdale, you always find friends. So we're very thankful, we're very grateful with you, and we hope that we can make this a permanent exchange of knowledge and technology and experiences. Thank you very much to everybody, and especially to the community.
Take care. How you going, Russ? Good? Thank you. Pleasure. Thank you.
City clerk should have coffee down here again. Remember those days when they had coffee going? We used to always have. Almost kept drinking.
I don't remember the date. It might be ugly. Might be ugly. I hope not. I hope not. I don't even think about it. Thank you. I just had dinner. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you.
to solve our seating problem. Huh? Must be something.
You know what? When they have more than 5 people, running for neighbor presentation, they should let someone be a substitute.
Okay, so now I invite Vice Mayor Moritas, who will present a proclamation regarding Cardinal Gibbons Football Team Day. Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. And can we have Cardinal Gibbons come on up, please? Everyone from Cardinal Gibbons. And Melody, you too. No, you're just going to take the pictures? Okay. Got Cardinal Gibbons state champs back again. We hold a spot for them every year. No expectations, but look forward to doing this again next year. And before I get started, I am going to just pass the mic, let you all introduce yourself, your name and your title. And I know players, you didn't want to speak, but I just want you to introduce yourself and where you are going next or hope to go next.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Oscar Senio. I'm the principal at Cardinal Gibbons, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Hi, I'm Michael Morrill, the athletic director.
Hi, I'm David Montiel. I'm one of the assistant coaches.
Jackson Crozier, team captain, attending University of Florida.
I'm R. Mason Thomas, and I'm a team captain. I'm going to attend Oklahoma University.
Greg Otten, I'm a junior team captain and going to bring the team to another one next year.
Yeah. I'm Matt DeBucket. I'm the head coach.
All right. And we'll hear a little bit more from Matt in a minute, but I want to present this proclamation on behalf of the city of Fort Lauderdale to you all for another successful year. And were you really excited to play at the new Inter Miami Drive Pink Stadium? Was it fabulous? All right, we'll give a shout out to Inter Miami. And where's Stephanie? Stephanie over there. She's the one that makes all those things happen. So we really were excited to have you play there for your state championship this year. Do you think it'll be there next year? Did they announce it already? Yeah, the state championships, because I know it was in Tallahassee and maybe, good. Okay, let me know the date, because I'm going to be there, because I know you're going to be there too. Yeah. All right, so here we go. A proclamation from the office of the mayor of the city of Fort Lauderdale presented to Cardinal Gibbons High School varsity football team for your Class 4A state champions. Whereas on December 16th, 2021, the Cardinal Gibbons Chiefs high school varsity football team put on an impressive performance before 4,500 people at the Drive Pink Stadium in Fort Lauderdale. The Chiefs earned the Florida High School Athletic Association's Class 4A title after a hard-fought 21-19 victory over the Cocoa Tigers. Good job. Whereas the Cardinal Gibbons Chief high-powered offense and defense proved to be a winning combination. Kamari Moulton was named player of the game for helping the team to victory with 28 carries for 171 yards and 2 touchdowns. Jesse Anderson assisted with 2 catches for 30 yards and 1 touchdown. The Chiefs' powerhouse defensive players, Tier Driston and Adonis Allen, made 7 tackles each, and Greg Audit recorded 8 tackles. All right, Greg. Brock Weaver made an impressive 9 tackles and 4 sacks. Whereas Cardinal Gibbons Athletics is built on a tradition of excellence both on and off the field since the school was founded in 1961. Cardinal Gibbons has produced 61 state championships, 70 individual state champions, and established a nationally recognized football program with numerous state, regional, and district championship titles. This is the Chiefs' 3rd state championship in the last 4 years. Good job. And whereas the city appreciates Cardinal Gibbons, head coach Matt DeBuck, Jack Handrahan, excuse me if I pronounce your names incorrectly, Rocky Mayaris and Matt Nick, who have returned home to coach, lead, and bring the state title to Fort Lauderdale, whereas the city congratulates these student athletes. Now, therefore, we, as the city commissioners of the city of Fort Lauderdale, do hereby proclaim March 1st, 2022 as Cardinal Gibbons High School Varsity Football Team Day in the city of Fort Lauderdale. Congratulations. Signed, your mayor, Dean J. Chancelis. Matt, would you like to say?
Appreciate you all coming out tonight and helping us celebrate this honor. Every good organization, every good team has a vertical alignment from your administration down to your bosses and your coaches, and then obviously to the players to fulfill and carry out the message of what the program is supposed to be. And I think at Cardinal Gibbons we do it the right way, and our kids learn, get a great education. And then I'm a product of Cardinal Gibbons, so is Coach Montiel. And we just are very fortunate to be back at our alma mater coaching and helping these kids get to these fine universities that they're going to. And we're going to try to get back here again next year. So thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Can I grab a quick photo? I am shorter. I guess I can stand in front of you.
Yeah, twist her arm.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Great. Thank you.
Good seeing you all.
You're welcome. Congratulations. Congratulations. Good luck in college, guys. And finally, I'd like to invite Commissioner Glassman, who will present a proclamation regarding Bleeding Disorders Awareness Month.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to call up to the podium from the Florida Hemophilia Association, Debbie Adamkin, Executive Director, and Kim Medeiros. Are you here? They're not here? Okay. Well, I'm going to read this for them anyway. Hopefully they'll either get this proclamation later or maybe they will show up. Again, Debbie, are you here? Debbie Adamkin?
Well, the message is worth repeating anyway.
It is. Or Kim Medeiros? Okay. Well, let me do this for them. This is from the Office of the Mayor, City of Fort Lauderdale. This is a proclamation in recognition of Bleeding Disorders Awareness Month, March 2022. Whereas, the City Commission of Fort Lauderdale is proud to acknowledge March 2022 as Bleeding Disorders Awareness Month, and whereas hemophilia is a rare disorder in which your blood does not clot normally because it lacks sufficient blood clotting proteins. And whereas if you have hemophilia, you may bleed for a longer time after an injury than you would if your blood clotted normally, causing weakness of the voluntary muscles. And whereas symptoms of hemophilia may include unexplained and excessive bleeding, large or deep bruises, pain in joints, and nosebleeds without a known cause. And whereas the Bleeding Disorders Coalition of Florida is an advocacy organization founded by the Florida Hemophilia Association and the Hemophilia Foundation of Greater Florida to be the voice of the Florida bleeding disorders community. And whereas the Bleeding Disorders Coalition of Florida has been serving the bleeding disorders community to improve their quality of life by offering programs and services such as medically supervised camp, scholarships, advocacy efforts, emergency financial assistance, educational programs, etc., to support healthier and more independent lives. Now, therefore, we, as City Commissioners of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, do hereby proclaim March 2022 as Bleeding Disorders Awareness Month in the City of Fort Lauderdale, dated this first day of March 2022, and signed by our Honorable Mayor, Dean J. Trentalis. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner, and we'll be sure to forward that proclamation to the association. So at this point, I now ask any member of the commission if there is an item on the consent agenda which they would like to pull. If a member of the commission pulls that consent agenda item, we will discuss it separately and we'll vote on it separately. If you're here to discuss something on the consent agenda item and it has not been pulled, then I invite you to speak on that item before we vote on the rest of the items. If it has been pulled, I will invite you to speak at that time, along with the particular commissioner that has pulled it, and we, like I said, we'll vote on it separately. So I first will ask the Vice Mayor, do you have any consent agenda items that you would like to pull?
I do not.
You do not. Commissioner Glassman?
None, sir. Thank you.
And Commissioner Sorensen?
None, thank you.
Okay, so we have Mr. Chettle has asked to speak on CR3 and CR7. So, Mr. Chettle, you here? There you are.
Good evening, Mayor,
Good
Vice
evening.
Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Paul. I'm a resident of District 2. I wanted to sign up to speak today to make a point. This is an agenda. I'm a regular member of the public, and I want to speak on an agenda item. And there are rules. There's decorum, there's behavior that we are required to comply with. If we don't, you as the mayor have the opportunity to make certain decisions. There's a person behind me wearing a Fort Lauderdale Police Department outfit, sidearm. I get the point. Above that, we have a state statute. And above that, we have about 3 million people serving to protect and defend our freedoms and our way of life, which means that we get to come here because we live here. This is our city. And if a member of the public wants to come up here and speak, regardless of whether you like what they have to say, regardless of whether you agree with their opinion or not, they're entitled to stand up here, and as long as they abide by the rules, they get to speak for 3 minutes at your discretion. 2 weeks ago, there was video of this commission in some of the most disgraceful behavior that I've seen. It can never be erased from the internet, ever. You cannot bully, you cannot slander, you cannot attack people, you cannot yell at people. These are taxpayers. They pay your taxes. You work for them. The city manager doesn't work for them. The city attorney doesn't work for them. They work for you, but you work for them. These are the people that pay taxes. And if somebody has a different opinion than you, you let them speak. You say, thank you very much for participating in the public hearing, and we'll take your comments under advisement. I'm going to remind everybody in this room and everybody watching at home that countless times in the last 6 years that I have been here, because I was challenged by the previous mayor, the public has been right and the commission has been horribly wrong. We have a consent order on failed sewage. We have a consent order on failed drinking water because of the public. We were right. We were lied to. We were deceived. We were circumvented. We were betrayed. We were right. And it's happened over and over again. When the public has a different opinion than you, it's allowed. Sometimes they may be misinformed, but sometimes if there's a lot of them, you may want to stop and think. Maybe you're wrong, or maybe you have a miscommunication, or something could be cleared up. But you cannot bully people. You can't yell at people. And this is the latest in a long stream. That video will never be deleted. There are other videos. There are people that have left this chamber in tears because they have been humiliated by a member of the dais. That's not acceptable. This is the United States of America. You get to have an opinion as long as you obey the rules. And if you like it, that's great. If you don't like it, you don't like it. And I understand. That's part of the process. Thank you for your time.
You're very welcome. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chettle. I'm not sure to which episode you're referring, but
Thank you for your comments, sir.
but thank you for your comments. Okay. And Mr. Joe Kane has also asked to speak regarding CR7. Mr. Kane, are you here?
Mayor, he was here and left.
He just walked out.
He just walked out?
He's going to the bar. He's good. He saw all the people. He figured it was going to be at the end of the meeting. So he went to the bar.
Said the line was long and left.
He left.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right, so there's really no other items that anyone is asked to pull or speak on regarding the consent agenda, so do I hear a motion to approve all the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded, please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and all the consent agenda items have now been approved, and if there's an item here that you've come here to support, just want you to know that your item has now been approved and you can stay to enjoy the rest of the meeting, or you're welcome to leave at your leisure. We'll move on to M1. This is motion.
Mayor, before we get to the motions, I have
Yeah.
a point of personal privilege, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the motion to terminate the city auditor at our next commission meeting.
Okay.
Mayor, don't you have to have voted in the affirmative to reconsider?
Under the, right, actually, you have to be on the prevailing side for a motion for reconsideration. The only option would be a motion to rescind, which would be a new motion. But for reconsideration, no, we could not do that. You'd have to be on the prevailing side.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Do I have prevailing side privilege since I was absent from the vote?
No.
Then I ask one of you who are on the prevailing side to make a motion to reconsider the motion to terminate the city auditor at our next commission meeting.
Well, actually, I brought that up at our conference meeting, and
Yes, you did.
no one reacted. So,
Let's react.
well, I'm not allowed to make the motion. It would have to be the other two members of the commission. And
You could make the motion if you gave up your chair and let the vice
Right.
chair run the
But
meeting.
I-
You could,
but I-
if you wanted to, but I'm not trying to correct you. I just want to clarify the procedure.
Let's make me mayor.
Thank you.
I'm on the losing side.
Anyone?
Thank you, Commissioner.
If you wanted to, you could, but if you don't, that's fine.
Moving on to M1, motion.
There goes your answer.
Agreement and request for music exemption for Waxy's St. Pat's Day Party. Anyone here on that? Yes. Okay. Okay. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and M1 is now approved. Just to remind everybody, we'll be having our St. Patrick's Day Parade on March 12th, right? 12 noon. Where's the kickoff point?
Your house.
Yeah,
It's a long walk.
I wish I lived on Las Olas. Okay. M2, motion approving an event agreement and related road closures for the Fort Lauderdale Air Show. Any questions? Do I hear a motion to approve?
Actually, Mayor, just before we get into that, and I'm fine with it and looking forward to it, but I want to just bring something up that I brought up many times in the past. And Chris, I really hope that we are working on ways to alleviate traffic jams and help people exit the barrier island at the end of events, and just making sure that we have those kinds of transportation ideas and enough staff to help guide traffic. Because this comes up with every beach event that we have, where people just feel that we don't have enough personnel to actually be guiding people, not just on the barrier island, but especially off at the end of the events. And I'm happy to move the item.
Okay. M2 has now been moved. Do I hear a
Second.
Seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and so M2 is now approved. M3 this is a motion approving a contract extension and increase in expenditures for construction contract audit services with Car Rigs and Ingram LLC. I have one person who signed up to speak, Mr. Chettle. Would you like to go ahead?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mr. City Auditor. Much respect. Sorry to see the latest events. There was a Car Rigs closeout attempt, and it wasn't successful because
I can't hear you. Could you speak into the microphone?
there was a Car Rigs closeout attempt on the parking garage, and it wasn't successful because you were unable to get documentation from Skanska. And I know that I'm not allowed to ask the city auditor a direct question, so I'm asking the commission, what is the status of the parking garage? What is the status of the rusted screen? What is the status of Skanska's documentation? And I'm asking for this to be taken into consideration before you extend Car Rigs for another year. Thank you very much.
Did you complete your testimony? Okay. Do you have an answer for that, or do you not have an answer?
All I can advise from my standpoint, from my shop, is we've hired outside counsel to assist us with that.
Yeah, we still haven't accepted the project.
Correct.
Specifically, we've rejected the mesh that Mr. Shettle refers to.
Right.
So, Mayor, if I may, so the comments made by the attorney and the manager are correct. We have not completed the closeout of the garage portion of the projects at the beach. The extension that we're doing tonight relates specifically to the aquatic center. As you recall, you have all approved certain additions to the Aquatic Center project, be it the dive tower or the unsolicited P3 for the south building. That has added time to the project. You may recall we brought you an interim report several months back, at which time you directed me to engage Carr Riggs to continue with their work, continue reviewing pay apps. The item you have before you tonight is in response to that request to me to have them continue their work.
Okay, does everyone understand that? All right, do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I hear a
Second.
second? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and M3 is approved. Moving on to M4, and we have a number of people who signed up to speak on this. This is a motion to approve a comprehensive agreement with One Stop Shop FTL LLC pursuant to Florida Statute Section 255.065 related to city-owned property located at 301 North Andrews Avenue in Fort Lauderdale, commonly known as the One Stop Shop. I have quite a few people sign up to speak. Is there going to be a presentation?
I believe to the extent you want a presentation, there's one available.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, on behalf of One Stop Shop FTL LLC, yes, we would request the ability to give a presentation this evening.
About how much time do you think you need?
I would ask for 20 minutes. I will not use the entire 20 minutes, but I want to reserve some for rebuttal at the
Okay.
end.
Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Forgive me for a minute, I forgot to grab my glasses. Okay, thank you. Again, Stephanie Toothaker on behalf of Damn Good Hospitality and their partners, motion to consider a comprehensive agreement for the one-stop shop. The ownership group is comprised of Jeff John with Damn Good Hospitality, who's here, Gene Pressman and his wife Christine, who are here, Ross Fearing, and Jason Scher of Banyan Development. So who is Jeff John of Damn Good Hospitality? I think all of you know Jeff. Jeff has a lot of successful ventures, the most recent of which is a restaurant in Delray Beach called Warren, which is highly acclaimed, has been in multiple of the newspapers in addition to venues that are here. Obviously, we're all very familiar with this property, and I'm not going to spend too much time, but I'm just showing you here the outline of Flagler Village, and of course in red is the location of the property that we all know is the one-stop shop because it used to be the one-stop shop permitting office for the city of Fort Lauderdale, and of course that is a boarded up area of the city, and the building that was there, was dilapidated and is long gone. So this is just a better vision of it. Again, we're just east of the Bright Line, right next to the brand new True Hotel, which is a really well done hotel, in the Hampton Inn, immediately to our east, and of course right across from City Hall. So pursuant to the downtown master plan, the downtown core area designation for this property is the downtown core. It's called the downtown core, and the downtown core character area is comprised of mixed-use central business district that encourages a variety of high intensity of commercial, entertainment, office, civic, and high-density housing. That's what the downtown core is meant to be. It encourages it. In fact, it invites it to come. So the downtown RAC land use and RAC CC zoning designations are what this property is designated. The regional activity center land use category also is intended to encourage development or redevelopment of areas that have regional significance and facilitate a mix of uses, encouraging mass transit, reduce the need for automobile travel, and encourage a strong definition of urban form, promoting live, work, play environment. That comes right from our own master plan. The RAC City Center, CC, which is what the zoning on this is the city's highest intensity zoning district and is tended to be applied to the central downtown core area as a means to accommodate a wide range of employment, shopping, service, cultural, high density residential, and more intense land uses, specifically called out in both the land use and the zoning. So I think it's important to look at the context in which we sit. So some of the other projects that have been approved, and ones that are already built and ones that are approved but not yet built, it's an exciting part of our downtown, specifically planned to be far apart, far away from the residential, sleepy, single-family neighborhoods. That's not what Flagler Village was ever intended to be. It's not what the downtown core was intended to be. And the one-stop shop property is some in substance what Flagler Village is meant to be. It's part of the Mass District. It's near the urban areas, and it's specifically called out for these types of uses. What else is around One Stop? Just a sampling of kind of what's there. Bars and clubs that are right around us. Holly Blue, brand new, just opened, an amazing venue that's redone inside a church. Rhythm and Vine, the Easton Rooftop and Pool, the Hub Spark, Hub Lounge, Glitch Bar, Mona's, Laser Wolf, 27 Bar and Lounge, which is pictured below, Chops and Hops, Rec Room, Sparrow, the Angelus, a nightclub. Restaurants such as the Whole Enchilada, Roxanne's, Sistrunk Market and Brewery, and Here and Now. I share this with you because these types of uses are drawn to Flagler Village because that's what Flagler Village is meant to be. It's meant to be vibrant and exciting. What else is around us? Well, there's a whole spattering of new residential and mixed-use development. In review right now in the city's DRC is DNA, 203rd, 418 Northeast 2 condominiums, Advantis Station, 509 and 3 condos, ECI Flagler Village, and 317 North Federal Highway. Approved is Flagler Creative, Flagler 626, Gallery at Fat Village, Fat City 440, Urban at Flagler, Fat Village East, Fat Village West, Gallery at Fat Village, RK Center, Parcels 1 and 3, that's Searstown. And under construction right now, Forge Lofts, Alta, iPic, Moderna, Quantum, and completed are Village View, 637, Art Lost, Quantum, Pearl, Motif, and True. Why do I read all those out to you? No single family. It's not a single family, sleepy little neighborhood. It's a vibrant, mixed use, high intensity, high density, intended to be that way. Calls for it. The master plan and the downtown and the land use and the zoning all call for it. So just some vision. So this was the Fat City project on the left. That was previously approved. Actually was reviewed by the City Commission and was approved by the City Commission, and it's been recently resubmitted. This is essentially right next to us on the right-hand side. You see this high intensity, high density, and very, very tall structures. The True, so as I said, it's an exciting hotel that's right by the Bright Line, has some outdoor spaces, outdoor pool, outdoor event space, outdoor event lawn, and so just some other visions of it. 203rd, that's a vision of that project. This is 418 Northeast 2nd condominiums. Again, all high-intensity condominiums. Flagler Village West and Flagler Village East recently, another very, very exciting project with a lot of different mix of uses in it, also recently approved. And here's just some images of that. So again, very similar uses, outdoor restaurant, outdoor uses, noise, music, people walking around, people enjoying things. Some more images that just give you a better idea of what that project looks like. So one of the things that we thought we should look at is parks, because parks is a big discussion that we keep having. And we thought, it'd be really important to see just a sampling of the other parks that are in this direct vicinity. So we have South Middle River Park, Middle River Terrace Park, Warfield, Holiday, Peter Feldman, which is literally a stone's throw from One Stop, Sistrunk Park, and Esplanade Park. And you can see we've identified those on the map that's attached here. So as you know, we submitted an unsolicited proposal for a public-private partnership, and it was created for the benefit of the public. And we actually specifically adhere to the statute. The statute says, Statute 255-0651 identifies a qualifying project, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but basically what it comes down to is that a qualifying project includes a recreational facility, a sporting facility, a cultural facility, or any other public facility or infrastructure that is used or will be used by the public at large or in support of an accepted public purpose or activity. This obviously meets that statute in a number of ways, but most notably, 2/3 of the property is reserved for a public arts park. So we've we've gone through this statute, we've done a deep dive, and we know that we conform with the statute in many aspects, not the least of which it's in the public interest. It's for a facility that will be owned by the city of Fort Lauderdale. It will have adequate safeguards in place to ensure that any additional costs or service disruptions are not imposed on the public. This is completely funded for, paid for, and all of the O&M is also paid for the private sector. It has adequate safeguards in place to ensure that the responsible public entity has the opportunity to add capacity to the project. It will be owned by the responsible public entity. It is owned by the city of Fort Lauderdale the minute that the land is owned by the city, and the minute something is constructed on the land, it is owned by the city of Fort Lauderdale. And pursuant to Resolution 2190, adopted on October 6, 2020, we've been at this for a really long time, found that the submitted unsolicited proposal serves a public purpose as a recreational and cultural facility which will be used by the public at large or in support of an accepted public purpose or activity, and as proposed, it constitutes a qualifying project pursuant to that section of the statutes that was voted on by this commission. So this is how we meet the qualifying statute. It is a cultural facility. It's specifically, in fact, it's named a cultural facility. So the statute defines what a qualifying project is, and this is, in fact, a cultural facility. We go on in the comprehensive agreement to define what is the community arts park. So the community arts park, in the case of this agreement, says that approximately 2/3 of the property will be developed with a park, green space, gardens, tree canopy, shade structure, green markets, art and music fairs, educational and cultural events and structures, trade shows for active and passive uses, and containing at least one significant art installation. We then go on to define the cultural center, which is the structures on the property, and we say here that collectively it means the cultural center building, together with the Blade building, containing service of prepared food and beverages at a restaurant, cafe, similar setting, in a family market, arts and entertainment venue, which structures or combination of structures sit on a maximum of approximately 1/3 of the property, as more particularly described in the exhibits that we attach, but we make it very clear that the exhibits that are attached are conceptual in nature. They are conceptual renderings, and the project still has to go through the entire city process to be reviewed. So great cities have great options. Fort Lauderdale, we're competing with other growing markets like Atlanta, Miami, Palm Beach. Everybody is competing to get that share of these exciting things that are happening. And we believe that Arts Park helps add some excitement. Not only, right now when you get off the Bright Line, you get off on kind of a not so exciting bus station and a McDonald's and a tire shop, right? So Arts Park, we think, adds to that excitement in that community. So it'll draw people on the Bright Line to get off and come right here and enjoy an open space in a park, and possibly something in the cultural center or in the Blade. So we thought just let's look at some other examples of where this is being done. Our own War Memorial. I think everybody's really excited about War Memorial and what's happening there with Holiday Park. It includes also a ballroom-style concert and performance venue. I think, I'm not sure that went through the same level of analysis and review, but I, for one, as a Fort Lauderdale resident, and I'm extremely excited to see this come and have yet another opportunity to have this kind of venue in our city. And it also has indoor and outdoor dining. Soundscape Park in Miami Beach, also they call it an outdoor living room, very similar type venue, indoor, outdoor, where people can go and congregate and enjoy. Cultural arts destination. I know, Commissioner Glassman, you're very familiar with Arts Park at Young Circle. That's an amazing venue. I myself worked on an event where we brought Jimmy Buffett there, and everybody sat out on the lawn and listened to Jimmy Buffett play while we enjoyed, our picnics. It was very exciting. Most of the city came, and it was a wonderful event. So mixed-use synergy is another term that's used frequently, and this is an example here, Losner Park and Homestead, which is about 3 acres, about the same size as what we have here. And it also includes a new full-service restaurant, outdoor bar, dining spaces that take advantage of the park's energy. That's a growing trend because, particularly in a post-COVID world, that's what people want. They want the opportunity to be able to enjoy these uses in an outside space. So Meisner Park in Boca, I know you're all familiar with it. That's another perfect example. So our own DDA, which is obviously an incredibly talented group of people, is working on a project known as Huizenga Park. But they also did a study of One Stop Shop, the One Stop, and they basically laid out what their vision was for the One Stop. And we've done an analysis of everything that they list out, which is preserve the existing tree canopy. We're doing that. Maximize space for public park uses. We're doing that. Utilize existing parking area. We're doing that. Essentially, we've got interpretive art and signage. Yes, there's going to be a dog park. Yes, performance spaces. Yes, we have that. Space for small and large outdoor events and as a revenue generator. Yep, we checked that box. We are planning on having an iconic sculpture. We checked that box too. We integrate technology and wellness and art into the food and beverage. Yes, that's something we're also looking at, and provides ample space for neighborhood art events to set up as a revenue generator. We check every box. This was a planning study that was done by the DDA, and that's something that we conform to everything there. The DDA itself is planning its own exciting project at Huizenga Park that has a lot of similar elements, just like this. And I know you're familiar with that. It's an existing park where they want to add a food and beverage restaurant opportunity. And I think again that's because that's where the world is going. We want to encourage these types of uses and opportunities. So again, Huizenga Park, just showing you the similarities of this is obviously another city park where this is being planned. Just, you could throw a stone to it. It's that close. And again, the more of these we can have, I think the better we are. So the design architect is Studio Practice, Michael Palladino, and Adachi. Adachi is here. And we believe it's a world-class team, world-class project with a world-class partnership with the city. And culturally, economically, environmentally, it's a transformational project for the future of the city of Fort Lauderdale. What does that look like? Again, these are renderings. We have to go through an entire site plan process. The comprehensive agreement itself says that we have to, once we develop an actual site plan, it comes to the city commission for your review and approval. It goes to the city manager and the city commission. So you get a chance, even though these are renderings and we've spent a good deal of time on these, it's important to note that the actual site plan has to go through a regular DRC process and has to be blessed by this commission in a public hearing. So this is, this is obviously the cultural center, and this is what's referred to as the Blade Building. So that's the European style food and arts market. Just an elevation of that. These are just some mock-ups, some early mock-ups that we did. So what happens inside? Art, opportunities for events, food, beverage, markets, all the kinds of things that you would expect to see. Very exciting opportunities. So this was the original concept that we proposed, and I keep this in here because this was the concept that you originally adopted. This is the one that you said met the statute. What we've done since this was originally accepted by the city commission is we've shrunken it and we've refined it and we've listened to the community. And everything that we've done, we think, includes elements of what we've been asked to include. So we're significantly smaller, just going back and forth. You can see that was almost the entire site. Now we've separated the buildings and we've reduced it as much as feasibly possible. Again, has to go through site plan process. And together those buildings only make up approximately a third of the site with 2/3 open space. And again, another thing that we've done by splitting those buildings and moving them apart is we're able to preserve the old growth trees. That was something that we heard loud and clear from the community. So we are able to do that. You can see what we've done is we've overlaid the proposed buildings on the existing site, and that shows you that all of those trees can remain in place. So this is just a comparative table that explains a little bit deeper dive of how we're able to preserve more open space. And another thing that we've done is we've raised the rent. We've raised the license fee. We had originally proposed it to be $1 million a year after year 5, and now we're offering $1.5 million a year after year 7. We are also investing a minimum of $10 million into the park itself. And at least $15 million in O&M of the park over the life of the license fee. So the city doesn't have to take that on as a maintenance cost. That's something that the private developer will take care of, and that's clearly laid out in the comprehensive agreement. We've done 3 years of community outreach, 3 years. This started in 2018. In June 19 of 2020, the unsolicited proposal was submitted. I don't think anyone can say that this has not been through a public process. It has been extensive, long, painful at times, and we are finally here before you asking for your support this evening. So just a couple of other things. We went through the Flagler Village letter that specifically laid out all the things that they asked us to do. We've done everything that other than go away. I think we've tried to accommodate almost every request that we can reasonably do. The comprehensive agreement, key terms, again, 2/3 of the property is open space. Cultural center is approximately a third. It has to go through the regular city process. It's estimated to cost over $100 million. We also accommodated the language that the Performing Arts Center asked us to. The agreement always contained the Performing Arts Center language. Just a day ago, they asked us to move the language to a different section of the agreement, which we agreed to do. That is not in your backup, but we are voluntarily agreeing to move it to section 5.1, which we were specifically asked to do, so that is being done. We were also asked by the Riverwalk to add them to the agreement so that they could also participate in what the open space might look like. So we've done that as well. We're responsible for all maintenance. We're responsible for all security and crowd control. Another thing that's really important is that the certificate of occupancy for the buildings cannot be issued unless the certificate of occupancy for the park is issued. So that means the park has to happen either concurrently with or prior to any other certificate of occupancy for anything else that happens on the property. Always will have public art. We'll preserve the existing trees. We'll work with the local arts community. We'll have an office for the city's cultural affairs manager, and we must adhere to city hours. The park must always be open in conformance with what other city parks do. We have provisions dealing with noise levels to make sure that there's no noxious noise levels. I know that's a big issue in the city right now. And the city has the right to use anything on the property a minimum of 12 times a year. This is where we've raised the proposed license fee, and this is just the provisions in there that say, that the park will be a minimum of $10 million, and that will cause to be recorded a declaration against the open space, so nothing can ever be built on it. We did go through an extensive financial analysis. Ernst & Young, whether we liked the report or not, the fact is the report was done. We meet that provision of the statute. The proposal that they looked at, all of our numbers and our accountants are here as well and can answer questions for you. But the conclusions that they drew is that the team was qualified and experienced and that they wanted us to pay more money. They didn't say this was going to fail. They didn't say it was a bad project. They said that it was a qualified team and they wanted us to pay more money. We heard that, we listened, and we proposed additional finance to it. Finally, it is Revolution Live. We keep hearing it. It's not moving. I'm sorry, Mayor, I went further. Revolution Live is not moving. The lease is through 2025. And the rest is just, I just had some, that's it, pretty much. I wanted to just note that One Stop Shop was not listed. Of the 39 sites that were listed in your parks bond, One Stop was not one of them. It was never designated as a park, wasn't meant to be a park. There was no money put aside to make it a park. It was never meant to be a park. It wasn't listed. It was specifically left out. And I think I can wrap it up. We have a lot of letters of support. We have a lot of people here this evening that are here to support us, and I don't need to belabor it anymore, but I appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening, and our whole team is here to answer questions.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Take a deep breath. Is there anyone from Colliers to talk to us about, at this point, the City Commission, I want folks to know that City Commission engaged outside consultants to give the City Commission an opportunity to review the potential for this property from a financial point of view. And we initially engaged Ernst & Young. There was dissatisfaction with the document that was submitted to us, and I think that was expressed by several members of this commission at a previous meeting. So we engaged Colliers, and is anyone here from Colliers to discuss?
Whether he's in the room or outside of the room, I believe Ken Krasnow is here.
Oh, hey, Ken. So, Ken, I guess I have not seen anything. So, do you have anything to report to us tonight? Is there some reason why we haven't gotten it before tonight? What's the status of it?
The report is not final, but we have findings. We've done our analysis, which we could talk to you about.
Well,
See if-
the thing is that it puts these folks at a disadvantage and me, because I haven't seen it either. So it's like, we're all seeing it for the first time, but anyway, what does the commission want to do? Do you want to hear the highlights of what he has to say?
Well, yeah, if he's here, I'd like
I
to
know,
what
he's
is-
here, I know, but it's not a final report.
Exactly.
All right, so give us a summary
High
of the
level?
highlights.
Sure.
We'll
Again,
we'll-
just for the record.
We'll give
Ken
whatever weight
Krasnow-
we want to attribute to it tonight.
Ken Krasnow with Colliers International, commercial real estate firm. So we were primarily looking at the underlying value of the land and the underlying value of the structures and everything that was going on the property. So the city had a couple of appraisals done, I believe, in the fall. The property was generally valued in the $26-27 million range. We personally think that was light. We think the value is probably more in the $35 million range, which comes out to about $10.5 million an acre. So if you just forgot all of the structure and you just sort of said, here's a 3.3 acres and it's worth X dollars, and we were going to achieve just a rent on it, we were just going to rent it for the 50 years, you'd probably be in the range, just double check my notes here. And again, if that was just no restrictions on the property, as Stephanie said, this is RAC CC. Somebody goes in there and builds a ton of multifamily units. You'd probably get $2.4 million in rent over a 50-year basis. That would equate to about $146 million, 2.9 average a year. There's a 50-year lease, as Stephanie said. There's an option for another 25. So if you went out to 75 years, it would be $251 million, 3.3 million.
Well, all right, stop right there. So, John, based on just the rough number of 35 million, when we talked about other properties like the Bahia Mar and so forth, we gave like a percentage, and we talked to like 5, 6, 7%. So you settled on, we just, for discussion's purposes, we talked about 6%. So 6% of 35 million, what does that give us?
So I just ran the 7% number because that's
Okay,
kind of the
7%.
ballpark range. So you're looking at roughly $2.5 million. One of the things that Ken left out, and no disrespect to Ken, is if you did an outright sale or lease of this, you'd also be looking at property taxes on that as well, which would probably double that number. So if you're looking at a typical commercial lease, ground lease, 7%, plus if there's a $100 million project going on there, we're looking at substantial revenue from property taxes. One of the things that's come off the table from our initial discussions with the one-stop group is they had agreed to a pilot payment in lieu of taxes. That's not in the comprehensive agreement. So while the rent has gone up, we've lost the equivalent amount of taxes. So it's actually gone down. So I think we need to consider that when we look at the overall revenue stream.
So, okay, so.
Let me just,
talk about that if you.
In lieu, forget the taxes for a minute. I'll get back to that in a second.
Yeah, okay.
So as I said, if you leased out the land at the 7%, roughly $2.4 million a year.
Right.
Over 50 years, it's 146 million. Over 75 years, it's 251 million.
This is a 50-year lease, though, right?
Yeah, but there's an option for another 25.
Right, it's assuming we agree to that. But right now, just the initial term is 50 years, right?
Right.
Okay.
So the current, with the increased payment, is now $137 million over that same 50-year period. So roughly the same as if you leased it out to and just had a multifamily guy go in there and build, tons of apartments. So it's basically an equivalent rent. And yet, as the presentation laid out, 2/3 of this space is effectively deed restricted and is open space and park and so on and so forth. So the revenue generating portion of the park is, as they illustrated, is only 1/3 of that. So again, if you no restrictions, leased out the entire space, built all these apartments and so on and so forth, as those other projects did, the financials are effectively equivalent, save obviously, on property taxes.
So
That
you're-
being said,
So you're saying if we allow them to maximize the development of the site, then the figure that John spoke of, the $3.5 million, is that what you said, $3.5 million for rent?
And again, please understand, I'm doing this on the fly, so.
I get it.
I wasn't prepared to.
Everything here is on the fly. I get it.
Absolutely.
So if we allowed them to develop the entire site,
right,
then an appropriate rent for that site would be $3.5 million. But we're not, but that's not going to happen.
thought he said
what you're saying.
2.5.
2.5.
2.5.
Oh, 2.5, excuse me.
Yes.
2.5 million.
Yeah.
All right. So, but we're not allowing that to happen.
Not even close, right.
We're only allowing a third of it to be developed,
Right.
correct? So is that what are you making are you prorating it?
No.
Are you saying that they should just pay a third of the 2.5 million?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm saying the current structure, what they're paying now
Right.
is effectively the same total dollars over that same 50-year period, save property taxes, which I acknowledge. That being said, they are spending, they're building buildings that you own. They're spending $100 million building these facilities. You're getting a cultural arts center, everything that you're getting, and obviously you're getting 2/3 of the space as open space.
So have you done a calculation as to what the city portion of the tax would be on top of the rent?
We haven't done that yet. So, I mean, again, we're going to figure out the apples to apples. If somebody could only develop on a third of this property, obviously the rent wouldn't be the $2.5 million. It would be substantially less, and you would make, property taxes
They would most likely be developing highest and best use on this property.
which are the
Especially in
typical
Flagler
the other
Village,
projects that you've seen there.
You would see all high rises on this
Condos or
3.5
apartments.
acres.
Yes.
You wouldn't see one building of only 17,000 square foot and another building of only 13,000 square feet, and then the rest open. You wouldn't find that. But Mayor, you just mentioned taxes, but correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe our city attorney will have to weigh in, but just like Lockhart Park and the stadiums there, isn't this tax exempt because it's a public purpose?
Under Chapter 196, actually, it's 196.1012. The property is exempt from taxation, so there are no taxes due.
So then why would we charge for tax?
Well, it's a payment in lieu of taxes, so it's up to you whether you want to do that. But whether you treat it as a pilot or whether you add it to the rent, that's up to you. But there are no taxes due on this property.
And even if there were taxes levied by the property appraiser, that would not be our business.
No, we've added language in there, as we typically do, that if there is any dispute when it comes to taxes and there is a determination either by the property appraiser or a court of law that says that there are taxes due, they are responsible for taxes. We are never responsible for payment of taxes.
Right, and that is in the comprehensive agreement.
Yes, it is.
And also, they obviously have the right to appeal if that does happen.
Right, we do obviously allow them, if they disagree with the assessment of taxes, they can certainly challenge it. But any taxes owing, that they would pay.
But then again, it does not affect us because we are just not in that game.
No, it's just one way of categorizing another source of income. So whether you call it a pilot and has a separate bucket where you're calculating that amount of money coming in, or you just tack it on to the licensing fee, it's.
Let me ask you a question because I see a lot of similarities between this project. You mentioned pilot, the city auditor mentioned pilot. Do we have a pilot payment in lieu of taxes at Lockhart?
No.
Do we have a payment in lieu of taxes for War Memorial Holiday Park with the Panthers?
I haven't looked at it in a while, but I don't recall that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, can I just ask a question on that? So Ellen, you said we would not be able to assess taxes on this?
No, we don't assess the.
I know we don't, but taxes cannot be what'd you say? You said
under Chapter 1, just the same thing with Lockhart and the stadium, because of this falls under 255-065, which you've all determined to be a public purpose project. As a public purpose project, any part of that parcel is used as a public purpose project is exempt from ad valorem taxation under Chapter 196 Florida
of state statutes.
Correct.
Okay, so
196.012.
if it's a public-private purpose per the state, the county cannot levy taxes.
Right, if any portion of it has a municipal or public purpose, then the entire parcel is actually exempt.
Right. That's a public purpose, okay. And so when we think about other public, we think about other projects, the stadium falls under that, right? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I may, Commissioner, let me add
Yeah.
to that, though. We
Yeah.
do charge a pilot for the airport, for example, which is also tax exempt. But we charge them a
Okay.
pilot. So there are instances where we charge pilots. Years ago, traditionally, we charged the water and sewer plant a pilot. And again, it meets that same public purpose, obviously, but we charged a pilot for decades to the water and sewer operation. Again, as the attorney points out, it's another revenue stream for the city. Even though something is tax exempt, doesn't mean that we can't voluntarily engage in an agreement with these various entities to pay what they would owe for taxes, because they are still benefiting from all the other public services that are being provided
Right.
at that location. So for example, fire service shows up if there's a need for fire services, police services show
Right.
up. They utilize all the various city services. So we have often, many municipalities engage in a payment in lieu of taxes to reflect the contribution that the city is making towards those entities. Like I said, water and sewer fund, we do it for various entities. So it's not an unusual situation. It's very
Okay. So that helps. Thanks. So in other words, John, we could, in a project, you could say, hey, we want to categorize an additional pilot assessment or fee
Sure.
to the deal. Additionally, I mean, just hypothetically, you could say, okay, we're just going to want a higher rental income or annual payment to us, and we're going to kind of factor in that pilot into that. You could kind of do it a bunch of different ways.
You could do it that way as well. One of the benefits of having it as a pilot, as opposed to just building it into the license fee or what have you,
Okay.
is it's tied to the value of the property. So throughout the lifetime of the arrangement, particularly on something with 50 years with two 25-year renewals, essentially 100 years, you are guaranteed to see your income stream go up as the value of that property goes up over time. So that somewhat differentiates it from a fee which may have some strictures on how it's going to go up through the years. So at least you know, and this has been the argument with BHMR all along that the commission has raised over and over and over again, is that the rent that we've gotten on the BHMR from a lease done back in the 60s is no longer commensurate with the current marketplace. And the reason for that is that it wasn't tied to the value of the property. So if you have a revenue stream that's based on the value of the property, then you have some degree of certainty that you are not going to be left behind. You will not in 100 years from now be looking at another situation similar to this.
Right.
And to your point, Commissioner, you make a very good one. We should have asked for a pilot at Lockhart. We should have asked for a pilot at War Memorial. That would have been the appropriate thing to do at the time.
And why did we not?
I don't negotiate them.
Okay.
And John, how does the pilot work? Like you say, a percent of like the assessed land value, or how do you calculate a pilot?
So
generally?
what we do at the airport is we utilize the Broward County Property Appraiser's office's assessed value of the site. We take our standard 4.1193 millage rate, we apply it to that, and that's the payment that gets charged. It's easily calculable.
Okay. So that's
John, I'm going to weigh in real quick because I don't think we do that at FXC. I think the only place we do a pilot is the Housing Authority.
We have done it with FXC. I'm not sure if we're doing
We have in the
it
past, but I don't believe we do it any longer. That's correct.
Right.
I just don't think it's current.
Right. And again, so to be clear, thank you. And again, what we're talking about is what we have done historically in the city. We, just like we are no longer charging it with the water and sewer fund, we're no longer charging at the airport. So again, it's a matter of, this is common municipal practice with many instances. We have done them in the past. We may not be doing them currently.
right. Okay. So you could use a pilot, or you could say, hey, the rental fee or whatever is going to escalate over time. Part of the reason that's going to escalate over time is because of the increased value of the land. I mean, so you could kind of look at this a couple different ways. Okay.
But Commissioner, the other thing is,
Yeah.
the philosophy behind not charging a payment in lieu of taxes on some of these properties
Right.
is because of the investment that was made. I mean, Lockhart Stadium is a $160 million investment. It'd be kind of, snarky of us to say, hey, you should be paying us taxes too, right?
Yep.
Same with War Memorial.
Yep.
So
Same
we
here.
can make a policy decision on this project too at some point.
Right.
But I think that was the philosophy.
And what was War Memorial's investment was what, 65 million total?
I don't know,
I
whatever.
believe so. But that's a different structure of a deal because we're working there with a nonprofit as opposed to that entering as an unsolicited proposal.
Right, because the Panthers have a nonprofit.
That's correct.
But it is the Panthers.
That's correct.
Thank you. And it's 65 million, I think, that project?
I think that's right.
And this project is 100 million.
That's what I've been
I
told.
think we're also forgetting that there is a 3% CPI factor here. Did you factor that in at all?
Yeah, so
Ken?
as I was saying, so that the numbers that I gave you comparable for a straight up multifamily deal are over the 50 years. If you looked at it over a 75-year, the numbers on a straight up multifamily deal would be, as I said, 250 million. This rent structure will be almost 338 million. So roughly $80 million more as you go on because of the escalators that's built into the rent here.
And how do you factor in the O&M, the operations and maintenance, that it will be the responsibility of the?
Yeah, I mean the benefits of them covering the operating maintenance, the 10 million that they're spending for the park, obviously the 100 million of buildings that are effectively owned by the city. So all of that is factored in. This is just a straight up, if you were to go out, you had a 3.3 acre vacant piece of land and you wanted to just sort of maximize the value of it. You didn't necessarily care what was built per zoning. Somebody goes there and builds hundreds of units over a 75-year period. This roughly generates $80 million more in rental because of the escalators. Yes,
because of the escalators
and all of the, obviously there's other benefits of
And
city.
if someone did go and build those rental units or whatever units, would the city necessarily own them at the end?
No.
No.
No. You'd
But-
get the land back when
We get the land back,
but
but here
those-
we get the land back and the buildings. We own the buildings.
and there would be taxes, obviously,
And Commissioner, that is one point as well. I wanted to point that out is, unlike War Memorial, this is in the lease, so there's no leasehold interest. That's there's no subleases. There's
It's
no
a licensing agreement.
It's a licensing agreement, so
Yes.
it's a little bit different than War Memorial in that context.
A little bit. I also want to point out, because the auditor and others mentioned Bahia Mar, Ken, you're familiar with Bahia Mar because we're involved in that project as well. The city has received a woefully inadequate rental on that site for all these years. I think it's about 1.72 million we get for Bahia Mar, which is, if you count upland and water, over 30 acres, we get 1.72 million. From year 7 on, here we get 1.5 million for a site that's 1/3 the size of Bahia Mar. So that's pretty good, right? 1/10 the size. I'm sorry, 1/10. What am I saying? 1/10 the size. 3 acres versus 30. I'm sorry, 1/10 the size.
they're only using effectively an acre of it, right?
Correct, because the rest will be open space park. So that's not a bad deal, is it?
No.
Okay, thanks.
You're not talking about
Continue,
Bahia
Ken.
Mar, right? We're talking.
Wait. Continue, Ken.
No, I mean, thank you for the answer. I don't mean thank you, you're done. Now, please go on.
Well, if I could add one suggestion to that, because I think you bring up a very good point, Commissioner, is that when we're looking at inflation having a 3% CPI cap, with inflation running at 7.5%, you may want to reconsider the cap. Because I can tell you, you and I are both old enough to remember when inflation was running 20% back in 1978 under President Carter. So I would suggest that if we're looking at a 50 plus 25 plus 25-year agreement, I can't predict the future, but I can tell you that inflation is going to go up higher at some point in that time frame.
Right.
You may not want to hamstring yourself with a 3% cap. Just a
I
recommendation.
understand. What's the cap on homestead in the state of Florida?
Cap on homestead is 3%, cap on commercial is 10%, so perhaps that's a better rate.
Okay, thank you.
What, Ken, question, so if I'm doing the numbers right, so $35 million valuation, 7%, so we get to just, on that basis, you'd get to 122.5 million over 50 years, am I saying that right?
146 million.
Why'd I get 122? It's 146? So it's 2.
There's an escalator in there because those. If you were to lease that land out again to a multifamily or a condo developer, there would be some bumps in there. So we factored in 10% every 10 years. It's not a
10%
when you
every 10
do
years.
those long-term leases, they're not done like this where it's a license agreement where you have an escalator every year. It's, they're built in, longer intervals.
Yep.
So that's where the number comes out to 146 over the 50-year period.
Okay, got it. Okay.
And this structure, just again to reiterate it, over the 50-year is roughly 137.
Right.
And then obviously I told you on the 75, it's
And if-
substantially higher.
And does the 137 factor in the 3% cap, CPI cap? So if that CPI cap moved up, then 137 goes up, right?
Yes.
Okay, just something, it sounds like city auditor is saying 3% is a little low. John, that's what your concern is, right?
My concern is I don't know where future inflation is going to be, so I would rather say that if it's going to go up by CPI, let's just make it CPI, and whatever it is, it is. I don't want to,
Okay.
I would not want to see the city put itself in a posture where inflation is running 20%, but you're only getting a 3% increase in the license fee.
Right.
I think that would not be prudent.
Right. Okay. All right, that makes
So,
sense.
so commonly in commercial leases, it's CPI or a percentage, the greater
Right.
of.
So it sounds like right now we're saying CPI, but if it's above 3%, it's capped at 3%.
No,
right?
no.
No,
Well,
we're
that's
not
what we're saying now.
Right, that's what we're saying now.
But
It sounds like John's saying
John is suggesting do CPI or 3%, whichever is greater.
move the cap, yeah, or
No
just
cap.
Right, that's what he's saying, absolutely, yep. Additionally, another option is just move the cap up to say it's CPI capped at 5%, 7%, right? That's another
Well, that's
option
an option.
too. Okay, all right. Thanks, that was just a question I had on that.
Okay, continue, Ken. Is there any more that you?
Those are you wanted the high level. Just
That's
sort
the
of
high level?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
Ken, are you familiar with any other parcels in the immediate area? I heard that something right next door or really close by recently just sold. Are you familiar with that?
I mean, the two Brightline parcels that are basically adjacent to this sold or late last year for about 10.5 an acre, roughly.
Okay.
So that's I mean, again, that's where the 30. You're like I said, the city I think received two appraisals, and they were in the 26-27 million dollar range, which again we thought was maybe a little light. Based on recent sales and where we see the market today, that's where we come up with the the 35. But the city, the official appraisals you have are in the 26-27 million dollar range.
Right. And there was some discussion. I know some people were thinking, well, those appraisals weren't that good because it didn't do the full 3.3 acres. And when I've asked that question, I was told that that's because it didn't include the 3 easements on the site. Is that something that's standard, or you're just saying, no, that really doesn't make sense? And that's why I was told that maybe the appraisal was a little light because the appraisal only looked at everything minus the 3 easements.
We haven't reviewed the.
That's standard?
We haven't reviewed the appraisals, but again, we think we're very comfortable where we sort of peg the overall value of this site.
Okay.
And then you kind of work backwards from there.
Okay, thanks.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions and comments. I'm going to start with, well, I'm going to make a comment that I've made a few times. And I've said a few times that if Damn Good Hospitality bought this property and developed it, I would say right out of the box, it's a great project. But because it's prime public city land in the middle of our downtown, I just have a different kind of heart for the use and the process both. I mean, if it were up to me, I think it would be best to do the RFP process, like I said, and we did get confirmation from the city attorney that we could use park bond money to pay for it if we needed to, and then that RFP process would be complete with a lot of public input about what they would want to see at that park. But that's just my first thought, and I know we're not doing it. So I appreciated when Stephanie went through and she mentioned all the bars and restaurants and development around it that had high and dense uses. And once again, I agree with that, but I also agree with those parcels were all built on private property. So my main concern is this is prime public land downtown that we have to, that we really kind of should go through a different process in my mind. So with that being said, I wanted to ask Anthony, sorry, Anthony, I didn't know I was going to ask this question until I was listening to Stephanie's presentation. So I know there's some kind of formula somewhere that would outline how much public open space should we have based on, let's say, 1,000 residents? So I don't know if it's 1,000 is the number. Do you know if there's some kind of formula that says, based on blank amount of residents, we should set aside this amount of land?
Yes, Anthony Fajardo, City of Fort Lauderdale. So it's in our comprehensive plan. It's our established level of service, and we did just change it. It was at 3 acres per 1,000. Now it's at 4.5 acres per 1,000.
Okay, so do you think, and I don't know if you know the numbers off the top of your head, do you believe that our downtown rack area that we were looking at meets that?
I'd have to check to be certain. When we were analyzing the comprehensive plan a couple of years ago through the EAR process, we were over our 3 acres per 1,000 at that point, which is why we raised it. But I'd have to look at the downtown to make sure that that level of service is being met currently today.
Okay, so I mean, from my kind of gut reaction, without running any numbers, I would think that we would need to set aside more public land for just a little bit more passive and not quite so built out space for the residents when we have, how many thousands do we have coming into Flagler Village? Like 5,000, 7,000?
It's up there. I'm not sure.
It's a lot. So we have a lot of residents coming, and I think Stephanie pointed out there may have been maybe 1 or 2 parks within, when I looked at our master plan for the park plan, we wanted parks within a 10-minute walk. So saying Holiday Park, I don't really think is a good fit for this property necessarily, or for the neighbors right around that, because I don't really.
Distinction in the comp plan is a quarter mile.
Quarter mile?
And of that 4.5, so the comprehensive plan makes a distinction between what I would basically say is generalized park space, which can include private parks, open space. You can also include facilities that are associated with golf courses, open water areas. And then for what are labeled as community parks, which are generally the parks you would think of where people have general access, that's still at 3 acres per 1,000.
Okay, so not that we can run these numbers now, but it seems to me like there definitely is a need for a little bit more park space. And I know we keep mentioning that this will be park space, but if there are a lot of events happening like you all want to have, then it really won't be open and usable most of the time, in my opinion. So thanks, Anthony. That's,
you're welcome.
But while Anthony's up, did you mind if I just ask?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, because I was just going to, I'm sorry.
She's speaking.
No, all right.
I'll give you the floor.
I'll call him up again later. That's
okay. Actually, while you're here too, I did write down the downtown master plan. Anthony, does the downtown master plan call for a park at that spot?
At this location. So what the downtown master plan did was it made a reference to this location as a possible area where it could be considered for a park, but it doesn't, it's a statement in some of the background. It doesn't really say that that's the only use that can go on here. It was just something that was put in as a potential for future consideration.
Okay, so our downtown, and we have the 10-minute, we have the parks. Okay, so when I was looking at, Stephanie, when you were talking about Florida Statute 255.065, when I looked at it, I can give you all the cultural center as a possible use of a P3 qualification, but nowhere in that state statute list did I see a restaurant. So I'm a little concerned that we're engaging in a P3 that does not, where half of it doesn't really, once again, in my opinion, meet the qualification of a P3. It just did not state that a restaurant was eligible to be given the P3 status. So
What about the rest of that building? The restaurant's just a small component on the first floor emptying into the park. What about the rest of that building?
well, when I looked at it, if you do want to say that the building where the concert venue is a cultural center. It
On the
did-
other building, where the restaurant is.
Well, the restaurant was on the north side and the cultural center's on the south side?
Correct, but the restaurant's part of what they're referring to as the Blade Building. Blade Building has event space. It has a market where people can come, a European-style food market, where people can come and purchase breads and cheeses and produce.
I
And
just didn't see any of that as being listed as an eligible use under the Florida statute when I looked at it. It
Right.
did say cultural centers, education centers, I get all that. So I'm just thinking in my mind that, if we wanted maybe give the acre for the cultural center to fit that P3. And then, I just don't feel like it fits the
City Attorney, aren't we past this point of determining what's a public purpose? Because this commission, well, I'm sorry for the moans and groans, but 20 months ago, this commission accepted this proposal 20 months ago, and this is when we vetted whether this was a public purpose or not.
The city commission has made that determination.
Right.
Under the statute, again, never going to advocate that this statute is well written, but it's very broad because it's the examples they give. Cultural is one of them, but it's including but not limited to, and they have a catch-all at the end, which deals with which makes it, I don't want to say difficult, but whenever you deal with these types of decisions as to whether it is or it's not, it's pretty open, because it also includes any public any pretty much facility or infrastructure that is used or will be used by the public at large or in support of an accepted public purpose or activity. You've all have accepted that as a public purpose for the entire project, so you all have made that determination. And again, the statute says including but not limited to, so you have to look at that language as well. So it is rather broad.
So if it's broad, then it means that those uses can be considered public purpose, but didn't we already determine that 20 months ago?
You did, and you get into aspects of whether every single inch of a project has to be dedicated to public purpose. So Inter-Miami would be an example. War Memorial is not a P3, but to the extent there's public purposes, you're going to have a venue with a restaurant. So you could have a theater. So PACA, for example, right? It may have a venue where you can buy alcohol, or you have a bar, or you have restaurants, things of that sort. There's components that serve the principal purpose that could still fall into this. So that's why it's a little difficult and probably written in this way for that very purpose, to allow multiple sort of ancillary uses to once that determination that there is a public purpose or municipal purpose to it.
Okay,
thank you. That's just kind of my interpretation and understanding of it, but thank you, Alan, for clarifying that and opining on it. So I guess if we're going to go back and discuss the Ernst & Young report, I guess I do have two questions. And I don't know, Stephanie, if you would be the best, or if your accountants who are here, are your accountants Davis and Associates? If they're here, because I do have a question based on the last question I asked 2 weeks ago that I probably want to go over again and just to make sure. So I did take the opportunity to sit down with Ernst & Young and to go over the report like they offered after our last commission meeting to understand what their points were. And Stephanie, I don't know if you recall, but one of my first concerns that I raised had to do with when Ernst & Young said it was atypical for the debt to include a 3-year construction loan taken out by a 4-year mini perm. I asked that question, and the response I was given was that you all did not submit that information to Ernst & Young to consider in your report.
Vice Mayor, I'm going to ask Sean Davis to speak on this topic.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Sean.
Good afternoon, Mayor
Sean.
and Commissioners.
So,
all of the information that Ernst & Young asked for, we gave to them.
Thank you. And Sean, I did do a public records request, I'm sorry, just to let you know, on my city staff to make sure I had all the information that I needed. And in that public records request, I did see a report submitted by S. Davidson Associates. And on page 3 of 3, it does confirm that statement that you all are including the debt, which includes this 3-year construction loan taken out by the 4-year mini perm, that Ernst & Young had kind of pretty grave concerns about. Can you speak to that a little bit? And I have your report if you need it. It was November 3rd, 2021.
Good evening.
Hi.
Mayor, Commissioner. I'm Annette Lewis, who is the Senior Consulting Manager for the firm. And I was involved in the preparation of this report. In this investment, it's a debt, it's private equity and debt that's being considered for the construction. So the comment that they made, I was not totally in agreement with, because it's a private equity investment on the part of Damn Good Entertainment. So, and in the report, they did not refer to any examples as to what, the comparatives were not exactly clean in as far as or reading of it, but in as far as or interpretation of the information that was provided, considering, as you said, this was June 2020 that this information was presented. And at the time...
November 3rd, 2021 was the date of the report.
No, I know, but
Okay, sorry.
we're talking about the proposal, the unsolicited proposal.
Okay.
And when you're looking at all that time frame, they did go out and get letters, but based on the length of time and COVID and what have you, it had expired. So given as to the point where they were with the cooperative agreement, it didn't make sense to necessarily go out again, because things can change in a minute given labor, supply chain, et cetera, et cetera. So until, I guess, there was some more certainty, those items can be provided if necessary or if required by the commission.
Okay. And I don't know, Sean, if you want to comment, or I don't know, John, or maybe maybe start with John. John, can you maybe help me understand why Ernst & Young may have had concerns with that structure?
So again, I always a little hesitant when I'm speaking on behalf of somebody else.
You just understand it better than me.
To the point that was just made, the data that was provided by the one-stop team to Ernst & Young was in fact stale, which is something that we tried to bring out at the last meeting, that we were working with the information that we were provided. So if that information was stale, if it was invalid, that responsibility falls back on the applicant that provided the information to us. So I agree, as I think I pointed out to the commission, that things were changing on an ongoing basis. So that being said, the concern that Ernst & Young has is that the effort to pay down debt very rapidly at the beginning of this is unusual. That's typically not done in development deals. Usually the debt is tied to a longer, lengthier period so that you don't hobble your cash flow in the first couple of years of a project. You're not always able to ascertain how quickly you're going to reach a stabilization period. You certainly don't want to commit out all your cash during that period. You want to maintain working capital so that if your projections turn out to be a little more aggressive than you had anticipated, if your revenues don't materialize, if your expenses are higher, you don't impact your cash flow to such an extent that you jeopardize your project and you don't wind up having to come back, for example, and this is the concern that E&Y had and that I have, is that they may be forced to come back to the commission and ask for some kind of an abatement of the fee in order for them to continue to operate their project because they've committed out their cash flow to the debt. So that was the concern that E&Y was trying to address in their report.
Okay, I think they were concerned that we just wouldn't get paid, but I do know there's some sort of prorated pay plan anyways in this comprehensive agreement where we get paid a little bit at the beginning and it goes up as it goes on, so which is maybe also kind of explains this. So I think they were concerned about our ability to get paid in the beginning. And all right,
So if you look at, if I can?
Yes, sure.
If you look at the sources and uses of funds, I guess that's on the on that report that we issued, you will see that the loan was $74 million and investors were putting in initially $40 million. And this is obviously estimates. And that's in year one. In year two, we've got a carryover of money that's still there for the project itself. In year three, there's a call for investors to increase another $8.5 million in year three. That's the construction period. Operating period starts with year four. And if you look at that, there is a negative delta from the operating period because you're paying off operating expenses, you're paying down a little bit of interest on the loan, and then it goes to year 5 and 6. So we take into account that there's an additional call from the investors in year 3 of that project. And I believe the investors would be willing to put additional fees and monies in if necessary. But they've done this several years and have an understanding of these types of projects.
Okay, thank you. Another concern Ernst & Young raised when I met with them is that the project design is in conceptual development. The cost estimate will continue to be refined, like we've discussed. They said the project is currently carrying a 7% contingency, which is low compared to other comparable construction projects at this stage. They felt instead of the 7% contingency, it should be at least 35%. Have you all made any modifications to that percent?
We didn't make any modifications to the 7%. These are all conceptual numbers at this point. So their design, this project will change several iterations. If there's more contingency that's necessary, I'm sure that the project folks will add the money in there, the investors.
Okay, so I guess that's a little bit part of my concern is that things can keep changing. And then if we're voting on a comprehensive agreement based on these financials, but these financials keep changing, I don't really have a great sense of confidence that I know what I'm voting on.
Okay. Yeah, I think the issue here is that this was a conceptual framework for this particular project. The comprehensive agreement, I believe, is in draft form, so that's also been changing. Not saying that these numbers will necessarily change, but there may be change orders to not change orders, but there may be changes to this project as time goes on with any project. Until you put the shovel in the ground and you know what those costs are, it's going to happen.
Okay, but they did make the statement that said that the 7% contingency is low compared to other construction projects at the same stage of design. So I know you said we're at the conceptual development stage, but according to Ernst & Young, they said this still is low considering matching.
Do those other construction projects put in over 35% of their own money of the total cost of the project?
I'm just going off what they said.
I know, but I'm just saying, I doubt it.
And may I add, the comparatives they had was the PACA, the Performing Arts Center, which is not a comparative. And when they ran their forecasting, they made adjustments for the retail, but they did not make any adjustments for the Performing Arts Center. So those numbers are a little skewed in terms of the contingencies.
Okay, so that does bring me into the proposal, which include the construction cost at $287 a square foot. And Ernst & Young was concerned about that also, saying that that's similar to a strip mall, but we're not building a strip mall. We're building a cultural arts center, complete with, I'm sure, all the latest AV and technology and everything. And they said that number is just really far outside of the range of 647 to 854 for construction. And when I asked Parker Playhouse how much they spent recently on their construction, it was $695 a square foot. So they were concerned that that number that was given in the proposal for construction was pretty far off. And so if your project is going to cost a lot more, where is this coming from? They just didn't have a great level of certainty about where all the additional financing would be coming from.
So, Vice Mayor, a couple of things on that. Number one, because this is an unsolicited proposal, and we say again and again and again and again, these are renderings. You cannot do real cost estimates off of renderings. You cannot do real cost estimates even off of a site plan that's already been approved by DRC. You can only do a valid and correct cost estimate after you've done actual construction documents. That does not happen until after you are through the site plan process. We haven't even started the site plan process. So yes, you're correct. Those numbers could absolutely change. I will say that when you build a cultural venue like Performing Arts Center, or even the Parker, where it's a seated venue with a stage, it's very different than general admission, which is what this is. It's a general admission. You can walk around. You're not seated. You don't have that same level of sound engineering. That being said, even if the cost estimates are totally wrong, it's a privately funded project. There's no city money coming into it. So what does that mean? It means that we estimate based off initial renderings, based off the fact that we're working with folks that have done this before and that they know what they're doing. That's an estimate that, yes, there's no question. It's a little bit of educated guessing, because you're not going to be able to come up with real cost estimates until you're well through the DRC process and are developing construction documents, and then you bid that out into the market. And even that changes every day, because post-COVID, the cost of construction has gone up about 15% more than we could have even anticipated just a few months ago. We're seeing that in every project that we're building, whether it's public or private. But the only thing that matters is that the city never has to put $1 in. It's just it's more money for the investors that they have to commit to, which they've committed to doing. So it's not like some other projects that come to you and say, we want you to contribute. We want you, the city, to put some money down. We want to do this project, but we think you should be a partner, a financial partner with us. You're not a financial partner. The commitment is, this is the license fee that we will pay you. We commit to that license fee, and everything else is on us. Everything else is up to the investors. So if the investors have to put more money in, they have to put more money in.
And what happens if that contingency is 7% is not sufficient?
Then the investors have to put more money in.
Okay. Up to,
It doesn't ever come to the city. It's not a city problem.
So can I just ask a question
Yeah,
here?
go ahead.
So which building are you planning on building first?
I don't think I would assume, and again, these are renderings, I would assume that they would be done concurrently, because economies of scale always cause you to do as much as you can all at one time.
So is that what you're saying? You're going to build both buildings at the same time?
I would assume that you would.
Well, I don't want to
but-
assume, because you know what?
Do you want us
means.
to commit to that?
So you look to your
I
clients.
think we can commit to that.
Look to your clients.
I mean, I would assume that we can commit to that, because listen, I'm in a lot of construction projects, as you know, and to the extent that you mobilize a site, it is very expensive to demobilize and remobilize.
I get that, but I think I'm trying
We'll
to
commit to building both
dovetail off-
buildings concurrently. Yes.
I'm trying to dovetail off
Happy
of
to
her
commit to that.
questions. In terms of financing and cost of construction and so forth, if you're doing both buildings at the same time, it's more of a challenge.
Yes.
If you're doing one building at a time, you can deal with it more easily. So, I think everyone's just looking at the possibility of like worst case scenario.
I understand.
We end up, with a half-built structure, what are the options of the city, and going, so forth and so on. So, we know that your clients are not going to go into this, naively. They're going to obviously know how much it's going to cost them ahead of time, because their financing is going to require them to show that their ability to repay a loan is going to be there. So I'm fully aware of that, but I'm just wanting to know how much are they going to bite off, so that we know that they can chew the whole thing. And I suspect they're going to do one building at a time. And I just was curious if that
We're
would
happy
be
to commit to building both buildings concurrently.
I didn't think so.
And Mayor, I think also another good comfort level for the city is, since the last iteration of this comprehensive agreement in September, right now the new iteration and the one in front of us, it actually has added language that within 90 days of the comprehensive agreement before us being agreed to, all of the financing has to be given to us. They have to prove to us that all financing is in place within 90 days of us signing off on this. That's new language, but that also, I think, gives the city a certain comfort level to know that a financial institution has said, okay, you give us your $40 million deposit, and we're going to finance $74 million, and then the city gets assurance from that financial institution within just 3 months of whether it's tonight or next meeting or whenever. But we have that assurance now that we did not have before, just to make that point.
That's right. The city attorneys asked for that, and we agreed to it.
Okay,
So-
thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, thank you. I'm just going to say, I think I've asked my questions, and I'm just going to say in closing, I know Jeff John will do a great job delivering what this product is, and I've never had any doubt that he wouldn't. I just would probably have taken a different path, and but I know that my colleagues have voted this forward in the past when I voted against it, and I even though I can't support it, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you,
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
All right, so we have a number of people who've signed up to speak. If there's anybody else who has any questions.
can I just ask Stephanie just a couple questions?
All right. We got about 40 people who have signed up to speak, so.
Okay. I think you alluded to this, but I was talking to Kelly Shanley. The limitation on seating, no chairs, no more than 10% seated. That's going to be,
We have a memorandum of understanding already signed with the Performing Arts Center. It was later in my presentation. I didn't get to it.
okay.
But we were also asked to include it into the comprehensive agreement, and it was included in the comprehensive agreement. And yesterday, we were asked to move it to a different section of the
Prohibited
comprehensive
uses
agreement,
section.
which we also agreed to do. So we moved that section to the uses section, which is entitled Prohibited Uses.
Right.
And that's now, the PACA language is the first item listed under prohibited uses.
Okay, great. And then what's the enforcement mechanism for things like that?
It's a notice procedure. So if in fact, I think you've heard, and I should probably ask Jeff to, if I say something wrong, please just stop me. But my understanding is that in the entertainment industry, venues don't choose artists, artists choose venues. So it's not that, that PACA or Parker or, or the cultural center can go out and say, we really want to have Eddie Vedder. Eddie Vedder says, you know what, I'm interested in playing in Fort Lauderdale. Let me look around. That's the one I want to be at. So it's a little bit of an inverse way that things are scheduled. And so what this agreement says is that if Eddie Vedder says, I want to play at the cultural center, and if Eddie Vedder wants that to be a seated type of event, that triggers an element that Jeff has to communicate with PACA, has to give notice to PACA, communicate with PACA, and PACA has an opportunity to participate in that. It doesn't, this agreement doesn't do that deep dive, but that's the understanding, my understanding between the parties.
Does PACA have to approve it? I mean, or just
Yes.
PACA has to approve that
Yes.
exception to the, okay, all right. Okay, great, thanks. That was just one question I had.
And Commissioner, I would also tell you that, again, from the last iteration of this comprehensive agreement, the default language in this document in front of us now holds the applicant's feet to the fire a lot more than the earlier iterations. There's at least a tripling, correct me if I'm wrong, Alan, of default language where it's very clear the consequences if they do not live up to the agreement.
Correct. There's a tripling of the material defaults that are identified. And then there's also, any breach essentially that is not cured within the proper period can also constitute a breach. And then we also added language with habitual breaches, which would address any sort of smaller breaches, but frequency. So if there's an issue with a problem, those can accumulate to an actual breach.
Right, and I think that's really important to note. And I did want to, before you let the public speak, I did just want to address one thing that the Vice Mayor said, because even though that train has left the station in terms of RFP or where we are now in this process after 20 months of actually accepting it as a commission, what I would have asked Anthony when he was up here, knowing as the head of his department, the project applications that are coming down the pike for Flagler Village, if we did an RFP and had a request for proposals, it would be astonishing to see anyone come forward with a project on this site that would have 2/3 open space and two small buildings. No one could afford to do that in what they would want to build on that site. Just because of market conditions today, and I don't know what we would get with an RFP.
Well, if I were to do the RFP or to give the city direction, I would say based on neighbor input, what would they like to see on that property, and then we would then we would just solicit someone to build it, and we would use park bond money. So maybe a request for proposal isn't the correct word. When we say this is what we want to build after we get neighborhood input, what is that called?
But Alan, help me understand. Because the Vice Mayor's mentioned about using park.
We got to move on.
I'm sorry. Well, I just want to clear this up so I have an understanding.
Yeah,
so the Vice Mayor's mentioned that we could just solicit what the neighborhood wanted, and then we could use park bond money. Is that true?
You can use park bond money as long as it's a park.
But it's not a park.
No, I would build a park.
I believe that's what the Vice Mayor's saying. It would be an RFP for a park.
We would have to change the zoning.
Well, you don't have to change, technically you don't have to change the zoning. We have parks actually that aren't necessarily zoned as park, they're used as parks.
Yes.
So you could still do that, but yes, it would be actually my recommendation to zone it as a park, because that way it stays a park. And then you would develop it as a park. That would be the only way you'd be able to use the bond money.
Okay, even though, and we're having this argument now with a neighborhood who's not getting what they thought they voted for in the parks bond, even though that was not in the ballot, even though that was not in the backup, even though in the backup, this site was not included in the parks bond, that would still be okay?
Yeah, the bond documents were drafted in a way that would allow the commission to, be able to amend it, obviously, by recommendation of the Parks Advisory Board, as well as your decision to, you can move things around, you can subtract, you can add. There's some flexibility there for you to do that because obviously times change. And by the time you spend the money there, the needs may change as well. So that was purposely built into the documents.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Okay. So we have a number of people that have signed up to speak. I would ask you if you could limit your comments to a couple of minutes. I'm going to call you 3 in a row, and I appreciate everyone's cooperation. And to do so, please come up to the podium and speak. I'll start out with Richie Baptista, Peter Torres, and Renee Quinn. Is Richie Baptista here? Richie? No. Is Peter Torres here? Peter. Followed by Renee Quinn, followed by Marilyn Mamano.
Mayor, while they're coming up, Brucey Cummings sent me, maybe it was just me, an email about One Stop that she wanted on the record. I forwarded it to the city clerk and just want to see what's the process to make sure that's part of the record, city clerk?
What's the question?
So,
What's the question? Brucey Cummings wants what?
Sure. Brucey Cummings sent me an email.
Right.
About the One Stop. She would like it part of the public record. So, city clerk said I have to bring that up at the commission.
Right, because we had addressed this earlier when she emailed. She couldn't herself submit it. She could always give it to a commissioner, and the commissioner can ask, but it's up to the mayor as to whether you want that included as the record. And obviously, then the city commission would have to take a look at it in order for it to be considered. But
if you want to read it as on her behalf, I have no problem with that.
Okay.
I saw the email, and
yeah, I think she sent it to all commissioners.
yeah, I saw it.
Okay.
And if you want to, at some point after we're all done, if you want to read it into the record, that's great. That's fine.
Okay.
All right.
Just feel compelled to say that as soon as we start reading emails into the record, we will start receiving public comment by email in all circumstances, and we'll never get through our agendas.
Yeah. And that was but that was also the impetus behind.
nice.
That's the impetus behind also not accepting remote submissions to the record, because then you could have 1,000 submissions for the record, and there's no control over it. So we've always had the practice of submitting it here when you're here and submitting it to the commission.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
The mere fact that it's emailed, it's a public record, right?
It is a public record.
It's a public record, but it won't be the official record of.
Alan, I get that. It's still a public record.
He's right. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so Peter.
So we're just saying, but just to kind of finalize that, we're saying no remote public.
Correct.
Record, public.
No remote
record.
public input to be added to the
public record input. Okay.
If she was on Zoom, it's different, but.
Yep.
Right, because the public record that we're referring to is actually the record that the city clerk is going to keep as part of your backup.
Understood. Okay, great. That helps clarify. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, Peter.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Peter Torres. I'm a Fort Lauderdale resident. I live in District 2. I live on 3rd Street, actually just behind City Hall. And I'm speaking tonight in favor of the One Stop Shop project. I grew up in Fort Lauderdale a long time ago and remember the days when Flagler Village was a very different place. I'm not in the habit of speaking at commission meetings, but I think this project actually does have the potential to be transformative for the neighborhood in a good way. I think it adds some depth to Flagler Village and offers a walkable amenity, which is great if you live in the neighborhood. The city has options to generate revenue on that land, which is now unused. And it can give the neighborhood a really great centerpiece that it can be proud of. So I just urge you to consider this project carefully, and I add my voice to those who support it and what it can bring to the community. So thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Peter.
Yep.
Renee Quinn, followed by Marilyn Mamano, followed by Larry Foreman.
Hey guys, hi Commissioner Glassman and Dean and Commissioners. You guys know me. I sent you an email with my detailed recommendations, I fully support the One Stop Project. I come here as a resident of Flagler Village. I proudly live at Avia Flagler Village, which is one of our beautiful residences owned by Mark Kravitz. I am very active in the community. I support our community. I'm so excited that Flagler Village is vibrant and the gateway to downtown. That's why I moved here from beautiful Deerfield Beach. And I do want to say that I am the banker that gave Jeff John his very first loan back in 20 years ago, Jeff. I'm getting old. And I can attest that friends or
Has
not,
he paid it back?
I can attest that, yes, I can attest that the character, and here's someone who's local from Fort Lauderdale. He's one of us. He grew up here. He's invested in the community. So again, there's a lot of things going back and forth. My final thing to you is that it's someone here, it's local. We believe in it. I'm on the Riverwalk board. I'm on the Winterfest board. There's a lot of parties here that are excited to see this move forward, and I would please ask you to consider this and vote on it tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Renee. Marilyn, followed by Larry Foreman, followed by Tim Powers.
Marilyn Mamano, Fort Lauderdale resident. Nothing I can say tonight is going to change the minds of anyone who believes that there is a public benefit to licensing another concert and entertainment venue in a residential neighborhood for 100 years. Nothing I can say will change the minds of anyone who thinks giving over a $30 million piece of property to a private entity in return for $1.5 million a year in maybe 8 years, with a 3% capped escalator, and not collect any taxes, by the way, is a good deal. Nothing I can say will change the minds of anybody who thinks we're getting a park and not a private open space that the public can use, subject to the rules and whims of a private entity. And nothing I can say will change the minds of people who think that there is no risk to this comprehensive agreement, because heck, if he goes belly up, we get back the lands and the building. I can only hope that 3 of you will see that this is Bahia Mar on steroids. We are in for 100 years of unintended consequences. Just like Bahia Mar, we will be back here renegotiating a deal that Ernst & Young told you was not a moneymaker. I see condos on public land in our future as we try to correct the original sin we're about to make. I can also say to those of you who signed this agreement, we know you, we have worked with you, and we have supported you. When 2024 comes around and you ask us for your support, for our support again, we will have to weigh the good against the bad. And there's a whole lot of bad here. And I want to say specifically to the comprehensive agreement, why don't you go with an interim agreement first? Why are you tying us all up in a comprehensive agreement that's got to last 50, 100 years when, as they admit, they don't know what the numbers are going to be. We don't know how this is going to work out. We don't know what the scope of this is. So I would urge you to defer going with the comprehensive agreement at this time. And if you must do this, at least go with an interim agreement so that when we get a little further down the road and we have a better idea of what the numbers are, then we can make an informed decision. Thank you very much.
Larry Foreman, followed by Tim Powers, followed by Jason Hughes.
Hi, I'm Larry Foreman. I'm a retired CPA, and in private industry, outside of being a CPA, I worked as a CFO and worked on due diligence in many equity funding situations. And I have several questions. I don't expect answers, but they're nevertheless still outstanding. So how do we know that the funding that is being proposed is sufficient if we don't have the cost? The funding is just 1/2 of the picture. We don't know what the costs are going to be. So any references to sufficient funding is a shallow, hollow statement when you don't know what your costs are going to be. And admittedly, the applicant has said, we don't know. It's inconceptual. It's moving. So let's stop moving, get what's clear, and then determine what the balance sheet yields. Revenue expected or funding on one side, costs on the other. This is like, you could get dizzy following the path that they're creating. Secondly, I want to say thank you, Heather, for showing that somebody can do due diligence in an appropriate way. None of the others took the initiative to call EY as they offered. No one on the staff offered or contacted them to follow up. How can you not do that when to ask, as I would do when I'm on a board of directors, I would ask, what were the limitations posed by the applicant? Did they submit the mini payback period or didn't they? EY says they did, if I understood Heather correctly. The applicant misrepresented, in my opinion, that there was no representation to EY that there was going to be this 4-year tranche that they were going to pay down. How can you accept anything that the applicant says when they misled you relative to that point?
All right, thank you so much. Tim Powers, followed by Jason, followed by Chris Gadry.
I'm Tim Powers. I'm a resident of Flagler Village right here at Avenue Lofts. I'm also a member of the Flagler Village Civic Association, in which, Mr. Glassman, you are our commissioner. What I've seen you say today is basically all the rebuttals of why you are in favor of this, but never once have we heard anything from you about what you're doing to protect our neighborhood. Before you were elected, and before you, Mr. Mayor, were elected, I wrote both of you an email. And I sent you an email that said, I'm very disturbed by this project, and this is in 2020, and I asked you, where do you stand on this? Mr. Glassman, you never replied to me, but Mr. Mayor, you did. Not reading you the whole email, but it was basically saying, before I cast my vote, where do you stand? Because I will change my vote if you're in favor of this. Mr. Mayor, you wrote, we have created a beautiful green space there. We must never compromise it. Dean. And this is a compromise. So you are compromising this space. I have not heard anything about parking plans, studies, nothing about traffic plans that are going to affect the quality of life of your constituents. Nothing. There is not one parking spot I've heard about. 1,800 people without a seat. Is this a culture center or is this a nightclub? A culture center has seats. A culture center does not serve alcohol until 2:30 in the morning. So calling this an arts park or a culture center is absolutely embarrassing. And you are insulting our intelligence. Ms. Toothaker mentioned all of these wonderful projects and restaurants and things opening up. Where is the parking? How many of those units are being built? The need for park space. We only have one chance to save this park. One chance to save space. This is it. And this is the gateway to our city. We're talking about Brightline. We're talking about a tunnel under Las Olas, which is all going to focus at Brightline. We're talking about a tunnel that's going to go under the railroad. We're talking about all of these things. We're turning Andrews into a one-way street. Where is the plan? Where is the plan, and how are you protecting your constituents here? Because I don't hear anything that says that you're protecting or thinking about us. All I hear is defense of this. And I'm sure they built a beautiful project. I'm not questioning that. And I'm sure it'll be a great thing. Go find your own land. All of these talks about Young Circle and all these other cities that have parks, that's still public land. This is not going to be a public park. We do not have the right to use this park. So you're packaging it and shoving it down our throats, and this is not accurate.
All right, thank you. Just to respond, if I could, in terms of parking, there's a parking garage just a stone's throw to the right, and a parking garage right over here. So I think there's some parking, right? There's like over 1,000 spaces. Okay.
As well as, just to mention, because you mentioned parking, I just wanted to follow up. This new Kushner project, which is going to take up all of the parking lots that
Mr. Mayor, if I could just give a little historical fact about the parking.
Go ahead.
When we did spend more than 20 hours talking with representatives from the neighborhood, one of the primary concerns way back when was that there was a proposed two-story underground parking on this site for this park. And the neighborhood representatives were very upset with the two-story underground parking. The neighborhood representatives said, eliminate the parking because it will kill the root system, and all of the specimen trees will die if you put a two-story underground parking spot on the site. So we eliminated that. We decided that, as the mayor said, the other parking in the area, not just those two there, but also even the governmental center, county governmental center parking, which is only within a block and a half. And then, as you probably know, in the neighborhood, right across the street from this park, I think are two 50-story towers coming right next to the Hampton Inn. And there are already discussions now to increase public parking in those two buildings for those 50-story towers across the street from this park. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Jason, followed by Chris, followed by Paul Chettle.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Jason Hughes. I want to bring some fun to this, arts and culture. That's why we are here tonight and talking about this. So my name, once again, Jason Hughes. I'm a proud Fort Lauderdale resident. I'm proud to be the Executive Director at ArtServe Incorporated. Many know we're located in Holiday Park. We've been here in the city for over 3 decades. 3 decades. We are one of the 6 original arts incubators in the United States. A park, arts, culture. We're a safe space for the community. ArtServe helps artists of all kinds find their place in the world. Then we show them how to make the world a better place, whether it's visual or performing arts, dancers, theatrical actors, producers, musical composers, or any subgenre in between. ArtServe offers artists of all types a chance to learn, collaborate, display, perform, and glow with the help of earning them a living to do what they do most. The arts and culture sector here in the city of Fort Lauderdale is an essential component for our community's public health and our local community. When people move to our community, or for those who have lived here their entire life, access to culture, to people, to the arts is paramount to ArtServe's mission. But I'm here today as a private citizen, a proud resident of the beach, a block from our fabulous ocean. Full disclosure, I have been a member of the Beach Redevelopment Advisory Board, which is BRAB, the Beach Improvement District, and 6 years on the city's Economic Development Advisory Board. I've seen firsthand, as someone who lives at A1A in Las Olas, not only the beautiful park that we just created, but the fruits of our volunteer citizens. A park that brings a weekly farmer's market. I can finally buy a tomato and I can walk. It's amazing. Yoga, Friday night sound waves, art fairs, children splashing in the water feature. This creates community. I see my neighbors, some whom I've ever talked to before, met tourists who love what is going on here and are so impressed by the park and the community. Arts and culture open the world to people. I see it every single day in my work, every single day in my personal life. When I see arts in a park, this is the community I choose to live in. I choose to live in this. This is the community I bring my family and friends from all over the world to experience what City of Fort Lauderdale is all about. The arts drive the economy. The arts drive culture. The arts make a city. This makes me so proud. I hope it does you too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chris, followed by Paul Chettle, followed by Bill Siska. Excuse me.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to lend my testimony to what I feel about damn good hospitality.
Could you speak more closely into your
Sure.
microphone?
Is that better?
Yeah.
My name's Chris Gadry, Atlantic Studios. We produce festivals, events, and predominantly free community events, different municipalities and for CRAs all over the area. Early on, if I can go back and say that I'm actually born and raised here. So I'm one of the weirdos that actually was born at Holy Cross Hospital and lived here my entire life. Going through the public school system here, a product of Northeast High School, when we graduated, the zeitgeist was back in the early 2000s, 20 years ago. when you're done, get the heck out of here, get as far and as fast as you can to get away from South Florida. Otherwise, you're going to be relegated to keeping the company of the dead and dying. So you're going to go to New York, and you go to LA, you're going to go to Chicago, someplace that has arts, culture, something that you can really latch onto in a community. I did that too. I left and I came back quickly after realizing this is paradise, and we can all make a change. We can make it the community we want to make it. So we started producing our own events, and I'll never forget the day that we were at Cinema Paradiso producing Indie Craft Bazaar, which was an event that had artists and vendors, handmade crafters, really interesting people, hyper-local event. And we were approached by Damn Good Hospitality, and they said, hey, do you want to utilize our venue? Do you want to expand into our venue? Didn't expect much of it, but the first meeting I had with Jeff John, I realized that he cares about the arts, he cares about culture. He's not an investment firm. He's about being a creative. He himself is a creative, and his team knows what wins and what loses here as far as what people want to see and what they want to experience. Fast forward a couple years after that first meeting, we were doing monthly or every other month events at Damn Good's space, Revolution Live, Stash, and America's Backyard. We started working with multiple municipalities. As you know, Mayor, the MPFCRA was one of them. We were the first event at Peter Feldman Park with Food in Motion. We based ourselves on community events, free community events. We've impacted probably hundreds of thousands of people with memories they'll never forget. And really what was possibly the nexus of that was the opportunity that Jeff John gave us. So I would just say, if anyone has any misgivings or concerns about what he's trying to do, especially in Flagler Village, where these events, these community events are the catalyst to better development, attracting sophisticated people, and keeping the best and brightest in town. And the reason why he's doing this is not just for the money, it's also to leave something behind that he cultivated. Flagler Village isn't about cloistering yourself off behind double pane glass because God forbid someone's listening to music or creating music or being creative themselves. It's about village, it's about community, it's about getting together. And if the commission sees that it's fit for Jeff John and Damn Good Hospitality to move forward with this project, I say Godspeed and thank you all for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chris. Paul Chettle, followed by Bill Siska, followed by Mike Matfis.
Good evening, Commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul, resident of District 2. There's a little bit of a miscommunication at these meetings. Tonight's agenda is not about the site plan. It's not about the pretty renderings. It's not about the green grass. It's about a 47-page legal document called a comprehensive plan. And to whoever the developer is, I don't know who the developer is specifically, but we had a project called Bahia Mar. And there was one reference to the words, the city cannot unreasonably withhold. That's toxic death.
I didn't hear you say it. What would you say?
That's, the city cannot unreasonably withhold.
Right.
That phrase is toxic death to the public. In this document, it is referenced 12 times. What can we not unreasonably withhold? That should be discussed. Another thing that's obvious to me, and I'm not involved in this project, but I'm here to support the people who have additional questions, is the word access. As you know, most of the people here are concerned about access to the site. Again, 8 references to the word access, but no clear-cut answer. Another one of those things is the city waiving its rights 11 times. Why are we waiving our rights? These are legitimate questions that we need legitimate answers to before anybody proceeds. Let me move to the financials quickly. Apparently there was an Ernst & Young report. I've never seen it. There was a workshop, no backup document. There was, however, an 18-page document circulated from the city, and for whoever is smart enough to go into a PDF and go and right-click and look at the property, the label of the 18-page supposed financial document is called sanitized. Okay, so where is the report? Did we pay taxpayer money for the Ernst & Young report? Where is it? Did we pay for Colliers? I'm sure Colliers is reputable. How did they just show up here tonight, and how did they speak on something? Did we give them permission? Did we ask them? What did we do? Anyway, lots of questions. Good luck with the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Bill Siska, followed by Mike Matfis. Is Mike here tonight? Yes, you are. And followed by Chris. I can't read your writing. Morcita? Okay. Bill?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Bill Siska. I've worked in hospitality and entertainment for over 30 years. I currently work just a few blocks away. I am 110% in support of One Stop Shop. Art, music, food, a gathering place for the community. This is a win-win for the city and a win-win for the residents. I'm 100% confident that Jeff John and his partners will provide a world-renowned space, and I'm excited to see the project get approved. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mike, followed by Chris with a K, and Bridget Knott. Hello, Michael.
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So a lot of my concerns have been raised, and particularly it's the budget. They're building something that's not a cultural center. If it was to go defunct and we were to think we had a cultural center and we were inheriting that, we really would be short. I think, yes, the budget could go up during this project and may go triple. And then, you know, is there really the reinforcement to cover all of that? So there's a lot of questions, really. It's very early on in this project to make such a large commitment. The other part is that I agree with Stephanie entirely about the master plan, and that this development area is for high-intensity uses, activities, and so forth. But in order to accommodate all of those things, we also need a certain amount of recreational and open space. As Anthony brought up, the master plan was developed really to allocate development rights through the county and the Department of Community Affairs when we did our regional activity center and allow for the capacities that we now have. But they based that on having certain elements that were showing up in that master plan. Peter Feldman Park, which was Flagler Village Park, was not a park. It was private land. There was some attempts to purchase that land, and the city and the Community Redevelopment Agency moved quickly to purchase it and make it into a park and not allow it to not become a park as designated in the master plan. The same thing really with the one-stop shop property. It was continually used after the master plan was completed and then was never really converted to a park. But it really had the same status in the master plan. And that's my point, is that if we cherry pick out this master plan, we really won't have all those beautiful things that are talked about. The last point I want to make is that we don't have the transportation and mobility necessary to support this without parking. I agree we should not have parking underground. It would destroy the environment. But we need to have an alternative. So with the parking garages nearby and many others, we need to have some type of mobile device that will move us around and also improve our parking lots, our sidewalks. So if we were to put a pilot on any of these things, it should go into transportation. And $10 million for this open space is a lot of money. If we spend $5 million on equipment to move people around, and it would be a lot more successful for the entire area. So those are my points. I'm not in favor of this being on public land. I think it's a great idea, but it should be on private property.
All right, thank you. Is there a Chris with a K who wanted to speak? Okay. Bridget Knott. Is Bridget here? Okay. Natalie Vasquez. Natalie, are you here? Okay. Paige Rothenberg. Paige? Okay. David what is it? Yes. From Jupiter. Followed by Scott Dietz. Scott, are you here on behalf of the developer? Okay, Scott Dietz, or Dietz, followed by Kayla Stein-Kirschner.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak on behalf of my good friend, Gene Pressman. I am in support of this project, and let me tell you why. I grew up as a kid living in Jupiter, Florida, and I had the opportunity at the age of 8 to go to the Burt Reynolds Dinner Theater. Fast forward to 2022, and you have a cultural gem named the Maltz Theater that educates thousands of children, hosts world-class performances. Furthermore, I am now the CEO of an award-winning cultural institution that's celebrating its 48th anniversary of performing throughout South Florida. So I can speak firsthand from both the student that went to the Burt Reynolds Dinner Theater, and now I can actually speak as a CEO leading a cultural institution in Palm Beach County as to the significant impact that cultural institutions have throughout South Florida. Nobody would have thought when I was growing up at the age of 8 that the only cultural institution at that time was the Burt Reynolds Dinner Theater in Palm Beach County. And now you have institutions that are being considered in Meisner Park. You have the Kravis Center, and you have so many other institutions that are in Palm Beach County. So again, I support the opportunity to bring this project to Fort Lauderdale as a resident and a native of Palm Beach County, and I support Gene Pressman in this project. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Scott, followed by Kayla, followed by Paula Yunka.
Mayor, Commissioners, appreciate the time. I'm a little bit different because I've known Jeff for about 30 years, him, his family, and what they've done and what they've created, not only in just property, but like jobs and watching him from 20 years ago to seeing where he's at now. I mean, all of you have said he's great at doing this, he's great at doing this. You've actually watched the evolution of what Damn Good has become, whether it's been a concert venue, entertainment facility, a bourbon whiskey den, private corporate events, to restaurants, to acquiring restaurants, to make Fort Lauderdale a much better place than where it was 20 years ago. And with that being said, with what they're creating on this land, will probably make it an epicenter of Fort Lauderdale. You guys created and had an extra runway internationally, trying to get the business to come here. This is part of it, I think, and it's a big part of your master plan. I appreciate the time. I appreciate what they've done for the city, and thank you.
All right, thank you. Kayla Steinkirchner, are you here? No. Paula, followed by Dave Brown, followed by Sean Cruz. Hi, Paula.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm not an attorney, I'm not a financial expert, and I'm not as knowledgeable as a lot of other speakers you'll hear tonight. But I do remember repeatedly hearing requests for an independent financial review on the one-stop shop property. The developer is certainly permitted to submit a proposal, but is it up to you as our elected officials to make sure this is a fair deal for our city, keeping in mind it is public land? It appeared that you were not happy with the Ernst & Young report at the last meeting, and I came to you saying, how could you vote on something tonight without another financial review? Not knowing that apparently you had, but it seems like you just got most of the information this evening. So I'm still saying, how can you vote on something without really absorbing all the information that was just given to you this evening? It seems like there's a whole lot of questions that are not yet answered. In the few years that I have become more involved and more aware of city proceedings, I've seen a breakdown in the process. I hope you can correct that. And please restore some fiscal responsibility to our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Brown. Where's Dave? Followed by Sean Cruz, followed by Sister Robin Merrill.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Commissioners. My name is David Brown. I have been a resident of Fort Lauderdale since 1997 and currently serve as president of the Lofts Association, the Mill Lofts Association. And I can say fairly confidently that the residents of and owners of the Mill Lofts do not support this park. So I'm waving in opposition to that. Prior to coming to this meeting, I did some research, and what I found was several of the great cities of this world that we're all aware of, London, Madrid, Hong Kong, Sydney, all have greater percentages of green space allocated within their city limits than the city of Fort Lauderdale. Most of them in excess of 30%. Fort Lauderdale only has 3.9% of its total land mass that's associated with green space.
Wait, what'd you say? What was 30%, sir?
The green space of other cities around the world.
Has 30% in their downtown area as green space? Okay.
Yes. So I think we need to really consider that at a very serious level if we really want to be considered one of the great cities of the world. If not, then we're passing on that opportunity. I've heard a lot of comments this evening that I share in the concerns that are expressed. I thank you for the opportunity to talk with you this evening and hope that you will seriously consider increasing the amount of green space Fort Lauderdale has to offer. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Mayor, with this current design, what percent of the total area is green space, or what's the?
Stephanie, do you want to? I'm not going to answer that because I don't know the exact numbers. I was told it was like 1/3, 2/3.
It's 2/3. 2/3 of the property is designated as green space.
So 66%.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. While I got you up here, just a couple quick questions.
And keep in mind, Commissioner, that currently there's a certain percentage of this site that is not green space already. It's asphalt. There's a parking lot.
Right.
That's the north side.
Yep.
And that's where the food emporium, I think, is going to be located. So the site so just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Also.
No, that's fair. Let's see. Just a couple, I think, good points. The Ernst & Young report was paid for by you all, right?
That's correct.
Right? Okay, the city didn't pay for that.
$65,000. Yes.
Let's see. The access definition, maybe this is a question for our city attorney, but I thought that was an important point in terms of how limited will access be, or,
So as
references to.
again, these are renderings, but as proposed, there are no fences on the property. It is open, accessible, like a public park, and operates like a public park in that you can walk in, anybody can walk in like a public park. The only language that talks about restriction of access is typical if there's loitering or something bad happening on the property, or or it needs to be broken up by security. Those are just security protections, but it's not restricted access. It's open and available, and it operates like a public park.
Is there a gate?
No gates,
Is there a fencing?
no fencing.
People can just walk in and sit down at a bench
That's
or have a
correct.
picnic and
That's correct.
any time
Yes,
of the day?
and just a reminder that both Flagler Village Civic Association and the Riverwalk Trust have a seat at the table in designing the open space, whether they want it dog park, active park, playground, whatever that is. That's intended to be a community discussion that everybody hopefully can agree on what they want those uses to be.
Right, the comprehensive agreement calls for at least 3 meetings with those 2 entities
Yes, it
to help
does.
design the green space
Before submission of any site plan.
to
Yes.
DRC.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Has a traffic study been done, or?
Wait a minute, wait. Ben, we need to get through public comment before, we can go back and ask her all these questions, but I just think we should get through public comment first.
Okay, whatever you want.
Is it okay?
Yeah, whatever you want.
Because we still have a lot of people.
Yeah, I just figured, whatever you want, Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Tuthick.
Thank you, Mayor.
Is Sean Cruz here? Sister Robin Merrill, Ralph Clark, and Doug Kuhlman.
Hello, I'm Sister Robin Merrill, and I am an artist that is against this so-called arts park. I've heard a lot of talk about money this evening, and money isn't going to pay for a bird to sing. I have led the peaceful, nonviolent marches around the property, the flower power walks, and during that time, we've been able to watch the significant birds that occupy that space. We've talked to people from the surrounding buildings that reference their mental health, how important it is for that space to be a space of solitude, We don't need any more built buildings. We need every last tree, every last shrub, every last pollinator, the butterflies. You talk about saving 5 trees, but I did a tree inventory with the community, and there are 106 trees. Each one of those trees gives life. We can use 106 more on the property. It should be in partnership with a land conservancy run by Flagler Village folks, and that is a nonprofit that can keep the place safe. And just to remember that what we're trying to save is creation that was created by the Creator, the breath giver, the life giver. It doesn't need money. It was given to us as a free gift, something incredibly valuable that we need to be good stewards of. And we as co-creators, we can recreate and be inspired by nature that has been given to us as a gift. And I do hope that somehow, some way, that might happen, especially in as we look at the history of that space that was saved by the folks nearly 100 years ago.
Thank you. Ralph Clark, followed by Doug Kuhlman, followed by Michael Marrero. Ralph?
My name is Ralph Clark. I've been a resident of Fort Lauderdale for 40 years, and I love my city. I'm hearing from my people that I voted for and people that are here tonight that they've already made a decision. It sounds to me like it's already over, and the people have not had a chance to say what they need to say. As far as I can see, the land that we're talking about belongs to the people that live and pay taxes in the city of Fort Lauderdale, not to a developer. And I think they should have a chance to voice their concerns about what's being done here. You've already made up your minds what you're going to do, obviously, because you're already talking about how much it's going to cost and how much it's going to bring in and how much it's going to do this and how many fences you're going to put around it and all these things, but you're not thinking about the people that own the property, us. Thank you.
Doug Kuhlman.
Mayor,
followed by
Vice Mayor, Commissioners.
Michael Marrero. I'm sorry, go ahead.
My name is Doug Kuhlman. I want to talk to you from a land planning standpoint. I've been one in this city for over 50 years. We have to recognize we're talking about a piece of public land, not a private land. This project somewhere else in the city would be excellent on private land. This is public land. This land sits right in the middle of the highest density in our downtown. We have 5,000 more coming to Flagler. We've got 2,000 more we promised the other day. And from a land planning standpoint, we're not going to meet our open space requirement. Can you imagine what New York City would be without Central Park? That's what this town's going to be without the one-stop shop. Now, I want to clarify something. This site is not 2/3 park. It's maybe 1/3 at the best, and it's not a public park because they get to put alcohol in it, which limits who can go in the park. Children are not allowed in the park that serves alcohol. How about that? Free alcohol flowing back and forth. Can't have that in a park. It's not 2/3, it's 2/3 of an area that the buildings don't set on. They're counting the square footage behind the building, the 3 foot here, the 2 foot here. I've looked at the site plan, which I guess is going to change. It needs to change drastically. The piece of land in the middle is laid out as an amphitheater. You can't even use it for things other than to sit on the lawn and watch a performance. This is not a public park. I think Ms. Toothaker said the city was allowed a minimum of use of 12 times a year. I think it's a maximum of 12 times a year, correct? Minimum of 12? Why would you put a minimum of 12? It ought to be, if there's a minimum, they ought to be able to use it all the time. So unless something's changed, I'm a little confused.
Okay, sir, thank you. Your time is up.
Mayor, I just want to make a clarification. I don't believe there is an amphitheater here, Doug. I believe all of the sound is in the comprehensive agreement, says all sound has to be internal. I don't think there's an
If
amphitheater.
you look at the way the land is laid out and the land is graded, it's set up for an exterior amphitheater looking at the back of that building. Now, that's the way it's laid out. That is a outdoor amphitheater.
We might have to agree to disagree, but we could always ask, we'll ask when they come back up for
Comprehensive
questions.
agreement says there can be no sound system on the exterior.
I just like
Correct.
to say one thing because I was at the last meeting. There's no way this commission is in a position to approve a comprehensive agreement tonight, especially in fact that the latest financials just came in and no one's really had a chance to see them. If anything, this should be delayed until everyone gets a chance to look at that. How can this possibly be something with the fiduciary responsibility that you all have to sign an agreement? You complain about Bahia Mar and how bad it was. We even thought the stadium was a great deal, and now we're finding out it wasn't tight enough of an agreement.
Okay.
This
and
agreement needs to be tied up.
We appreciate your comments. Your time is up. Thank you. Marilyn Marrero, followed by Daniel Gwynn, followed by Mario Durant.
Hello. Thank you guys for your time. My name is Michael
You're
Marrero.
Michael?
Yes, I'm Michael Marrero. Thank you guys for your time. I own a company here in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. We are a staffing firm. We specialize in technology. I would say over the last 5 years, a majority of our placements are down here relocating. We are a hub for tech now. I don't know if a lot of people know that. A lot of businesses are relocating to our area. The number one question we get with candidates coming down here to South Florida is, where is the places to be for families starting out? Nightlife. A lot of the people who we relocate are 35 to 45. Those people are moving into what this beautiful town you're building here, these high rises. Why build it if you're not trying to cater to that demographic? Why build a Brightline station to come out to a Tire Kingdom and a McDonald's? Have it come out to a beautiful venue people can travel from West Palm Beach, Miami, and enjoy our area as they do those. Yep, that's it. Thank you for your time, and I support them.
Thank you. Daniel Gwynn.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Dan Gwynn, resident of Fort Lauderdale. I just want to express my full support for the One-Stop Project and Damn Good Hospitality.
Could you speak into the microphone?
Sorry about that. Just want to express my full support for the One-Stop Shop Project and Damn Good Hospitality. I believe it would be a phenomenal addition to the city of Fort Lauderdale and a perfect representation of Flagler Village. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mario Durant, followed by Scott Weisselberg, followed by Brian Koplowitz.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Mario Durant. I'm a longtime Fort Lauderdale resident, business owner, and father of one, soon to be father of two. We as a family are huge music lovers, and every day, as a family, we make a point to teach our daughter about the joys of music and the power it can have on people, their communities, and the world. Fort Lauderdale has plenty of great passive parks that we frequent often. But what we are missing and really need is an iconic active park with new live entertainment options and truly unique and innovative food and beverage options as well. For those reasons, I am a huge supporter of the One Stop Arts Park project and feel that Jeff John is the perfect person to lead this development. And I look forward to memories that will be made with my family, my friends, and the people of this community. Thank you.
Scott Weisselberg, followed by Brian Koplowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to have an opportunity to speak with you this evening. I have only a few comments in favor of my overwhelming support of the one-stop shop. I'll get to my comments about Jeff John, his brother Jared, and the family in a moment. But I think that what's most interesting to me is someone who's been here for 25 years. I established a law degree and practice here in Fort Lauderdale back in 2000. And
I've seen this city grow up in a meaningful way. This city is not what it was 22 years ago. This city has evolved both culturally and in a sophisticated manner that has really been important to the success that the city has seen in recent years and in recent decades. This commission and the commissions before it have made it a very, very important, made an important decision that it was going to support the growth of this city. It was going to provide the infrastructure and the tools for this city to compete on an international level. Our boat show, the car shows, the overwhelming availability of entertainment in this city is what has propelled it to an international status that it now enjoys. And I thank the commission for doing everything it has done, and the commissions before you for allowing that to happen in a smart way. This project is yet another opportunity for this commission to see the master plan actually take effect. That plan is to continue in a smart manner to protect green space, which I think you've heard tonight from Ms. Toothaker, who is as good as it gets in this game, and I think all of you on this commission know that. This plan was designed methodically and with a very specific purpose. Protect as much green space as possible and yet deliver an iconic entertainment facility that incorporates culture. That is a winning combination that I really truly hope you think about hard and understand what that brings to this city and why all these residents here that are in favor of it are just thirsting for it. So thank you very much for your patience, and I appreciate your support for this project.
Thank you. Brian, followed by Nancy Thomas, followed by Chris Ferrone.
Thank you, commissioners. I'm a property owner in Fort Lauderdale. I have 50 employees that work in downtown Fort Lauderdale. We hope this commission says yes to the art park. And by doing so, you'll give our employees, the downtown residents, a world-class art park. I have deep respect for Jeff John and his team. I've watched what he can do. He makes our city a better place to live and work. So please be bold, be forward-thinking, don't be afraid, and please give this city a world-class art park. Help us compete with Tampa, Orlando, Palm Beach, and the world. Thanks.
Nancy Thomas, resident of Fort Lauderdale for almost 37 years. I don't live in Flagler Village. I didn't even really know that much about this project because there were other projects to deal with until the last several months. So I'm more of a newbie than the Flagler Village folks. But what I've read and seen about it, to me, this is like a train wreck, okay? I'd like to know, first of all, where were all these supporters at other city meetings when we were talking about one-stop shop? Suddenly, they're all here, to hammer out details and things. Suddenly, they're here when there's a vote. The other group of folks have spent days, hours, with no reimbursement as citizens, including me, who doesn't live in Flagler Village, a bunch of us don't, to try to, convince the unconvincible that this is public property. We have the public here, the residents, the taxpayers, have invested so much time and a lot of brain power with no financial interest, none. I don't have a business. I don't have, staffing, whatever. Not relevant. This is publicly owned property. It's scarce. Everything they say they want to do can be done on private property. It does not have to be on our scarce and very valuable public property downtown, where a green space, a real one, where we're not restricted by events, by consulting, by permits, whatever. What is going on here? We don't need to do this. The city has the resources to make it a park, if I'm allowed to use that word. They have the resources to make it that, and they have the resources to run it. Why don't don't you tell them, great idea. I love the arts. Everybody here loves the arts. You don't have to come up here and say you don't like you like the arts. Everybody does. Put it on private property, not on publicly owned land. We don't need it. Great idea. Do it somewhere else. Even the financial benefits, which to me are still very fuzzy, doesn't seem all that convincing anyway.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mayor, just for the record, Nancy, just for the record, we had a 6-hour workshop here on September 21st, and I believe most of these people were actually here and testified according to my memory and records. They were, so it's really, and I don't think we should disparage one side of the room or the other, but I understand, but I know that it was a very split crowd on September 21st as well, and there were people on
Chris
both sides.
Ferroni, followed by Josh Brodsky. Wait, all right, wait, please.
Nancy, what's the last project you
Chris
liked?
here. We used
Okay.
wait, please, stop.
Okay.
Do I have to get,
I'm sorry.
I need a whistle.
Go ahead, blow the whistle.
All right. Chris Ferroni, followed by Josh Brodsky. Christopher Jacques. Are you Christopher? Is Chris Ferroni or Josh Brodsky here? Okay, please, Christopher.
Good evening. Good evening. We've been here for quite some time. First and foremost, I just want to say I wasn't here at that other meeting. Father of 2 kids, was working, couldn't make it. Sorry, I'll be here next time. Truth be told, I want to just talk about one simple thing. The way you do anything is the way you do everything. And I've been blessed to be able to get to meet this gentleman, Chef John, and his family, the whole team. One thing I can say is that opportunities are very scarce for a lot of people. A lot of people that look like me, a lot of people that look like other people, a lot of people that don't look like me, you name it. But the truth is, when certain people take control or take hold of opportunity and create a lasting legacy, we're talking about years and years of documented success, years and years of overcoming obstacles, years and years, multiple presidencies, multiple economies, pandemics, you name it, of still being here, still standing the test of time, still making it through certain things. So we know that the minds behind this initiative are minds that understand that when we get hit, we hit harder. And that to me says a lot. But here's the other side. When you're multifaceted and when you've done it through diversity, when you've done it through inclusion, when you've done it through innovation, when you've done it through ingenuity, when you've done it through, all these different means, who's to say that this one-stop project wouldn't be ran the same exact way? Many of the people here that are objecting this, in essence, could also work with this very same project in the future. It's not even a door that's been closed. All I'm saying is this. I've had the honor of honestly working with these people, and I can speak to their character. And I say we've talked about a lot of different things. One thing we didn't discuss was that, hey, at least the people that are taking this initiative know what they're doing. And that's something to think about.
Okay, thank you so much. Peyton Bell, followed by Jade Levy, followed by Don Philippe. Did you bring an audience with you? You're Don Philippe? Okay. And Jade Levy, is that part of you too? Is that part of your group? Is Jade Levy here? Okay. Peyton Bell, Jade Levy, Damaris McFarland. DeMarcus McFarland. Is DeMarcus here? Okay, how about Raming Prentice? It's not even that late. Okay. Colin Thompson. Is Colin here? Is Colin Thompson here? Okay. I know who's here. Mary Furtick. Mary Fertig, followed by Ann Hilmer, followed by Jared John. Mary, are you representing your association? Okay, okay.
Good evening. Sorry, I'm going to pull this over here so I can set this down. I was stunned late Friday afternoon when I saw the motion to approve the comprehensive agreement for the one-stop shop on the agenda for tonight. Late Friday afternoon was when the agenda was made public. Less than 2 weeks prior, many of us sat in this audience as you outlined a different course of action. Following the many disparaging remarks about the Ernst & Young report, and in response to questions from the public and the commission about fulfilling obligations under Chapter 255.065, the mayor and commission outlined with the city manager and city auditor a process for attaining the information. A few quotes from that meeting on the one-stop shop 2 weeks ago, and these are just a few excerpts to convey the direction that was agreed upon that day by all of you. In response to questions about whether there was an audit, an appraisal, Mr. Lagerbloom, we do have an appraisal on the one-stop site, yes. Mayor Trentalis, it's a little old though. Mayor Trentalis to Mr. Herbst. But anyways, based on current market conditions, can you come back to the commission with a report as to what you feel would be a reasonable rate of return on investment? Commissioner Sorensen, when are we going to come up with a business plan analysis? We still need that. After more conversations between the mayor and Mr. Herbst, Mr. Herbst said, so if we take our appraised value, so if we look at a reasonable cap rate for downtown space, highest and best use, yes, we can come up with a number in association with Colliers on market value rate for an annual rent. Mr. Lagerbloom, at 2:14 p.m., if you direct me to do what you direct me to do with BMR, then we will change course and write a scope of work, and we will have a continuing contract that we can use very quickly to get you more of what you were looking for. I heard from the commission you want to do one thing, something different, to do something quickly, and to do something complete. If you allow John and me to do that, and there was agreement. So much for process. Apparently sometime between the public meeting on February 15th and the release of the agenda on the February 25th, a new plan was devised. Not attached to the agenda tonight was any form of financial analysis, business plan analysis, or report from Colliers. Instead, there's a 47-page updated comprehensive agreement which has never been to a workshop. I respectfully request that you take a step back, do your due diligence as you outlined so carefully on February 15th, and bring everything to a conference meeting. I only have 2 minutes, otherwise I'd be going into the comprehensive agreement. There are a number of concerns there. And by the way, I'll email you, since I don't have any more time, the original downtown master plan clearly stated what the plan was for this parcel.
Okay.
And people who developed in the town knew that and planned on that as the park. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ann Hilmer, followed by Jared John, followed by Jared Finnegan.
Ann Hilmer, I live in Idlewild. I'm not close to this project. I had something written out tonight, and as I listened to everything, I've thrown that all out. I have a couple points. First of all, Stephanie, with all due respect, this is not about a high-density area. This is not about the accoutrements of what you can put on this property. This is about public land. There are so many red flags for the commission in terms of this, and your rush to judgment about it. Steve, you say that it's not a rush to judgment. This has been going on for 20 months or more. But we're talking about how much information the public has had of late, and it's very little or none. Please defer tonight and get the facts. Please remember that you are working for the citizens, not for the developer. What is different here is that we own this land, not the developer. This is damn bad hospitality on public lands. With all of these P3 partnerships the city is talking about, the city is planning developments that they can't afford and doing it with someone else's money. It's time to step back and take a good look at what we're doing and be more organized in terms of our approach to development in this city. Please take one stop and rethink. Thank you.
Are you Jared?
Yep, how we doing?
And is Jared Finnegan here also? Okay, followed by Leanne Barber.
Thank you, Mayor, Thayer, Commissioners. I'm representing the youth of Fort Lauderdale. I came down here about 20 years ago, and I invested my time and energy into a great city and that I want to see expand to other developments of other great cities. I come from Chicago, where you can go to great parks, enjoy live music, entertainment, food and beverage. And this is something that I believe Fort Lauderdale will be very iconic for, bringing this to our area. You get off the Bright Line and like most people said, there's not really much going on. You know, you got McDonald's and whatnot. You can come down now and enjoy a park with your family, your friends. This is somewhere where I want to resign and grow my family with, somewhere where I would like to bring my family to. We didn't really bring up the number of jobs this will create, the economic growth this will create in Fort Lauderdale. And at the end of the day, it's a park. So there's a lot of back and forth and what's going on. I don't want to go to drive by and see a empty park with a bunch of homeless. That's not, just it's not, my apology on that, but it's just, I want to see development throughout the whole city. And I think it would just be a fantastic opportunity to see that developed into a great facility that has live music, entertainment, and food and beverage. So thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Leanne Barber, and then we have Chris Jordan, and after Chris, we have Michael Stewart. Y'all can get in the queue. Leanne, I don't have the 3-minute thing. Does someone have that?
So I'll just keep talking then.
Do you know how to do it?
Hey.
Vice Commissioner?
Got it. No, it's
3. 15 minutes. Are we giving 3?
No, it's 2. You've been doing 2 minutes.
I'm sorry. Did I give the wrong amount of time?
Yeah.
There you go.
2 minutes? All right, go ahead, Leanne.
Are you going to reset me? So I'm Leanne Barber. I'm the president of the Flagler Village Civic Association. I've been president for about 12, 13 months now. I've been a resident of Fort Lauderdale since 2009, and I've been a resident of Flagler Village since 2013. I live 2 blocks away from here. And what I want to remind you all tonight is that you're not voting on whether Jeff John is a great guy or not. You're not voting on whether Stephanie Toothaker has a wonderful vision of what she thinks that Fort Lauderdale should be. You're voting on the comprehensive agreement, okay? And I and several of my other colleagues who have extensive backgrounds in financial analysis and contract management have looked at these various versions of this contract over the past year. We had to, of course, get the first version of the contract through a public records request because we were not, because it was hidden from us for a long time. We've had to make numerous public records requests to get information because none of the information has been forthcoming. Fortunately, the city does subscribe to the ethics of the public records requests, and so we have managed to get a lot of information, but despite that, we're still waiting for public records requests that have not been forthcoming. Generally, it takes many weeks to get the information that we request so that we can accurately understand what is going on. There have been many claims about what is in this comprehensive agreement, but when you look carefully, it doesn't, a lot of this discussion about Arts Park doesn't matter because in the clauses of the grant of use, it gives exclusive right for Jeff John to do whatever he wants, whenever he wants, on the entire premises. So we can say it's going to be an arts park. We can say it's going to have access. We're going to say it doesn't have any offense. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the contract gives him all the rights. The only rights that the city retains is the right to have 12 events a year subject to agreement with Jeff John, and this contract gives the city rights to one office space. So 500 square foot office space. Those are the only two rights that the city retains on behalf of the public. So I would, I pray to God that in a half an hour from now, when you guys vote, you're going to remember that what is in here is taking away the rights of our citizens for a very, very valuable piece of land that is extremely strategic to our vision of our city.
All right, thank you so much.
Leanne, just the public doesn't have access to the.
No.
Public doesn't have access.
You
to
just read the agreement. Read the agreement. At its sole discretion, Jeff John controls the scheduling and use of the cultural center and community park. At its sole discretion, grant of use, except otherwise provided, the city grants to One Stop FTL the exclusive year-round right during the term to use, manage, occupy, operate, program, market, broadcast, and telecast from any medium now known or herein developed, grant use to third parties, licensed, sponsored, install fixtures, and construct facilities.
So.
And on and on and on. They have all the rights. You're giving them all the rights.
So, Alan, so they could just close off this space every day, all day?
Again, it's green space. It's not a public park. They're going to give access, and they've agreed to give access to the public during the day, but they retain the rights to control the property. So, for example, if it was a public park like Stranahan Park, if you do have a congregation of homeless that decide to just go camp there, nothing you can do if it's a public park. They retain the rights to trespass folks, loitering. There's a variety of controls that they'll be able to have in order to control that space and keep it pleasurable for whoever's using it. So it's not a public park. And yes, they do retain the right, just like any other licensee. They will have the right to control, they're going to maintain it and so on and so forth. But equally, they make guarantees in there that they will use it as a park and that the public will have access during the day. They just retain the rights to be able to program it to a certain extent with functions, whether they be city functions or other functions, and then also retain the rights to be able to control access to it. Same thing with alcohol, for example, right? There's a big call for alcohol to not be consumed there or be consumed in a certain way. They retain the right to be able to expel folks that don't comply with the rules. So that in order for that to occur, they have to retain control. Otherwise, if it's a public park, we have to control it, and then we have little control.
Okay, so is regular public access protected in the master agreement?
During the
Hold
day,
on.
Asking me.
I'm
He's
asking
asking me.
Alan.
Yeah.
During the day is public access
That is
protected?
what they've represented in the agreement, but they retain that right. So a member of the public that comes in and does something that's
Okay.
they retain a right to remove that person with whatever security they may choose to have. Operationally, that's not yet developed exactly how they're going to program and how they're going to do everything in the green space, but they retain that right, and we retain the right to, again, in the agreement that they're going to use it as a park during the day and have access.
And when there are events, don't they have to apply for a special permit like any special events has to apply for?
They do to a certain extent with regards to, use similar to events that we do now where you have to have certain, with noise regulation and things of that sort. If they want to have any exceptions or go later, things of that sort, they would have to do that. But not every event that's going to occur in the park would necessarily go through city events.
Okay. I also want you to address something, Alan, because Leanne did send a letter last evening.
Do you have any questions for Leanne?
Actually, I do, because I just want Leanne to understand something, and I'm going to read something she wrote to me. And it says that in the term sheet, you would see standard language that calls for collateral. And I'm bringing this up because we've had a lot of discussion of financial and what happens. That calls for collateral in the form of a mortgage and security interest on all improvements, leases, plans, contracts, permits, and deposits on the 3.43 acre site. The comprehensive agreement, section 3.6, title, calls for the title to all improvements shall immediately merge with the title of the land. This is not necessarily in the interest of the city. If you think that a bank is going to lend OSS, which is the entity, $81 million and then walk away if OSS defaults or goes bankrupt, you don't understand how banking works. The reality is that the bank will encumber the land, foreclose, and likely force a sale. The worst case scenario is the city loses the land. Feel free to check this with your investment. Well, then she's just telling me what I need to do. But I don't agree with what she's saying at all.
Instead of agreeing or disagreeing, let's get an opinion from the.
Well, I'm going to ask the attorney for that, because that's a very important point, and I want to make sure that we're clear on this.
Yeah, that's not possible. They have no leasehold interest. This is a license. It's not a lease. They have no leasehold interest. What they do with their equity partners, that's their business. At the end of the day, if somebody wants to loan them money without having security on the land, that's up to them.
So because it's a license, a lender cannot secure an encumbrance on either the improvements or the land?
They cannot have, this is our land, so they have no ownership interest.
But if there's a merger.
But right, exactly. So when the improvements are done,
Right.
we own them. So they can't enter into an agreement with their lender where they're going to use that as collateral in the sense, because we own it. We're the owners. We'd have to do that.
So a lender's encumbrance then does not all of a sudden swallow up the land if
No.
there's a merger.
There's no way. There's no. We are the only ones that have a property interest. No bank could mortgage or have any sort of rights to lien or anything, which is all written in the agreement anyway.
A license is not a property interest, right?
So then it's not true. They cannot encumber the land, foreclose, and likely force a sale.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I just want to remind you, I'm only looking at the truest term sheet, which is what we were given.
Speak into the mic.
We were given the truest term sheet, which was their financing plan for this land, $81 million, 2/3 debt, 1/3 equity, and they've got a collateral description that says they're going to mortgage the security interests in all the improvements. Now, I don't know how they're gonna manage to do that when you've merged the title.
Again, that's going to be.
Once again, it needs to really be very clearly understood what the risks are to this.
That's an issue between them and their lenders. So, for example, if their lenders decide, oh my God, we do have to encumber it, and therefore we're not going to lend you the money, they don't get the money, and the deal's over, and we terminate the comprehensive agreement. That is between them and their lender. We don't get involved with that. We own the land. We're going to own the buildings once they're built.
We're not going to subrogate.
No.
Right.
There's none of that kicks in because there's no leasehold interest. It's merely a license. We're just allowing them to use the property and the improvements once they're built.
Understood. Thank you.
Alan, are children allowed in the park? There's a reference that children aren't allowed because there's
There's going to be drinking allowed?
alcohol.
This again is an example of why you don't want to have it as a true public park, because if it was a true public park, like Stranahan Park or anything else, that would be true, where you're not supposed to have alcohol in the park. Here, it's a green space that's controlled by them, right? It's not a true public park in that sense. So you would be able to have someone walking across the way with a glass of wine and still have children being able to be there.
Don't we have alcohol in the loop? Don't we have the providers? When I've been there, do we have
We usually have to
providers
provide.
sell?
We usually have to provide exceptions to that. Like, for example,
I mean,
we have events like on the beach, for example, there's no alcohol on the beach. We have to declare it a special event like Tortuga or the air show, and then alcohol is allowed to be served for that special
So there
event.
are parks where alcohol is served.
Right, but traditionally, you go to Stranahan Park, you go to Peter Feldman Park, you go any of those parks, you walk around with alcohol, you can't do that.
Right.
Here, you're going to be able to do that because it's not a city park.
Yep. Yeah.
And that's one of the components as to why it remains privatized in that sense.
Sure. Or you get an exception to existing park. Is the
Wait, Ben, do you have any questions for Leanne?
well, no, but we were all asking Alan
That's fine.
questions.
So, Leanne,
yeah,
you
yeah.
could-
oh,
you could
sorry.
sit down.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Leanne. Alan, what's the no loud music shall be heard outside the interior of the property. It's 5.1.1.4. Is that referring to the interior of the building itself or the interior of the entire property parcel?
You should probably have the proposer explain to you. I don't want to be in the position of explaining what their proposal is, so probably she should explain that for you.
Okay, well, I'm happy to hear her, but more important for me is hearing you to make sure.
Because this is one of the issues you all have to decide. There's a series of issues that, when I sent you the draft with my comments, there are a variety of issues that you all have to decide that I can't decide for you. So in that regard, with regards to noise, with the timing of the noise, where the noise can be, that's just one of the issues. These are things that you all as a commission have to decide.
Okay, so the current reading, you don't have any opinion on what the definition of interior is?
Well, no, obviously interior is interior. The noise should...
Interior of what?
Of the buildings.
Okay, that's what I
The
just
buildings,
asked.
right.
I
Yeah,
said...
no, interior. Interior of what else?
You missed
would
my
be
question. I said, is it interior of buildings, the buildings, or is it interior of the property?
No. Interior of the buildings.
The buildings. That's all I'm asking for.
Right.
That's all I'm asking for. Okay. Let me see, just last one, Alan. Okay, that's good for right now. Thanks.
Okay. Does someone like to make a motion to extend the meeting an hour?
So move.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moretis?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie? Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, okay, thank you. Any further questions, Ben?
I'm good for right now. I'll come back. Thanks.
We're not
We
through
just
yet.
gave you some time so that you can speak. Please, sir. I would
Art,
hate
I
to
would-
leave here
Art, I
without
would
you
never
speaking.
try. I would never try to muffle you, trust me.
Saving the best for last, Art.
You gotta wake up, Mark. Come on, man.
All right, yeah. Okay. Chris Jordan, followed by Michael Stewart, I believe it says, and followed by Taylor. I can't read the last name. Anyways, Chris, are you Chris? Michael Stewart? Are you Michael?
Michael Stewart.
Okay.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for giving me the time to speak. I'm a staunch supporter of this project. My wife and I live in Victoria Park. I work on Las Olas Boulevard. When I graduated from the University of Miami, I moved to Philadelphia. I wanted to be around culture and the arts and have a vibrant city to work and live in. When I moved back here to Fort Lauderdale, the city was on the cusp of that about 15, 20 years ago, and I think the commission's done a great job. Don't stop now. Don't stop what you've started, because I can tell you, as someone who lives and works here and hires people, there are people that want to move down here, that want to be a part of something like this. And when you partner with a group, and first of all, as a taxpayer, when you hear private groups that want to spend money and that the commission's not talking about spending their money, that's awesome. Private groups that want to invest, and private groups like this, and I'm not an event planner, I'm not involved in this project. I think this is great because I'm trying to hire people in this city, and there was a staffing person up here who was 100% right. Of when you try and compete against the Chicagos, the New Yorks, the Philadelphias, for young, talented people that want to live in this city, they want to live in Flagler Village. They want to work on Las Olas. And I know there's been a lot of talk about parking. I don't park. I walked here. I walked from Las Olas, and I Uber everywhere else. And this type of project is what will develop a city over time. If you want to compete and be a next level city, this is what you need. My wife and I were involved in the new symphony down in Miami Beach. We want that here. We will be involved. We're involved in the Broward Performing Arts Center. That's key to what the city is. The staff that works for me, they want to be involved and they want these types of projects. Don't stymie this project. I know it's tough to take for some people that believe in it, but this is a green space, and this group will keep it for the community and do the right thing, and I'm a huge supporter of it, so thank you very much.
Okay, great, thanks. All right, Taylor, I think it's Faor. I can't, is someone like that here who lives in Flagler Village? Okay. Jonathan Courts, followed by Andy Mathis, followed by Rachel Berg. Are any of those folks here? Yes. Which one are we talking about? Your Rachel? Okay, good guess, Dean. Okay, Andy and Jonathan are not here? Oh, Andy's right here. Is Jonathan Quartz here? No. Okay, thank you. Okay, Rachel, go right ahead.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Rachel Berg, and I'm here to speak to you as a Fort Lauderdale and South Florida resident my entire life. Growing up in Fort Lauderdale, I've been so fortunate to build my family as well as my film business. Working in the film and live event industry, I've met amazing friends that have turned into family and my forever home. I, too, left South Florida to go to New York City to pursue my film degree and career, and during the pandemic, so many people got laid off and had to go back home. So that's what I did, and I came back here. And there's just definitely been a lack of community for the live event community and the industry that I produce, commercials and films and live events as well. But I am looking forward to returning that favor to my friends and my family that have worked so hard and I've joined their home, and I'm happy to support my family and support this project. The One Stop project will not only bring the community together, but help multiple different industries build their homes and new art family. Thank you.
Andy, followed by Anthony Tynes, followed by Santiago Escobar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be really quick. Look, I've had the opportunity to get to know Jeff over the last couple of years, and this really isn't about whether or not he's a great guy or not, because there's a lot of great people out there who are not really good at running businesses. He has a proven track record in this community. He lives in this community. He's not some outside developer, carpetbagger trying to come in and build some monstrosity. He's trying to do something positive for the community that I think will benefit everybody. I'm in full support of this project. I think it also creates a great opportunity this time in this community that will create a lot of good jobs. And as somebody, you guys all know what I do for a living. I'm all about good creation of jobs and good paying jobs. And yeah, I am a pro-business guy, and I think you should support this project. Thank you.
Anthony Tynes, followed by Santiago Escobar. Are either of you folks here? Art Sites. Followed by Angela Bertonazzi, followed by Samantha G. Get ready.
I've lived here since 1972. I've seen too many done deals. This smells like one. If you want to see something terrific, go take a look at the Miami Underline or the Miami Beach Path or Lauderdale by the Sea, which was renovated for $25,000 in 2 weeks by the University of Miami College of Architecture. Or go to Pompano or go to Deerfield Beach. I probably sent this commission 50, 100 emails, attachments, photos that I've taken. Thank you, Mr. Robert McKenzie, for being the only person who sent me a thank you note that I can remember. It wasn't very long, but at least you sent one.
I thank you for all your Christmas cards.
Yeah, what hasn't this city screwed up? 220 million gallons of poop.
True.
$800,000 for a playground. A contract on a soccer facility that's supposed to have a park. They never got around to it. It's not like we had enough brains to ask for the whole soccer franchise to be in Fort Lauderdale. It was for the practice facility. You become commissioners, the first thing you do is you double your salary. Traffic, parking, access. Took me 25, 30 minutes to get down here at 5 o'clock. I've been here tonight for about 5 hours. I'm a diabetic. I'm going to look forward to getting something to eat and drink. There's a little less of that. But you gave us 2 minutes instead of 3 minutes.
That's right. Thank you, Art.
Good night and good luck to this city.
Thank you. Angela Bertonazzi. Is Angela here?
Excuse me?
No, I was talking to the next person that's
Yeah, I
supposed
didn't expect a question. You never ask any good ones.
Okay, thank you. Angela, followed by Samantha G. Is Samantha here? Followed by Jonathan Landetta.
Sorry.
Is Jonathan here? Michael Albrecht. Is Michael Albrecht here? Oh, you're here for another project. Yes, you are. But they have you down for this one. Wendy Liederman. Is Wendy here? Come on up. Followed by Michael Albetta. Michael, you're here. Followed by Sean Davis. So Wendy, Michael, Sean.
All right, hi everybody. Wendy Letterman, born and raised in Fort Lauderdale, went to Fort Lauderdale High. Artist, musician, bartender. I get it. No one's against your little company or project, or maybe.
Could
some
you
people
speak into the microphone, please?
don't like COVID, but so what we're looking at here, I don't think people really understand is I've been here since what 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock. I haven't heard one person mention the word commons. This land is of the commons. It belongs to everybody. This belongs to everyone. This is theft, okay? Something that's going on right now, I don't know if you understand this, Mr. Glassman particularly, like right now there's a bunch of lawyers getting together filing a complaint with FERC for the utility companies for using consumer money to lobby against consumers. Well, I wonder what it's going on with you, because it feels like you're lobbying against the citizens to vote against their own interests. The public will is clear. There have been petitions. There have been petitions for moratoriums on the buildings that have been ignored completely. Every time the people come to this commission with our will, it is ignored. There's a contempt against the people for us telling you, look, this is our land. This belongs to all of us. There has not been a single impact assessment done for the overflow of traffic, people trying to find parking, for flooding, okay? Once you pave over this land that Sister Robin mentions is an ecosystem that already supports life, you cannot get that back. When your project, when the economy crashes because we're due for another crash and you can't pay your bills, we're going to be liable. We're going to be liable if something happens to somebody and there's an accident and the place is sued. We own it. So the citizens are going to be taking on that risk. We can't get that land back once you pave over it and you can't follow through with your little investor plans, whatever. There's nothing wrong with music and art and all your stuff that you want to do, but guess what? This belongs to the people, okay? When you're talking about the intentions of what Flagler Village is, all the original artists have been gentrified out. We cannot afford to live here anymore. The good artists have all gone to other places. We don't need any more commercial, repetitive, crappy art, okay? Like, this stuff sucks, all right? We need to make sure that the will of the people is obeyed. And this is not the end. I'm sure you know about writs of mandamus. I mean, maybe another construction company needs to be sued, like Mr. McKenzie's, who left a woman's floor unfinished. I mean, you're taking, this is theft.
All right, your time is up.
This is theft, okay? No,
Your time is up. I think you made your point. Thank you so much.
Alan, quick question for you. What's in terms of liability, indemnification clauses, and so forth? Walk me through what we've got there right now. Trip and falls, so forth.
There's indemnification language in there. It's pretty extensive. I can point you to it, but
Indemnifying the city.
yeah, I mean, it doesn't. Any plaintiff's lawyer that's going to sue is always going to name us as the owner.
Sure.
But generally, they're going to be they're controlling the property and maintaining it. So they would be indemnifying us.
Yep.
Not to say we're not going to be named, because any lawyer worth his salt would go ahead and name us as well. But
Okay. Because that's a concern. So, okay. Okay. Great. Thanks.
Thank you. Mike Albetta, followed by Sean Davis, followed by Annette Lewis.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and, Madam Vice Mayor's not here, but, and fellow commissioners. My name is Michael Albetta, and I've been a resident of Fort Lauderdale since 1991. I'm a community activist and a civic leader. There's a couple of things I want to say because there's a mention to, besides planting over 450 trees in Fort Lauderdale with under the direction of the late Gene Dempsey, and also keeping parts of Fort Lauderdale green. I also serve on St. Anthony's Homeless Ministry, and I feed the poor with an annual November feeding of over 5,000 people, and the chief of the fire department over here can attest to that. But I travel the county every day for my job, and I happen to pass this area here, this park, and I noticed the poor souls that are there. I am in favor of this project because it's going to clean up this area very intensely. And for those who don't see it, I see it. I don't know what you're seeing, but I see it. I see the homeless encampments for those poor souls. And for this project to come in here, and my dear good friends, the bottom line is that the city's not going to spend a nickel. We're going to get a park of what, 66% green? I know percentages and numbers. I built a park in New York City with my own two hands. It's a New York City historical landmark, which is now. And I know about parks, and I know about greenery, and I know about horticulture and everything else. And I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, and commissioners and Mr. Mayor, pay attention. This is a good project because the fact of the matter is that the rest is going to be open space. It's a $100 million investment, and the city doesn't have to manage the site. They're going to manage the site. I mean, it's a given. It's a win-win situation. So, as a community activist and a civic leader, and a person that's very interested in the city, that takes very deep pride, and I challenge anybody, the fact of the matter is that this is a good project. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Davis? Okay. You're one of them. Annette Lewis, are you part of it also? Yeah. Charlie King.
Long time. It's my age there.
So 5-7 years ago, I kind of dabbled with the idea of this becoming a park back when Jack Seiler was sitting up there and Bruce Roberts and Romney Rogers and Lee Feldman, and they were, and City Auditor Herbst here was blessing a lot of stuff they were doing. It just felt like they were looting the city. They were paying dividends on our water and sewer system, and they were doing all this in their big election right up to the bottoms fell out of our pipes, basically, and there was sewage running in the streets. So that's why I have, I'd say 3 of you were up here because of that, and at that time I thought, like, at least they're not going to get their hands on it. They're not going to sell it or make it a courthouse or whatever their little plans were. I mean, I think I trust you guys that you guys aren't raping and pillaging the city for short-term gain like they were, right? So, this idea that this is going to be a park, I just can't accept that after what I've seen in this city over these years. It's like the lawyers in the black robes, the unelected people, have decided we can't run our parks. We can't have reasonable rules. You can camp, you can light fires, you can go to the bathroom, and you can drink in our parks, regardless of whatever they say is going on in our parks. They're totally lawless things. A lot of them, even parks by my neighborhood, right across from my house. I have homeless people across from my house. And we just can't have parks. We can't have nice things. This is the gateway to our city. I used to see people getting off the Bright Line, like, just astonished at what Fort Lauderdale was. I saw people get back on the train. There was just no way to get away from, and to think that they're going to be walking through some park that is just totally unmanaged is just sort of scary to me. So, I hope you've done your due diligence with this. One comment, I did study abroad in Paris. They were saying, like, that 30% of Paris is like parks, or those were like palaces, like our castle's over in Tarpon River. So that's why it's not downtown. Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you.
What was Charlie speaking in favor or against the project?
Favor.
What was he doing?
In favor.
Favor? Okay, I'm keeping score.
Bickley Ludwig, followed by Trisha Holiday, followed by Dylan Legai. Hi.
Hi, hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. I'm Bickley Ludwig. I'm a longtime resident of Fort Lauderdale. I love living here. I'm in 100% support of this project. It's going to be adding 500 jobs. People need work right now. It's also going to clean up the neighborhood and improve the safety and security of that area. Right now, I live right here. I'm not going to walk over there by myself right now. It would be nice to be able to walk over there and feel safe and secure and have something to do. It's going to add educational and cultural events. I've also personally known Jeff for many years, and he is one of the nicest, most genuine, and sincere people. Jeff, Jared, and their whole team, they're all amazing. I know them because of what they've done for our community and what they do for nonprofits. I just saw all of you guys 2 weeks ago. I work at Make-A-Wish. They do a lot for us, and I would trust Jeff to make the right decision and treat us as the public the right way and do this the right way. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Tricia Holiday, followed by Dylan Legai, followed by Brian Donaldson. Brian, are you here? Oh.
Good evening. My name is Tricia Halliday. I live in District 2. And since I am in District 2, I wanted to read a quote from Commissioner Glassman's bio from 2010 when he ran for District 2 and why I donated and campaigned and supported him. It says, Steve is running for City Commission because, unfortunately, not everyone has a seat at the table and not all neighborhoods are treated fairly. In particular, over the last few years, he has witnessed a disconnect between residents and the City Commission. The residents are not being heard, and we must reprioritize our goals. We will work to earn your vote on January 16th and ensure that we have civility, reason, and fiscal responsibility restored to the Commission. Well, I have not seen civility recently in these meetings, especially the last meeting that I witnessed. And I've been watching meetings. I haven't been coming to meetings recently, but I've been watching them. And as far as fiscal responsibility, I think the firing of John Herbst is probably the gravest mistake that you've made, because he has been saving this community a lot of money. And he, even tonight, has shown you that, what a prudent, responsible person he is. As far as this particular program, or this particular project, Ms. Toothaker talked a great deal about what a vibrant, mixed-use, high-density area Flagler Park is, or Flagler Village is. And that's great. But, you know, and everybody loves the project that it probably could be, and it would be great on private land. But I think that you need to speak and listen to your constituents and your residents, because I think that they are telling you loud and clear that they do not want it. Thank you.
Patricia, I have one question. Just for the record, I've heard you now say it, and I've heard Paul say it, and I really try 100% at all times to conduct myself with civility and kindness and respect towards those who come into this chamber. So would you comment on me and my behavior in terms of civility? Because you all keep
No.
saying as a body we're acting on
No, I am not talking to you or Commissioner McKenzie.
Okay. Well, not that I'm trying to call out anybody else. I'm just trying to clear my name because I really do. It's a value that's important to me. And Paul, I hope you would say the same too. It's a value that even if we disagree, I hope I'm agreeable. And I would never even disparage, Jeff John and attack his character, even if I disagreed with this project. So thank you for clarifying.
No, we don't have to agree. I can always agree to disagree, but I think that you should treat whoever is speaking here with respect. I mean, I didn't agree, even when Jack Seiler was mayor.
Tricia, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Did you feel that there's some incivility that took place tonight?
I think that when somebody has given you their opinion about something and their feelings, and you may not agree with them, you don't have to sit there and say, well, those aren't the facts that I know, or I don't remember it that way, or whatever. I mean, that is, somebody comes up there, and we weren't, at least I wasn't, tonight. I guess maybe some people were, but I wasn't, called to take an oath or anything. But I would tell you something from my heart, and, I usually tell the truth. I try to tell the truth all the time. But that's their opinion, and that's how they feel. And you can just say, thank you very much. You don't have to sit there and try to make them feel like an idiot.
Well, so it concerns me that you say that, because I think everyone tries their best to act in a proper manner. And I'm just trying to say that if there's a person that sits on this dais who maybe sees things differently and wants to have a dialogue with a speaker, is that not appropriate?
You can have a dialogue, but I suppose.
Okay.
But you can also be civil about it.
Okay.
And not dismissive.
All righty. Thank you.
Alan or City Clerk, were people sworn in to speak, or?
Everyone is sworn in. Well, the ones that I'm calling.
It doesn't, it's not quasi-judicial, so it doesn't really, it's not a quasi-judicial hearing, so.
These are not sworn in people?
I don't know, that's up to the city clerk, but I would only be gravely concerned if it was a quasi-judicial, but it's not.
Oh, so you only have to be sworn in if it's a quasi-judicial?
But we typically swear in people when they're going to speak. But,
For quasi items, we do.
okay. I mean, that's a clerk function, not my function.
But it is, okay, so.
This is not quasi-judicial, so.
So we're fine.
Yeah.
For having sworn in no one.
It's just public comment. No, it is. It's just
I just want to
public
make
comment.
sure.
It's fine. It's not quasi-judicial.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Well, it seemed like you guys weren't clear on
No,
that.
I don't know what I don't know what the clerk does when they sign people up. So that's.
Well, I think I
Okay.
thought it was always the policy that when you give testimony, that they're supposed to be sworn in. We used to have like a little.
The I Love Fort Lauderdale sticker.
So maybe we should make it a policy that whenever there's a public hearing, that the people are sworn in. I mean, not that, we're not trying to find anyone, having committed perjuries. That's not the point. But I just think that it makes sense that going forward, whenever there's a public hearing, whether it's quasi-judicial or not, I think there should be some swearing in policy.
David, were you going to say something?
No, I was just going to say this is how it's been done in the past, but.
Really?
Is just for quasi-judicial, David?
Then that's
Okay.
for those items,
Well,
they get the sticker to.
Okay.
I think going forward, though, we should probably, it's not a big deal to swear a person in, so.
I don't know if we should.
What do you think?
It's a public comment.
Yeah.
Quasi is a
Judicial
legal
proceeding, kind of?
proceeding
Yeah.
to get an outcome of a wrong or a right.
It's like judicial testimony, yeah.
Right. So I'm
All right,
not looking
so-
for testimony, but
right.
I can get up there and tell you how I feel, as long as I'm respectful and don't, dismiss someone or
Okay.
call someone out of their names.
I'd prefer that.
So Alan, you think we should just limit it to the quasi-judicial?
Probably, and we could double check, but I think there may be some limitations on folks having to identify themselves to provide public comment on just an issue, rather to the commissioner's point, the time where the swearing in is more pertinent is when you're providing testimony in such a proceeding, a formal proceeding. So
Okay.
that would be my only
All
concern,
right,
but
we'll
we
take
can check on that for you.
Take your direction, sure. Dylan, are you there? Oh, there you are. Followed by Brian Donaldson, and finally Barbie Pearson. Barbie, are you here? Barbie, you're here, okay.
Mayor Rose Manners.
Hello, that's right. So just to confirm, do we get stickers tonight or?
No stickers.
Oh,
No free stickers.
I'll give you a,
But
I'll
you
give
will
you a
get
sticker.
you will get a gold star.
Gold Star
And I
works.
have that
Gold
same jacket.
Thank you all. Thank you all. I'm Dylan Legai, resident, born and raised in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, resident of Flagler Village. I actually stood here almost 10 years ago and played some videos on these screens talking about our next park, and it was the one-stop shop land. I also have met with commission members, the community, many folks at large about our own ideas with some investment groups to do some private P3 type development on this land as well. So I've definitely been on many sides of the spectrum with regards to this. One thing that really sticks to me, as I've enjoyed many relationships with everybody in this room, is good is not the enemy of perfect. I really, really believe in that. That's something I'm preaching to myself, my team, in the various roles I hold throughout the city and the community. And I do think this applies here tonight as well. There's concerns on both sides. Me personally, I'm not going to just say everything's great, okay? But I do believe, I like ways that we can work with the community. We can meet before a DRC submittal, before a plan review submittal with the community. I do think the consensus is that this is going to happen. So that's a very pivotal piece here, working with this. I do like the license. I appreciate the city attorney really clarifying that for myself even tonight, of how that works. That's a really big win in many ways. I think at this point in time, we have to really practice good is not the enemy of perfect in this. I don't think you'll ever get anything perfect. I've been on all the sides, and it's never been perfect. So I just admonish this commission to consider that as they're working through these things, and we have several more steps to go in this process. And it's not an easy thing for either side. There's been a lot of interesting directions we could have taken this land. So that's kind of where I'm at. Good is not the enemy of perfect. Let's continue from that point. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Dylan, I'm not familiar with that quote. I'm not trying to call you out, but please help me understand what that means.
So there's a friend of mine, Matt Cochran. He just said this one night to me, good is not the enemy of perfect. And I was like, huh, interesting. And it's not as much, we are arguing about the lesser of two evils. What's the lesser of two evils? You know, and I don't like to think I'm choosing the lesser of two evils. So we kind of flipped the coin and thought we could look at things that are good and they're not perfect and ideal, but they are good and they're working towards, I guess, more of a perfection kind of thing. So that's good is not the enemy of perfect, in short. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, sir.
Brian, followed by Barbie. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this? Because Barbie's the last person who's signed up to speak. Okay, great. Step forward, Mr. Donaldson. I hear you're going away, Nick.
Yes. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and fellow commissioners, I'm not talking to you tonight as your Budget Advisory Board Chair. I'm not talking as the president of Birch Park Finger Streets, but I have listened to both sides over the last 20 months, and I'm just giving you an opinion as a taxpayer. As the previous speaker just said, not everything is perfect, not everything is good. But as a fiscal person that has volunteered a lot of hours to this city over the last 4 years and helping to guide on fiscal balance for taxpayers, you know, the first thing I originally thought of 20 months ago or 3 years ago was what a great parcel. What a great opportunity for us to sell that and make some money for this city. And then I started looking at all of the new development that was happening. And what a miss that would be if that just became another high-rise. The 300 Andrews is going to bring in over 600 units. So that in that one parcel of 300 Andrews will be 1,000 residents. There are additional high-rises going in on the other side of Brightline and on the other side of Broward. So we need green space. We do not have additional opportunities to redo the park bonds. So the park bond money has been approved by the taxpayers, and we can't modify that. So we don't have the dollars. So I've never met the developer. I don't have any other skin in the game. Just as an observer, I'm looking at it and saying, we have green space. We have an activated park. We have blight right now. And the taxpayers should not have to miss an opportunity to bring in a revenue stream. I don't agree maybe with the 100 years. I think it should be looked at maybe a 30-year with 2 15 years, because I don't want another 100-year Bahia thing where the life use of that project may change in 25 years, which a lot of us in this room may not be here. And that would be my one skeptic point, would be the length of time. But I think we need to activate the space. The taxpayers should not have to pay for an inactive park, and we should be looking at the revenue stream. And if we can't get an agreement, sell it. It's an asset, and the taxpayers deserve a return on that investment. And that was my comments.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Barbie Pearson?
Hi, I want to thank you all for everything you do and the city staff and everyone. And I think it's important, you know, the fact that really when I think about the whole city and the staff and everybody involved, I have a lot of respect. I don't agree with everything, but I do have a lot of respect. You've got some good people here. I'm Barbie Pearson. I'm a photo artist and a retired teacher, and I've lived here since 1980. I grew up in Miami. Anyway, my main thought right now is that I can see, like Brian said, both sides. But the thing I'm concerned with is also, you know, because I am for the arts, of course, but I think at this point in time, you should, as far as financially, with this report that just came up tonight, I don't think any vote should be taken tonight at all, because I think you as a commission, all of you need to go. I know everybody's gone through agreements and done all this, but I still think you need the time to go through the financial impact on everything. And whatever happens, happens. But I think it's important that you know what's happening financially.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, ma'am, you've had your chance to speak, so yeah. You're welcome to talk to any one of us individually after the meeting or by email, whatever. Bill, did you want to speak? Because you didn't sign up, so.
Signed up.
Okay.
Good evening, Bill Brown. I'm here tonight as a private citizen. What I'm about to say is I'm kind of neutral. I'm probably going to upset some people that think I'm against it, but I'm really kind of neutral. And what made me come up here and speak was when that gentleman said, not everything is perfect, not everything's good, or vice versa. And I wanted to share my story. I bought my condo at the age of 26 in 1984, and I lived in Indianapolis. I worked in Indianapolis, Indiana, where I retired after 37 years of public service. Back in those days, Indianapolis was called Indy No Place, but it's a vibrant community, a vibrant city. I bought down here because I knew I wanted to retire. I like spring break. Well, spring break has changed. Thank God it's changed for the better.
But you haven't, Bill.
It made this city become vibrant. And there's a lot of controversial issues over those last 38 years I've witnessed and seen and heard. But because of our city forefathers on the previous commission, some have not been decision good, some have been bad, but for the most part, they're good. And I think they always come in here with their hearts, their minds, and souls. It's what's best for the residents. And I think they're going to do that even with this project. I would encourage them to make sure that the financials and the legal agreements are in place. You know, I got 31 seconds. You know, we heard that the financials aren't in. Well, there was a member of this community, formerly from Indiana, I believe, or Ohio, by the name of Dave Thomas, that owned Wendy's. And part of his commercials were, show me the beef. And I think that's what we need. Let's show us the beef in this project that's physically responsible for the citizens and this community, and use this land to continue to grow like this community has always done the last 38 years that I've been a part of it. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this topic? Do I hear a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. Okay, so we're at a juncture where we have some choices, and we could move forward and approve the comprehensive agreement or disapprove the comprehensive agreement. We can agree to table the discussion until such time as we have full financials. We can, I'll entertain, we'll start with the vice mayor. Vice Mayor, do you have any thoughts on where we should go from here?
I do think it's prudent to table it until we have full financials. But the full
Okay.
financials are probably, is it subjective? Is it objective? Do we have full financials? Did Collier say we have full financials? Did they, validate Ernst & Young?
Right, I haven't seen them myself. In fact, they don't exist because I think Ken Krasnow said they haven't really been finalized, so. Commissioner McKenzie, what are your thoughts?
I don't want to make a decision on where we go. I want to just have comments. I'm the only one that didn't comment earlier. And I just want to, I typically don't validate my vote because I think we all go home and we do our homework. We do community outreach. And we come to a decision, and I don't have to come in here and speak to a crowd or speak to cameras to tell you how I'm going to vote. But I thought it was important that I say something tonight because I heard so many wonderful ideas and opportunities. But when I first got on this commission, I used to go to the National League of Cities events from the Florida one, DC, California, and I would always go to the meetings and see what other cities were doing. And I remember the second year I was here, I sat in a meeting, and P3 was the new thing. And the presenter said that they're good.
Do you remember which project it was?
It was just P3s, a subject on P3s.
Oh, a subject on
because cities were experiencing the same thing, not having the revenue, and if you do go out to the market for bonds, you got to, then turn around and pass that bill back to the residents or the taxpayers. But if you didn't have enough P3 projects, it's not worth the investors that did it. And I sat through another commission, not one P3 project. It's not good or bad. It was just that it was out there. We got here, and then the P3, got excited. I was nervous about it. Didn't really want to do a P3s, especially when it comes to the public stuff. But that's how P3s work. It's with public land, and we took off. Our first one, we took off with another one. I mean, and it's exciting. But what it also is, it's another way of us getting things done without passing that burden on you all. So I was able to grasp that and move forward. It doesn't mean I'm right. It doesn't mean I'm wrong. But I also want to say that when I got here, it was whatever a district commissioner wanted in his district or her district, they got it. But then this commission, it changed. But that's what you do. You change. I don't agree with it, but I think we have always charged the district commissioner with going to do the heavy lifting and come back to us with a recommendation. And I try to do that in every scenario when it's not my district. And I'm going to do that again tonight. I have studied this project. When I first started looking at this piece of land, we were talking about a federal courthouse. It changed. And when we started talking about a P3, my good friend Dylan, who was in the room not testifying, giving a public statement, competed with this project with his own P3. And he was one of those ones saying he wanted a park. But his proposal had mixed use, it had residents, it had activities, it had an array of things, but that's what he presented with his group for this P3 opportunity. And I haven't seen anything else that I could support right now other than what's here. And I started supporting it, Steve, 20 months ago. And I never once plotted to undermine it or derail you because when I give you my support that I want the district Commissioner Ben to be the one vetting the Las Olas, whatever it is, I don't come back and try to undermine. I try to make sure we can get to the finish line with it. And if you get right to the finish line and you say, I don't want to do it, guess what? I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. Or I'm with you. So tonight, I'm going to make my decision based on whatever the district commissioner has decided to do, because I'm sure he has done his homework, and he's ready to make that decision. If he wants to defer, if he wants to table, if he wants to go backwards, forwards, turn or flip, it doesn't matter to me, because I think he has done the work to get us here. And he took a lot of punches, but one thing I learned about Commissioner Glassman, he's going to do the work, he's going to take the punches, but he's going to do the work and make sure that he can make an informed decision based on what's good for Fort Lauderdale. And that's where I am. And you'll never hear me speak this much about how I'm going to vote, but I thought it was very important tonight because I'm a victim of this homeless crisis that we have here in Fort Lauderdale. We are victims. And my biggest skepticism was creating another park, and we didn't have a solution bin or the money to rid our city of the homeless factor, and then we'd be over here at this parcel accused of demonizing the homeless. And I don't think anyone up here would demonize the homeless. I think we've done a very good job at trying to get it done. But with the laws that are currently on the book, you can't stop someone from coming to a public venue. You go to the courthouse, they're there. You go to the Publix, I mean, they can't go inside, but they still sit outside. You go to our new Winn-Dixie over here, they're there. You go to Holiday Park, Carter Park, pocket parks. We can't stop them between the hours that we are operating. But I thought what was good here is that we do have a park that we can open up to the residents, and at night when I'm sleeping, they can manage it, and then our city attorney who protects us says there's nothing we can do when it's a public park. But this group or any other group, Lockhart Stadium, can escort trespassers off of their facilities when we're asleep. And I don't want anyone drinking in a park when it's not permitted, or they're doing it at night, because my children, your children, our community, this is where we gather for safety. We talk about public safety all the time. This is where we do it. And these are these opportunities. These are these opportunities where we can have a place that at 9 o'clock we can lock it up and come back the next morning and open it up. And even at Lockhart Stadium, we had some challenges. I think we're going to get through most of that. And I thought I heard a change tonight in where we're going to go in that, but that is your desire. That is your district. And I hate the fact that we say districts all the time and not our city. I try to fight for the city, but I am the voice for my district. And I think this is a very good project. And what I enjoy the most as a citizen, a resident, at night, when I walk 11 blocks from my house, I can go to any venue, whether it's walking or in my golf cart, and I have so many choices now. And I haven't seen anything, especially in Flagler and Progresso, that was outrageous. I've been in all these buildings. I mean, I go to a lot of the restaurants and bars that you mentioned, Stephanie, in your speech. Chops and Hops is one of my favorite spots. You can draw access. You can go next door to Fort Lickerdale and get some liquor. And then you can go to the new venue they have, which is Mama Hanks. It's a private restaurant. If you haven't been there, I encourage you to go. And I can name all the hot spots in Flagler and Progressive Village. And I enjoy being the neighbor to the Northwest. And I can't wait till this whole city becomes as equally shared in all the amenities as a whole, and not these pieces of a pie. And I come from ground zero with Northwest Section. And to get one restaurant is like a 40-year milestone. And now within a stone's throw away, I can go to any venue in this city and enjoy the same seat or the same fruits at that table as everyone else in the city of Fort Lauderdale. So I'm going to move forward with whatever you recommend tonight, and I'm going to take your lead. And I can't wait to do that. And I just wanted to give you all how I'm going to vote and how I feel about this issue. 20 months. I think we can make a decision tonight. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, District Commissioner.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, and also my colleagues and everyone that came tonight to speak. Obviously, I did keep tally, and it's interesting to see how that splits out. But I'm glad that Commissioner McKenzie mentioned the federal courthouse project, because that's actually my first serious involvement on this site. It was a different board at Flagler Village at the time, and I remember that I was very engaged to the point of writing letters to the GSA, making sure that the one-stop shop site was not the new federal courthouse site. The reasons why I did that and the reasons why I got involved in that was because I thought that it needed to be an open space within Flagler Village, and I did not want the federal courthouse to be sitting on that site. I thought we needed a breath right there. That was a perfect spot for us to do that. So that was my first real engagement in a serious level to make sure that that did not happen. And it did not happen. And then my goal was, as I was thinking, what do we need to have there? We need to have open space. And then 20 months ago, this commission was presented with an unsolicited proposal on this site. And I took a look at it and I said, you know, there's some things we really do need to clean up here. This isn't perfect. But my gosh, I'm seeing everything that I would want to create on this site. An activated park. Ms. Toothaker mentioned the Hollywood Young Circle Arts Park when she spoke, and she mentioned my name at the same time. She did that because when I worked for over a decade for the Broward County Cultural Division, I was a project manager on 4 arts parks within Broward County. Hollywood Young Circle Arts Park, Lauderdale, Miramar, and Pembroke Pines. These were the kinds of projects that I managed over the course of that decade. And they're all flourishing right now. And they're beautiful places. And they are parks, with buildings in them. And people get to enjoy it. And it is public land for public purpose. Because that's what the public does in each of those venues. And yet they are managed and actually paid for by the city. But here I saw an opportunity to duplicate that, and yet the city taxpayer would not have to pay a nickel, not a nickel, for this site. Yes, we're letting them use the land. We're licensing the land. We're licensing the ability to manage the site. And that's exactly what I want. I think, and I have heard from people, just so you know, not just in Flagler Village, and Flagler Village has a lot of voices. There are over 15,000 people in Flagler Village. There are a lot of opinions, as we heard this evening. There is not one voice. There is not one community saying we want this or we don't want this. But I've listened very carefully, and I've received a lot of emails from people and how they feel about this project. So I have spoken to many, many people. I have spent at least, and I just had one of my aides check, 15 hours speaking in meetings with the current Flagler Village Association Board of Directors in the last 20 months. And we did make a lot of changes in this comprehensive agreement over time. And that was done with the input, and I thank them, from the Flagler Village Board. We made lots of changes on this project. And more changes will come when they have the opportunity to sit down with the developer and plan out how they want to see the open space. That's in the comprehensive agreement. They will have that opportunity of at least 3 meetings to plan the open space. When I can see a 3.3 acre site in the city of Fort Lauderdale, in Flagler Village, downtown, maintain 2.6 acres of it as open space, that's a win-win. And it might not be technically a park according to our zoning or according to our definitions, but you know, if it looks like a duck and walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. So when the persons walk by this site, when this is done, they will all look at it and enjoy it and say, this is really a beautiful park we have in Flagler Village. And it's a park not just for Flagler Village, but for the entire city. And I think people will really, really flock there. We don't have a food market like this. We don't have a European food market in Fort Lauderdale where you can go, and it's really going to be like a 24/7 farmer's market, and you get some bread, some cheese, some produce, whatever you like, and you sit in the park and you enjoy it. Or you go to the restaurant on the first floor that spills out into the park and enjoy it. Or you go to the cultural center and you see a live performance, or you see an art exhibit, or you see the artists from, we heard testimony tonight from the director of Art Serve on Sunrise Boulevard, who's looking forward to having a relationship with this facility. That's really important because they are the arts incubator in the city of Fort Lauderdale. So I guess what I'm saying is I was a bit taken aback because when I first saw this project presented, I said, wow, who's not going to like this? Well, was I naive? But that's okay. That's okay. Everyone is entitled to their opinion. But at the end of the day, I believe that what we have in front of us is a project that is going to be really appreciated by the city of Fort Lauderdale residents. Now, I want to get to the financials because that came up. So I've been thinking tonight, the vice mayor said she would like to defer. I listened very carefully to our expert Colliers, and I know the comparables in the area, and I heard all of his numbers. So in all honesty, I don't know what deferring would get me, except everything I heard tonight and everything that everyone heard tonight, and it's on video for anyone to, again, listen to. I don't even know if I had any other questions, because I asked all my questions. And you're all intelligent people up here, and you all asked intelligent questions. So I think that the financial information was given, and then Vice Mayor, you actually met with Ernst & Young. We had an 18-page document. Was it perfect? By all means, no. But you could cull information there if you needed to get it, and then you could pursue it if you wanted to, like Vice Mayor did. But again, I'm thinking, okay, so Colliers and Ken presents me something written. I've already written it all down. I've got the answers. I understand the financials. I'm being told that the $100 million investment and the money that's going to be paid over the first 50 years is, and plus the 3%, at least 3%, that we're going to see from the the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, that is going to add up to a dollar amount that our real estate expert says is exactly what it should be. So again, I don't know what further questions I would ask. Could this have been done in a way where we had something written, where the public had something in advance to read and to study? Without a doubt. And it should have been, but it wasn't. But like my friend Dylan says, what was that expression? What's not, good is not the enemy of perfect. No idea what that means, but it sounds terrific.
He just explained it.
He did explain it, and I still have no idea what it means. And that's okay. I don't understand cryptocurrency,
like
so, you know, call me an old guy.
If I tell you a duck can pull a truck,
yeah,
hook it up.
Okay. All right. Well, I get your point. But what I'm saying is, whatever Dylan said sounds like it fits here, because the way this agenda item came forward was definitely not perfect. And we have to do better. But again, by deferring, I don't know what I'm going to gain. If someone can tell me what I'm going to gain.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Because I'm personally concerned about the way we were fed the financials tonight. So based on what you heard tonight, what's the financial and what's the annual amount of money you would expect the applicant to be paying?
Well, remember, again, because it is a sliding scale, there are the first few years with construction and with the financials that we presented.
So what would you agree
All I know is, well, the first 50 years looks like it adds up to me about $120 million.
No, but what is, once rent kicks in?
The seventh year, it kicks in maximum at $1.5 million.
And
So for 43 years, well, I will tell you that the iteration that I had seen on this comprehensive agreement for a long time only had it at $1 million. So it went from 1 million to 1.5. And as I said earlier this evening, this is 1/10 the size of BHMR, and we only get 1.72 from
John told us that a reasonable return based on the appraisal is more than 1.5 million. So I see that the numbers are so fuzzy right now.
But Ken Colliers, our expert, told us that if you look at it cumulatively and what it is over time for the first 50 years, and compare, if you're comparing it to what's around there and what he thought we could get, again, remember, that's if we let someone come in and, lease or license that spot and then go to town and build highest and best use, which we all know would be a lot of units on this site. This is not that. So he's factoring it in. Just like our auditor told us when we were looking for appraisals at BHMR, there's lots of ways to get appraisals. Is the land encumbered? Is it not encumbered? Is it free? So, you could parse this any way you want. But if we want to have that discussion, I think the city attorney would say, tell him what you want to have for the dollar amount, or talk to the applicant. But what I'm getting, and correct me if I'm wrong, from our expert is that over time, this dollar amount seems to be a very fair number. So if you disagree, I'm fine with that.
So I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I just want to know what do you feel the dollar amount is. So you're saying free rent for the first 6 years?
No,
hold
on a second. I want to be sure that I'm saying the right thing. I can go to that section and just find it.
It's year 7 that the rent kicks in?
No, hold on a second. And forgive me, but I have it here.
Well, while you're figuring that out,
Okay, here it is. Ready?
Wait. Can I have a motion to extend the meeting another hour?
So move.
Second.
Can you please
We didn't give it a time limit last time.
Okay. So for the first.
Call the roll.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Absolutely.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay, no problem.
But I want to give you more time because I know you have a lot to say.
Well, you asked me a question, I want to answer it. I'm reading this is from 5.2.7 in the comprehensive agreement. For the first year after the city's issuance of the certificate of occupancy for the cultural center, there shall be no license fee payment due. Beginning year 2 on day 1 of the 1-year anniversary, the one-stop FTL shall pay the city $250,000. In year 3, one-stop shall pay $500,000. Year 4, one-stop shall pay $750,000. And year 5,
increase. Okay.
And year 5, 1 million. And year 6, 1,250,000. And then year 7, 1,500,000. So that's year 7 through year 50. So even just the addition from September, when we added year 7 through year 50, from the 1 million to the 1.5, that gets us an extra 22.5 million. But when I add all of this up for the 50 years, to me it's about 120. But then as our expert told us, in addition to the 120, you have to factor in that 100,000 will be spent on the project as well, and then
100,000. What do you mean 100,000?
I'm sorry, 100 million. I apologize.
10 million.
10 million is the park portion.
Investment.
100 million invested on the site, or as we heard tonight, actually, I think 114 million because it's 74 million mortgage and 40 million down payment deposit. So, and then you have to factor in that we have no operation and maintenance cost at all. The city has no O&M on this at all. There's a lot to factor in there. If you think that it should be more, that's okay. But I look at the 120 over the 50 years plus the 100 plus the O&M, and I think it's reasonable. It could always be more, and I'm open to hearing what you all have to say. But that being open to that or discussing those payments, to me, still does not add or subtract what we've heard tonight in terms of the financials. Again, what I'm struggling with is I don't understand what I would learn if Ken puts his words to paper. I know what it's going to say because I heard it tonight and I wrote it down. So I don't know.
Yeah, I guess the reason I would say to defer is because I think having the paper and disseminating it to the public does have some value. And I also know we brought up some concerns that maybe we would want amended before we do approve this final comprehensive agreement, one of which was the CPI cap that we talked about. Right now it's 3%. John was saying, commercial property is currently 10%, or do we want no cap at all and just let inflation be the determination? So because I have some questions about maybe some modifications, so are we approving this pending modifications? Are we approving this and that's it, and we can no longer revisit it? So that would be, if we have any major items that we want modified, I think now's the time maybe we put in that request, and then we come back and vote on the final product. And for me, the CPI is probably maybe what's a little concerning. And then I do think there's value in having Colliers put something in writing. And
So Alan, were you expecting us to make those decisions this evening in terms of like what the vice mayor just said, in terms of, the CPI or the cap or the dollar amount, or what were you looking for from us this evening?
I need, well, again, you have the document before you as of what it states. To the extent that you want to change anything, I would need to know that, because once you approve the comprehensive agreement, it's in substantially the same form. So there won't be any substantive changes unless it comes back to you to make those changes.
But once we agree to it, we agree to it. Right?
Exactly, right. So I would need that information to be locked in as to what the city commission's preference is before it's approved, so that, because otherwise we'd have to come back to you and amend it.
Well, let me ask you this. When you say it would have to come back to us to be amended, like what kind of timeline are you talking about, or?
That depends on you all, because I mean, the terms, so for example, on the financial terms, if you agree to these financial terms, if you're going to change them, you're all going to have to agree to change them, and we have to come back and amend the comprehensive.
Yeah, you all means them and us.
Correct. I mean,
if they don't agree to our amending it, then there's no amending it.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's
both
clarify
parties have
that.
to. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I understand.
Right.
Okay.
So most of the issues, again, when we amended it and I amended it and added a lot of provisions in there, they agreed to them. There's the issue, the one issue that had come out was the alcohol, to clarify the alcohol issue. Obviously, the financial aspects with regards to the section you just referred to, as to whether you're all comfortable with the financial arrangements. There were a couple other very minor, the demolition bond, for example, if you're all in favor of that, that's fine, that's already built in. I added that in with regards to some concerns that had been raised with regards to whether, if halfway through the recession hits and they're not able to complete the project, we'd have obviously the option to continue the project, or if we didn't want to, there would be a demolition bond in place so that we could have the resources from that bond to go ahead and demolish and put the property back to what it was. So I added that in. So those types of things, again, it's in your backup. If you're in agreement with those, there's no need to discuss them. But there's some of those issues, obviously, that if those issues are not popping out at you and you don't want to change them, then that's perfectly fine. But if you do vote on this agreement, it would be as is, and any substantive changes would have to come back to you.
They have to come back by agreements.
Correct.
Right.
No, and I understand. Alan, would it be even possible that this discussion, or if any of us wanted to change anything, that would happen in a conference agenda where we would actually just workshop it and then walk it on that night?
Well, you can do it any way you want. I mean, you can discuss it at conference. Obviously, you can discuss what you want at conference. But if there's agreement, yeah, we could amend the document and bring it that night. Typically, though, we want to notice it as much as possible unless there's a time urgency. We prefer to notice it for a night meeting so the public has notice and they have a copy of the backup. But that's your pleasure. That's
Well,
what
I mean,
you want
can we do what we typically do many times? There's an agenda item on in the afternoon, and then it's also listed in the evening.
Sure, absolutely.
Actually, that happens a lot of times.
Yeah, absolutely. You all can do that as absolutely, yes.
Because that would give us the time. I mean, I know it's getting late, and I've never been a person that thinks that you need to, do things late at night when people can't pay attention. But I'd like to hear from everybody else.
Commissioner Sorensen.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, I have several. I have many questions and kind of suggestions and ideas, so I'm happy to go through those, Commissioner Glassman, or I'm happy to do as you're suggesting, which is I can wait and hold those for when we workshop it or whatever your pleasure, because I want to ask the applicant questions. I want to push for more money for the city. I mean, so I'm open to whatever. However you'd like to
I mean,
do that.
we're here. I mean, it's up to you. I'm happy to just keep talking and hearing what everybody wants to do and keep working. It's
Well,
okay
I think
with me.
we've all right. So we've gone to a point where we've had public hearing, and public hearing is now closed on the issue.
Right.
I personally would feel more comfortable in having a formal report from Colliers for myself, for each of you, for the public. So, and then we can have firm numbers. John Herbst has told us his opinion about return on investment, and I think that we need to be more responsible when it comes to trying to secure the best deal for the city. I think that we're not there yet, and there may be some tweaks in some of the language as far as a couple different things which I'd like to also respond to. But I'm not sure tonight is the night we can vote on the comprehensive agreement, and but we have gotten really far ahead in this process because we've heard the public. We've heard the public for about 3 hours, and a lot of people came up to speak. So I think we understand the public's point of view, which seems to have been kind of on both sides of the issue. But I would ask, with all due respect to the district commissioner, that we not make that final decision tonight. That we wait till the next meeting and give everyone the opportunity to hopefully. Ken, are you still here in the audience? Will we have a final report like in the next day or two? Well, I mean, come on, how long does this take? I mean, this is holding up the process, so, how much more time are you going to need to put a final report together for us to review and the public to review? 1 week? So 1 week from today, that's Tuesday of next week, which is the 8th. Okay. Which would allow us to have it come up at the next meeting. Is that okay with you, Commissioner?
Yes, so let me ask
to-
you. Okay, so I'm sorry.
Can
Go
I-
ahead.
Yeah,
Chris,
can I
go ahead.
interject real quick, just from a scheduling perspective, because I was going to ask later tonight or tomorrow morning or whenever we got to it, that I believe we're going to start to have this item on a conference agenda, potentially a discussion on Bahia Mar on the conference agenda. I was going to ask for a special meeting for the Bahia Mar on potentially the 17th, but I've already heard, just inadvertently, because I opened my mouth and on the 7th floor, and before I get to the first floor, somebody's repeating what I said. That the 17th doesn't work for at least one member of the commission. So I cannot imagine putting this and the Bahia Mar topic on the same conference agenda. I just don't think we'd get through it. So saying that, I just want us to go in eyes wide open and get some perspective from you all as to what projects you want to see come on what agendas and what your availability is.
Bahia Mar, we've had a workshop, we've had public hearing. I think it's just a discussion now amongst the members of the commission. Same with this project. Right. So, I think we're really just wrapping things up on both of those. We just want to see these financial reports, and which for some reason is taking a long time. The appraisal, again, Ken, when do you think we might see the appraisal on Bahia Mar?
And one star.
Ken,
do it. So,
the
Chris,
appraisal on Bahia Mar, do you know when that's going to come to us? The end of this week? Okay, so the end of this week, we'll see the appraisal. And is one of your divisions doing the financial report on the Bahia Mar? Okay, so someone else is doing the reappraisal.
That's correct.
And
That's
when
happening
are we supposed to get that by tomorrow?
We should have it this week.
This week. So this
and
week,
tomorrow might be accurate.
Okay,
yes.
so this week we're going to have the financial report on One Stop, as well as the financial report on Bahia Mar, as well as the the appraisal on Bahia Mar
All
this
happening
week.
the same week, yes.
All this week.
Correct.
So if we scheduled the one stop for the next commission meeting, we could do it as a conference thing, or we could just do it an evening meeting. It doesn't matter because it's still going to be
Right.
you know,
Well, if you do it in the evening meeting, you just said no more public comment.
public comment has been closed.
Well, then we could just do it in the evening
Yeah.
and just do the business in the evening and then vote.
And then exactly.
Exactly.
And then
If we stick to that.
Huh?
and then do the conference meeting on the Bahia Mar.
Correct.
Okay.
I would agree, as long as we don't have public comment. That's no disrespect to the public. We've had the comment. We're just trying to get a document to determine what we're going to discuss. So just for clarity, there will be no public input.
I think there needs to be public comment.
That's where I have a problem with.
Public comment.
Well, if we're coming, I'm assuming the agreement would be different than it is today. Comprehensive agreement? It would be tweaked somehow.
Then we can't do both. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
If
no,
we have public
that's
comment,
fair.
We want to do it. So we should do the Bahia Mar on a different day then.
Yeah. Can we do it maybe the end of next week? Have a
but
special meeting?
I don't think one project should be pushed off for another. I think Steve has the answer to this. How he wants to.
Okay.
Special meeting.
Both of them are his projects. But I just don't want to have public.
And I get it. Hold on. And we're having a discussion.
And just for the record, Mayor.
Yeah.
From day one, I did not agree with going past 9 o'clock for a meeting. I've been very, very supportive in moving the time so that we can get through this stuff. To keep having public comment when we're just looking for a clarification for us to set a number of what we think is fair to the city. The public's already told us that they want more. So we know that. We're trying to negotiate a better deal now. So we can negotiate. We're the policymakers. We can do that on our own without another public hearing. And you said it in your own breath.
We're gonna
do it with no
agree to
public comment.
disagree on that because I think the public should always be involved. In the
That's why
process.
I was cautious about agreeing because I know sometimes you'll go back and say we're going to have public comment. I don't want to go through that process again.
Mayor, let's just start earlier in the day.
I said I would move to do it tonight.
Tuesday.
We've already got an 11. There's a lot of stuff scheduled. So you want to start like at
Earlier than
9
that.
o'clock in the morning?
9:30.
What do we have on that day?
Yeah. We've
That's
got a
the
joint.
CRA. Is it a joint Flagler CRA board?
I've got sustainable advisory.
Sustainability Advisory Board. But it's again, with all due respect, Commissioner, you're still going to open up that public comment piece. Just put more time on my plate. I don't need more time. I just need whatever information it is you need to make the decision. And you can go to the public and get all the comments you want and come back and speak for the public. But to sit here and go through this again?
Yeah, I think this
20
matters for this important of a piece of
And
property.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is we can get the public comments another way. Not by coming here and rehashing it. We didn't even keep score tonight. The public comments.
All right. So let's agree to do this item in the evening next meeting, and then let's agree on a date certain. I think we should do a separate date, but it's up to you. I think we could wrap it up as on a conference meeting to do the Bahia Mar, and review the appraisal and the financial report. That would allow us to do public comment, but I don't think we can schedule anything else for that conference meeting.
No, that would be it.
Right, and
We
we did it. We
have a
kind of did it last time. Weren't we successful in getting it all wrapped up in the conference meeting last time?
It's going to be longer because we have all those leases. Are you all available to have a special meeting for Bahia Mar at the end of next week?
I get tired. I mean, we've been meeting for 10 hours already.
Yeah, I know. That's why I think it needs to be a
and
separate
these
day.
people get tired, and we all get tired, and it's like not fair to all of us. So we should pick a separate day for. I mean, this is a big thing. The Bahia Mar is a big thing. I've been dealing with this since.
Yeah, for 20 years.
For a long
So
time.
I do think it should be a separate day if everybody else is agreeable, and maybe we just do it at the end of next week, so we're not deferring that even more, maybe the 10th or 11th or 9th. And then we do one stop on the 15th, day and night. And then Bahia Mar's all day on the 9th, 10th, or 11th.
On the 9th?
No, I can't do it.
10th? 11th?
How about the 14th?
We'll be flying back from the meeting.
14th is a possibility for me.
That's a Monday?
That's a Monday.
Gotta fly back from a conference.
Yeah, I'll be.
All right,
in-
let's do it in the afternoon.
I'll be in DC all
That's-
night. It's National League of
DC?
Cities. Yeah, I'm flying back on the 15th.
I
I could do the 16th or 17th.
Well, we're back to the 15th again.
Yep, let's just start early in the morning, make it a full day.
Good Lord.
15th.
I'll be able to meet you all by
We'll have-
1:30 because I'm flying back. But,
Oh, you're coming back the 15th?
Yeah, but
Okay.
I'll be back by 1:30.
just for the meeting.
Gotcha, yeah.
I could do 16th, 17th, or 18th, or any
I could
day
do
next week.
18th, March 18.
I'm good. Well, wait a minute.
Or next week, any
18th.
day.
I'm free on March 18th.
Can we start at first thing in the morning, like 9?
So when is this information coming back for One Stop?
The 15th. So I'm free on the 18th.
Okay, let's do March 18
Okay, say
For-
it.
Okay, so just,
Hold on.
for Bahia Mar. we're saying.
a Friday?
March 18, Friday, March 18.
I'm not.
You're not available?
No.
Man, I already adjusted my schedule to fly back from Washington, D.C. at a National League of Conference to accommodate the Bahia Bar, right? I already did that, and based on all of our availabilities. Now, tonight we have another issue with scheduling, which I don't think is a big issue, if we can just manage our time and get through it.
How about March
Bring
21?
another busload of people to say public comment. It just keeps dragging this thing out, and I'm not discrediting the public. I'm just saying, we sat here tonight and we listened to each and every one of you.
I know, but we can't shut.
You
the
said it
public-
in your own words.
You
gotta
just,
shut the-
Mayor, first you said no public comment.
You said it. You
You
said
said
it.
no
and-
public comment,
No,
and
but
then
I
Commissioner
realized
Sorensen said public, and you can switch.
Okay. Excuse
Okay,
me.
no
I
problem.
realized it was an error because we're going to be given new information.
Okay.
And I think everyone should have an opportunity to review their information and to be able to tell their commissioners and their mayor their opinions based on the new information.
Monday, March 21. It's magic day.
And what about just commission days? Can we do one stop on April 5th and do Bahia Mar on the 15th like we have scheduled? Is one stop time sensitive? Like,
What about March 21st?
Yep, March 21. I'm good.
For Bahia Mar.
I think we keep Bahia Mar and we move One Stop if we're gonna punt. Because I already adjusted my schedule for that one.
Wait, what'd you say? I'm sorry?
I was saying, I don't want to punt Bahia Mar because I adjusted my schedule to get back here. I think we decide now what we're gonna do with One Stop. We could either move it. get it done,
Well, one stop we're going to do on the 15th.
Can I finish?
One stop we said we'd do on the 15th.
Yeah, but you just said we'll put that on the 21st. So
No. I said the Bahia
No, I'm
Mar.
saying Bahia Mar. I don't want to move Bahia Mar because I've already adjusted my schedule to get back in town for it. So One Stop is the question. We have the applicants here. We have our calendars, and we can figure that out. Which I really thought we could just make it happen tonight, but that's up to Commissioner Glassman.
No, I thought so too, but obviously it's just the two of us that thought we could wrap it up tonight.
Just the two of us.
I'm happy to keep talking.
Okay, so can we?
Put that
So
on me. I'm
let's
happy
get
to
back to the
jam
20
all night here.
What'd you say?
21st.
I'm happy to keep talking all night about
No,
this.
I don't have a problem with that. I respect
So-
that.
Fair to the public. This is
Okay.
not going to be a nocturnal.
I respect that.
Commission
Okay.
like the previous commission. We got to do things.
Listen,
that's
you
appropriate.
know what? I've been here till 4 o'clock in the morning. First night I got
All right,
sworn.
let's stick to the subject. Let's pick
All
a
right.
date. for
March
when-
21st.
Let's
I
stick-
think we need to stick sequentially to wrapping up One Stop and then moving to Bahia Mar.
And we're only wrapping up one stop in
Sequence.
the evening?
So we do sequence.
Next
yes.
on the 15th,
15th.
just the evening?
No extra hours and no extra days.
So on the evening, everyone needs to come prepared with whatever changes we have to discuss
For
it. You don't
one
want to
stop
talk
on the
about it
15th.
during the day at all first or anything. You don't want to
if we're
workshop
talking about
it at
Bahia
all?
Mar
or-
all day?
Huh?
Not if we're
No,
talking about Bahia Mar
Bahia Mar is
during
the
conference?
21st.
So Bahia Mar is in the afternoon on the 15th?
I thought we
I'm
needed
trying
a
to play along. And I've
Bahia
heard-
Mar is on the afternoon of the 15th?
I'm seeing this plane land with the Bahia Mar on the 15th at the conference meeting and the One Stop on the 15th on the
At
evening
night.
meeting.
Okay.
That's where I'm seeing
Okay.
sort of some consensus being built, but I don't.
Okay.
All right, and if we come to any conclusions in the afternoon, we can put it on the evening agenda for a vote.
What?
Do y'all,
Bahia
is
Mar?
that good for the applicant?
What?
The what?
You're gonna have Bahia Mar
Yeah,
and
no.
One Stop on the same night?
That's what Chris is
No,
saying.
no, the 15th.
Is that what you want?
No, let me be clear as to what I'm hearing.
Okay,
The 15th conference meeting, Bahia Mar.
okay.
The 15th evening meeting, One Stop. The 6th of April, or 5th of April, I'm sorry. If there's action taken on the Bahia Mar with direction at the afternoon meeting, I'll bring it on the evening meeting of the first meeting in April. There's no way you can have this One Stop and Bahia Mar on the same evening agenda. It's just not possible. We'll be sitting here at 11:18 with the same discussion.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Okay, yeah.
We done?
No, just say it again. I gotta get clarity.
Afternoon meeting, conference meeting, 3:15, Bahia Mar.
Conference, Bahia Mar.
3:15, evening meeting, One Stop. And if direction during conference to bring Bahia Mar back, it will be on the evening meeting, the first meeting of April.
So everything's gonna take place on the 15th unless something changes, and we'll.
No, that's not correct. We will have one Bahia Mar item on the 15th and one Stop item on the 15th. If Bahia Mar is ready for you all direct me to bring it forward for action, it will come forward on the first meeting in April.
That's what I said.
Okay.
Okay.
Then we agree.
March 15th.
Okay, so will someone make a motion?
What about the 21st?
Will someone make a
21st is
motion-
off.
will someone
No
make a
longer
mo-
doing it.
All right, stop. Will someone make a motion to defer this item to March 15th?
I don't want to have that responsibility.
Steve, are you moving to defer this to March 15th?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Vice Mayor, do you want to defer this to March 15th?
No.
Yeah, I'll move to defer it.
Let's play
Fine.
with ourselves here, okay? What
Move
are we
to
doing
defer.
here? I mean,
Mayor,
make a
Mayor,
decision here.
I just
Yes.
moved to defer.
Okay, you moved to defer One Stop to March 15th in the evening meeting, right? Okay.
Correct.
Does anyone want to second that? Okay, there's no second. All right.
Sorry, I just.
Your government at work, folks. All right, so what are you going to do? You want to make another motion, District Commissioner?
Nope.
You don't want to make a motion. All right, so there's no further action that's going to be taken on this item, and we'll move to the next item on the agenda.
But, so I just have a question before we move to the next item. So Chris, are you going to be scheduling this for any time
I
to
don't
wrap this
know
up?
procedurally what just happened.
No, I
don't understand.
Makes
Special
no
meeting
sense.
sooner than the 15th?
Without a motion,
there's a motion on the agenda with regards to the agreement. If nobody's making a motion on that, it's not, the deferral doesn't take the place of, so
So you have to call the vote?
what do
There's
you?
no action being taken tonight on the motion.
Okay, but you have to defer to a time certain, a date certain, and that failed. So then you have to act on that tonight then.
I'll move that we defer this to March 15th.
Second.
Defer to
Hold
when?
on, I moved it.
Oh,
Or
second.
you're moving.
No.
Okay, I'll second you.
Second.
No. I second him. Your motion failed.
Okay,
It's Steve's motion, my second.
sounds good to me.
So there's a motion on the floor that was made by Commissioner Glassman to defer this to March 15th in the evening meeting. And Commissioner Sorensen has seconded.
No, I second it.
Oh, Commissioner McKenzie.
His motion
seconded.
died.
And so, please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas,
No.
Commissioner Glassman,
Before I vote, Chris, are you going to keep this March 15th nighttime light so we can get this done?
I'll do the best I can, but I kept tonight as light as I could.
Yeah, we need to get this done
We have
on March
business
15th.
of the city we need to get done. I do need to also tell you that just because I'm reminded that we have a critical deadline to meet, that I will also have to schedule the redistricting item on the conference agenda on the 15th. So there will be a partner with Bahia Mar, so we're going to have to manage our time wisely.
Well, the redistricting's coming earlier. We thought it was coming in April.
I need to have a conference meeting on the topic, and it needs to be sooner than later. So I do need to bring that on 3:15.
Okay,
The county needs it to do any elections.
gotcha. Okay, thanks. So, yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Did Steve say
Yes,
yes?
I did
Okay,
say
yeah,
yes.
yes.
Mayor
I know you
Trentalis.
paused. That's why I asked.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes. So the item is, M4 has been deferred to March 15th. Okay.
Mayor, I just have a couple quick questions on this. So, Chris, have we gotten a business plan for One Stop?
We're in the process right now of, and you heard, is your question related to the work of Colliers right now? Is that the?
No, it's
question that you're
independent. Have we gotten a business plan from One Stop, the applicant?
We have gotten what they proposed as
Okay.
well as what they have agreed to in the comprehensive agreement.
So we've gotten a business plan. Or do you define it as a business
It
plan?
depends on, so that's a difficult one because
Okay.
business plan is defined differently in some
Loosely.
circumstances. I don't know that we have a true business plan in the sense of what I might look for in the CRA if we were going to.
John, you're saying no.
Moving in the CRA, but we understand what the model that they are pursuing.
We have financial statements. That's not a business plan.
Okay. Do we need a business plan, want a business plan, or is financial sufficient? Let's check with the commission on this.
Well, the business plan would come from the applicant.
Right.
John? And the financials are coming from our outside.
No, the financial statements and the business plan come from the applicant. There should be a separate financial analysis of the business plan and of the financial statement.
Right, okay.
So do we need a business plan, or are we good with what we
I
have?
think that they've submitted one.
Chris is saying, John's saying no.
They didn't submit a
There's a
business.
difference between what a true business plan is and what financials are that we can review financial analysis for the purpose of the statute found at section 255. I believe we are doing the financial analysis that's required by statute. But as far as them handing over a business plan, I think what it was important to hear tonight is this project has to go through a full DRC process. So this, even if you agree to a comprehensive agreement, this is still very far from knowing exactly what you could even contemplate to put in that formalized business plan, because it's got a full process ahead that's the same process that any development of this type would go through. So I think to some degree we're hoping to be at the finish line, but we're really still at the start line.
Right, staff could take a look at it in DRC and come up with a ton of objections. And
Well,
change the site plan and.
To be fair, the business plan isn't going to be part of DRC. That has nothing to do with DRC.
I'm not saying it
But
is.
no. I was just responding to
No, I
Commissioner
was-
Glassman.
Commissioner Glassman.
I was
Suggesting we're just not far enough along in the process yet that would even be fully developed.
Right, and even then, typically, it's up to you whether you want one or not, but we're not going to be in business with them. It's not like if we were revenue sharing. I think that would be more pertinent.
Okay.
Well, there's no revenue sharing here, so, I mean, that's up to you. If you want one, you can have one, but that's typically, I'd want to see that, obviously, if we were revenue sharing, but we're not revenue sharing.
Okay. So you're comfortable without a business plan, part because we're not revenue sharing, and also part because it's just early in the process to have a substantive business plan.
Or as I suggested, if we were talking about the CRA where we were giving money to a project, then I more thoroughly want to know that the business has a chance of surviving.
Okay. And in terms of the outside analysis of their financials, Ernst & Young has done that?
So Ernst & Young delivered the report that you all, I'm going to use the city attorney's word, torpedoed at the last meeting. Is that your word?
I said disseminated.
Disseminated.
Or eviscerated, something like that.
Something.
Right.
So, but we have put together a comparable scope of work, and that is the work that Colliers is doing. You heard a portion of that work tonight in Ken's report, based upon purely about what it would be as a comparable rent or ground lease if we were to go that route, as opposed to a licensing agreement. The scope of work has more components to it than that.
Okay.
So when you get the final report, you will see that it is a more complete analysis to match the scope of work that we had asked Ernst & Young to perform.
The final report from Ken.
That's correct.
Okay. And so, and maybe I missed this, but so we can obviously, once we get this report from Ken, which sounds like the end of this week is when we're going to get that from
That's
Ken?
what
he's saying?
Sounded like he said a week, which would be the 8th.
Okay. So then we can individually reach out to Ken and talk through this and question. right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And we can do the same with Ernst & Young?
Absolutely.
Okay. So someone can put me in touch with Ernst & Young and I can talk with them.
Coordinate through Susan Grant.
Okay. Great. Let me see if I just had anything else top of mind. Okay, great. I think that's it. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions regarding M4? All right, there being none, we now have neighborhood presentations. I don't know who's still here, but we'll start with Amos Chess. Amos, are you here? I think Amos left. Oh, Amos, there you are. Do you want to come up? Yeah. Yeah. Good evening. NP2 left and NP4 left. And, okay, all right. Good evening, Mr. Chess.
Good evening. It was a very interesting evening. Respected mayors, vice mayor, commissioners, city managers, city lawyers. I live northeast 16th Street. It's approximately 1,000 feet long street. In the beginning of October, I wanted to mention to you that probably the most important thing in our life is water. So that's why I came tonight to talk about water. So in the beginning of October 2020, I received a water bill for 3 months, July, August, and September, in one mail, in the amount of $33,000 plus $1,000, which represent approximately 100 times the normal bill we always get. The bill arrived, again, 3 months late. There was no even penalty in it. Important to mention that the bill is, that there was no a penalty in the bill. We were advised the unusual consumption when we called the city, and we were said that we probably have a leak. To us, it was obvious that there was no leak. Several million of gallons of water, they would be seen, they would be even heard. We were asked to call a plumber, which we did, and he arrived and he signed off. There is no leak. City employee approved it. Furthermore, the city employee is the only one to read the meter, and I believe that when he sees enormous, unusual water consumption of water, he should automatically, immediately notify the city water department, and obviously the house owner, which is approximately, I would say, 30, 40 feet away from the meter. In my opinion, in both occasions, the city failed. Again, not giving us a bill in 3 months, it's absurd. Number two, not notifying a citizen of enormous unusual consumption is another thing. Important to mention that there were enough cases of water problems in my street and in Bayview Drive, where my street is perpendicular to. I would like to be credited for the rest of the bill. By the way, I paid over $3,000 for good faith. And I have to mention an anecdote that to pump over 2,200,000 gallons of water, there is a need for 300 tankers, trucks, to carry that amount in my 1,000 feet street. It's hard to believe. When the plumber arrived, by the way, the water bill went back to $300. I just want to say that I was a good citizen. I am a good citizen, and I want to be a good citizen, but I need your help on that. And apparently there is an unwritten contract in many places in the world. There is even unwritten constitution in some countries, like England, New Zealand, Israel. So we have an unwritten contract, and I obey the law, I pay my taxes, I help others, and the city protects me. In this case, I think the city failed. I also want to mention that it's wonderful living in this town.
Okay, Tarlisha, do you want to
Thank you.
respond to this?
Sorry, there are several different components to what, I didn't get your name. I wanted to make sure, it's Mr. Amos or Mr.?
Yes.
Mr. Amos Chess.
Mr. Amos Chess. Regarding his reimbursement, I think that's one of the main questions or concerns that he has regarding
Yep.
reimbursement of $3,000.
My understanding is that staff has provided all the possible rebates that we can possibly do under the ordinance and under state law. That's my understanding of it. Unless
I mean, his
Ms.
bill-
Grant has some information, but
Bill
my
was
understanding.
what, $30,000, and we gave you a credit of 14,000. So I just, like he said, it's not even possible to use this amount of water. And he even gave a good idea. I mean, what about when the meter reader reads the meter, put a sticker on the door saying,
There was a leak.
you know, alert, alert, something's going wrong here. I do think as a city,
We did send a lot of notice. There was a leak.
we mailed a notice saying there was a
And
leak. Okay, do you want to speak up front? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Were you out of town, sir, during the 3 months, July through September?
I am not in town all the time.
So maybe you didn't
I
receive
am
the letter?
practically 6 months out of town, but I have people in my office. They received it to my office deliberately, not to my house. And I have somebody in the house always take care of our dogs.
Okay,
So,
so,
I cannot tell you that.
all right, let's hear maybe from Ms. Grant saying what we did as a city.
Just, we call it a leak letter, and when someone, it doesn't necessarily mean there's a leak, but we call it a leak letter, and when there's the high usage, a letter goes out, and we have notes on the account that we did send those out. I can't guarantee that the post office got them to you, but they did go out. So the credits, as the city attorney indicated, were the maximum that we're allowed to by ordinance. So that means that you're billed for all the gallons that were registered through the meter, but at the lowest tier rate, and that's the $14,000 credit that we were able to give under the ordinance.
What was the total bill?
33 over a course of 3 months.
33,000?
33,331.80.
Yeah, there you go. So the first month with 3,400, then 12,000, then 17,000. So over the course of 3 months, it was 33.
Well, what happened when you got the second bill?
I never got any bills, only one bill in November.
October, I believe. Yeah, I think, yeah.
For July, August, and September, we got it in October.
Susan, do we have phone numbers associated with these accounts?
Some we do. I can't tell you for sure if I had it. I do have all the notes on this account.
Okay. I just think in addition to a letter, phone calls would be great if we've got, I don't know if we're doing that, but to assist.
I know that when I had a leak and my usage had spiked, I got a phone call. So, yeah. So I don't understand how 3 months could pass and Mr. Chess never got a bill, which I find very odd that he never got a bill for 3 months. And not a phone call for 3 months. Something's not right here.
I never got a phone call when mine happened, Mayor.
You never got a
Because I'm not a mayor and I'm just a commissioner.
I didn't get that phone call either when mine spiked.
But what happened to me was I kept hearing
It
my
was not
sprinklers.
the first time that we didn't get the bill on time.
I kept hearing my sprinklers.
We all know the bills don't go on time.
Yeah, but,
the
but
second-
90 days seems like an awful long time.
Well, hold on a second.
It's exactly right. That's why I'm here.
I kept hearing my sprinklers, and it wasn't my sprinklers. When I went to go turn the sprinklers off, it was the pipe right outside my bedroom window that had been running for a few days. So that's the only way I would have discovered it is by my own discovery. I think what Commissioner Swanson and Vice Mayor is saying is there something else we can do internally, especially when you see something like that? Because we got a young man or a young lady going out looking at the meter, and if there's a leak, those meters are spinning. But he just reads them and he goes to the next one. What else can we put into our tool belt so when something's like that, because water is a precious commodity.
What's our solution
I think we can shut the
This
water
guy,
off if it was
I think
my
we need
house.
to really look at his bill
Yeah.
and try to go back and make the best.
I think we did.
No, I don't think we did. I think we did the best under our own understanding.
No, not
I've been
on
arguing about.
understanding by ordinance. That we
Yeah,
have-
no, but here again, we are a different commissioner, And if there's something we can do to go deeper.
We have to change the ordinance.
To do a deeper dive. No, I think we can go a little deeper on this bill, if I'm not correct.
Well, I do think we need to change some policies, and I do think he needs some additional sort of credit, because you can't pay, that's ridiculous. You know, 20,000 on a water bill. Like I said, if it was me, or we're very quick to shut someone's water off when they don't pay for 1 month, or I don't know how long it takes. So why couldn't we have just shut his water off to save, even for conservation measures? I mean, if it was spinning for over a month, just shut it off, and at least he wouldn't have been charged, and then we'd get.
We can't do that. Just
why can't we? Then we can change. We can
because
make
if you have a fire sprinkler system and you shut off the water and the building burns down, we're responsible. So
All right, look, let's not belabor this. So, what would Tarlisha? What are you suggesting here tonight?
You have to keep your finger on it.
Okay.
It's on.
I can sit with Susan and go through, because I see that there's a concern about the accounting that was there with the bills. She has indicated they did review it already, and it's the maximum amount allowed by the ordinance. I would just like to make sure that he did receive the bills, or that the bills were mailed out before we come back and there's a decision. But from what Susan is representing, if it's reached the maximum allowed by the ordinance, I don't think that there's much more that the city can do at this point, Alan.
Well, unfortunately, I mean, we have to look again. We can't knowingly violate our ordinance, unfortunately. We do have some limitations by state law, because state law does not allow us to give any free water, so we can't waive the fees. That's not a possibility under state law. So we'd have to look, and I mean, again, we could look at it again and see if we missed anything.
But I don't think it's free water, Alan. I think it's water that seeped out of a system. I think we, especially the last commission, we really kind of held on to that free word and used that under the ROI, and we couldn't deviate. But he didn't steal the water.
No, it's not a matter of stealing. It's a matter it comes from our system.
I think there was an occurrence here, a one-time occurrence. Can we put something up for a one-time occurrence when it's excessive?
That's what we did.
Yeah, we do, but it's
Yeah,
not
but we
enough.
discounted it to a certain.
And that's what they did.
But we didn't. That's still too much to pay.
Well, because it lasted for 3 months. He
Yeah, but
never.
But we stuck a sticker, leak. We could have said, we shut it off, and if this is not true, when you get this sticker, call us.
What do you? So what?
And
do you
3 months later, he would have come and said,
recommending?
I recommend we do something more.
Yeah, we have to have a cap on what we're charging people.
Well, I don't want to get into the changing the law right now.
So-
That's how we get in trouble.
So, Tarlisha,
I would like
could
to
you-
use this as a one-time example.
I don't want to belabor this thing. It's late. Let's just cut to the chase. So
If we can give
we
staff
hear
an
you- we hear
opportunity
you-
to go back.
We hear the problem, and I think I want
We'll
our
look
city.
into it and bring it back.
I'm talking. I want our city manager to come back to us with a recommendation on what we can do, what we're permitted to do, and how we can probably address it and see if there's a further accommodation we can make for Mr. Chess. All right? All right. Let's move on. Thank you, Amos. Is the I hear NP2 is not here, right? Where's David?
I thank you very much.
David, you said NP2 is not here? Okay, NP3, is Elaine Wilson still here? Elaine? She also had a water issue. 4 isn't here, and Mary Furtrig, you're here? Okay.
Good evening. I am here on behalf of Lauderdale Tomorrow, a community of residents dedicated to preserving the city of Fort Lauderdale by ensuring its sustainable future. One of the chief reasons for forming our organization was to ensure that public lands would be used for a public purpose. In a petition circulated by our group in accordance with the charter requirements in 2016, it was titled Fort Lauderdale Residents Support Public Purpose for Public Lands. Recognizing the fragility of the barrier island, our early efforts were directed at lands east of the intercoastal. But we quickly became aware of the need to protect and enhance our parks and open spaces citywide. For example, the same year we adopted a goal on the property which we discussed at length tonight, the old one-stop shop. And that goal, of course, was to see it be a park. As vacant land disappears in South Florida and other parts of our country, Increasingly, private individuals look toward public lands for the opportunity to develop. It has now been almost exactly 6 years since our last petition initiative sought to amend the charter to include a definition of the public lands. In that case, we did receive the 1,000 signatures and should have under the charter been set for a city commission meeting, but never were. But we're gonna come back. In those 6 years, we've watched our lands increasingly being targeted. So tonight, we're coming to share with you that we are very shortly going to initiate another petition drive. We've changed what we're going to try to do after our last endeavor. And this time our goal will be to change section 8.21 of the city charter, disposing of public property. That's the title of the section. Specifically, we seek to amend the verbiage to state, notwithstanding anything to the contrary in the charter, the city shall not in any form convey for more than 1 year any land, zone, park in accordance with the city's unified land development regulations, which is the case right now, or any land held by the city for more than 5 years. That would be what we add, more than city land held for more than 5 years without a majority vote of the public at the next citywide election or a unanimous vote of the entire city commission. And again, let me read that whole thing. Notwithstanding anything to the contrary in this charter, the city shall not in any form convey for more than 1 year any land, zone, park in accordance with the city's unified land development regulations, or any land held by the city for more than 5 years without a majority vote of the public at the next citywide election or a unanimous vote of the city commission. The charter, the city charter reflects the will of the people and outlines the rules for our city. By having the rules in writing, it offers the opportunity to pursue action to enforce them. As a community, it is time for us to look forward toward the future and protect our public lands by adopting a path for the public to have a stronger voice on the future of public lands. In fact, the very public lands that we, the city residents of Fort Lauderdale, own, and we look forward to your support. Thank you.
So, Mary, let me ask you a question. If we have a lot, say, in the Northwest that we want to sell for affordable housing, do you want to have a public referendum on that?
So this would be, there's a section in here that, a lot of this is already in the charter. For example, the parkland, you have to have a.
Right, but just by listening to the language you just.
What we're adding would be anything owned by the city for more than 5 years. Many times when you have these lots, you have, you've gone through your process for disposal in 5 years. And we haven't put this out yet, Mayor, so certainly we're open to suggestions on how to, make it, tailor it so that it would fit with what you're doing while still trying to keep the intent that decisions on public lands as we have come to be.
Okay.
I know you know what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah. Be done by a vote of the people or by a unanimous vote of the commission, which is what you do for parkland right now.
All righty.
I would just add a comment to it, Mayor, because I was in a meeting earlier when it comes to the land that you referenced in the Northwest, which are lots. They have different permitted uses, especially depending upon their sizes. So it should not even be brought up in the same subject matter, because if you have contiguous lots and one is not buildable, then it could never be even deemed a park. But it has to have.
Well, she's not saying parkland. She's saying public land.
I'm saying, but public land. But I think we're looking at her efforts, and you correct me if I'm wrong, to protect future park potential public land. So, but in the Northwest, we're talking about just infill lots where houses were torn down in a single-family residence that couldn't even conceivably become a park unless it's one of these little pocket parks, or you had more land to create this community park. So, I would be careful and have zoning or someone from over there, sit with you if you're going to include the Northwest parcels, unless it's a big piece, which we don't have any big pieces over there. We just have infill housing lots or the commercial pieces that we
refine the definition.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
That's a good idea. We'll talk to Anthony.
Okay.
You can call me. We could talk about it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And we're talking citywide this time, whereas before it was a smaller area. But what we've come to realize is that we have to, we want the whole city to have the opportunity for this planning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mary. With regard to R1, appointment of board and committee members. Please read the names.
Okay. For the March 15th resolution consensus for Central City Redevelopment Advisory Board, we have Justin Greenbaum, nominated by Vice Mayor Moritas. Citizens Committee of Recognition, Eugenia Ellis, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. Community Service Board, Gary Hensley, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Walk of Fame Induction Committee, Alex O'Connor, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. Individual nominations, Audit Advisory Board, David Brown, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Aviation Advisory Board, David Ash, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Community Appearance Board, Karen Carpenter, nominated by Vice Mayor Moritas. Housing Authority of the City of Fort Lauderdale Board of Commissioners, Ty Richardson, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. And we have a reinstatement for the Northwest Progresso Flagler Heights Redevelopment Board. That's Kenneth Calhoun, and he was an appointment by Mayor Trentalis. And for tonight's resolution, we have Aviation Advisory Board, Louis Gavin, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. Beach Business Improvement District Advisory Board, Boster Kusich, that was a consensus, and Michael Monroe, also consensus. And that rounds it out for tonight.
Okay, are there any further names to be read into the record? There being none, do I hear someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, appointing or nominating, if applicable, board and committee members as set forth in the exhibit attached hereto and made a part hereof. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
He's left the meeting.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. And I want to thank those people who have agreed to participate in those boards or committees. Thank you for your commitment to the City of Fort Lauderdale. R2, this is a resolution declaring notice of intent to lease city-owned property. This is the Transportation and Mobility Building. Anyone have any questions with regard to this? You all know what's going on here? Okay. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
And see if Ben can get our best deal here. Ben Rogers. The other Ben. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, declaring that a portion of the land located at 290 Northeast 3rd Avenue and improvements situated thereon, and more particularly described below, are not needed for governmental purposes, and declaring the intention of the City Commission to lease such land and improvements thereon pursuant to Section 8.09 of the City Charter for a period not to exceed 50 years plus 5 years to complete capital improvements, authorizing requests for proposals, requiring publication of notice as to when the City Commission will evaluate bids, repealing all resolutions or parts thereof in conflict herewith, provide for an effective date. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie? Not present.
He stepped out.
And Mayor Trentalis.
Thank you. Yes. So R2 is now approved. R3, this is a resolution ranking unsolicited proposals for the new water treatment plant. We had our discussion and our presentations this afternoon with the various companies. Our city attorney has handed out the ballots. So Alan, when you get to your seat, I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions regarding process. It says here that we are to rank the individual applicants, proponents, Aqualia, FLW, IDE, and Next Spring. Is there anyone from staff that wants to give any further comments on the proposals?
We'll be here to answer questions, Mayor. If
Just
you all
answer
have any questions, yes.
Okay, all right.
Alan, can you come to the podium for questions?
Just a second, let me get to the report. Does anyone have any questions of staff? Other than, we kind of went through a lot this afternoon, but does anyone have any other questions from staff with regard to the applicants? Aqualia, FLW, Suez, IDE, Tech, and Next Spring. If there are no further questions, where's Commissioner McKenzie? I know he didn't leave the building. So what we're going to do is you rank 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 being your number 1 preference, 2, and so forth. And then we give and then fold your paper and then give it to Alan and he'll
Give
collate.
it to the city clerk, actually.
City clerk, he'll collate.
Are we talking about this as a commission or just voting, going right to voting?
I'm sorry.
Are we talking about this as a commission or just going right to voting?
Well, I mean, whoever gets the most.
And just for process purposes, this is simply the ballot to rank them.
Right.
Which will obviously put one person ahead or one group ahead. You'll have a separate resolution to vote upon with regards to selecting that top ranked person and giving us the authority to start negotiating with them. So you're going to have said this isn't it's not an actual vote on a motion or resolution or anything else. You're just casting your rank, and then you'll have a separate resolution to vote upon to actually advance that forward.
Right. So if we wanted to, are we able to talk about our ranking?
Absolutely. You can discuss it all you want. Yes.
Yeah, if you would like, I mean, it's
Right.
open for discussion. Would you like
So I just don't know. I mean, do we want to say, hey, here's what we think about this one or that one, or just
You can do that.
let's go to vote?
This is your opportunity to do that.
This is your opportunity to do that.
Okay.
So, I'll start with the vice mayor. Do you have any further comments
Well,
you'd like?
I'm going to complicate things. I was just looking at this, wondering if I vote at all, if I actually prefer the RFP process. Or is that a separate resolution? Because
You're not gonna, by ranking it, you're not necessarily, you're not voting on actually advancing it.
Okay.
You're just ranking them. You're just basically deciding which ones are
Okay,
best.
so I have heard enough information to vote and rank them. I do not need to discuss it any further. Thank you. And I will do so.
You're going to what?
I'm going to rank them, even though I'm going to probably vote for the RFP process in the end. But at least I will rank them based on the information I've been presented. I do think there's a clear 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
So let's say I feel the same way she does, Mr. Attorney. Yes. And the second phase is a second step. It's gonna be a vote for what I just ranked, right?
Right, the resolution will reflect who's been ranked. So let's say number 1 is ABC Corporation.
Mm-hmm.
The resolution would be since based on your rank, it would be ABC Corporation to enter into a comprehensive agreement with them and giving us authority to start negotiating with them. Obviously, if you don't want that to go forward or you don't want the P3 to go forward, you would vote no on the resolution.
So I rank them and then I vote no on the resolution.
You can do that, yes.
Okay.
You know how you feel about resolutions.
Just go ahead.
No, the internal resolutions that.
All right, well,
Hold on a second. No, he made a public comment. Let me correct him.
Okay.
Internal resolutions that create outcomes for the city of Fine. When I'm sending them to other cities, or I'm sending them to Europe and to Tallahassee and to DC, in my opinion, they're worthless. So I don't participate with those. But this one here is going to have an impact on our city, and I will participate in that. So
Okay.
Thank you very much for your condescending remarks.
No problem.
Okay, so while you are all thinking, I have a number of people who signed up to speak. So I'm going to call your name. There's like 6 or 7 people here. I hope you're still in the room. Paul Chettle, we're talking about R3 here.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. So obviously, I would also land in the camp of preferring the RFP. I would like to suggest to you that there are significant reservations about the P3 process of the city. Now, you could look at this one of 2 ways. You could look at the Las Olas Marina and the debacle that has been, and you could learn from that, and you could improve dramatically. And what I'm suggesting to you is that you mirror what the Miami Beach Commission did. The Miami Beach Commission selected their mayor to chair a committee to review the proposals. They had numerous appraisals. When the proposal changed, when the dynamics of the project changed, they got new proposals. They got complete updated financials. They had a significantly different approach on infrastructure, parking, etc. You can look at our process that we've embarked on, and Mayor, you were a commissioner. in October of 2016 when you originally approved the first P3 in the city. We're 5 years, 5 months later. No ground has been broken. The famous Laura Reese does a phenomenal job every year. Revenue Estimating Committee, it's the best board in the city. And you can look at the revenue numbers for the marina every year, stay the same. We are sitting here with a parcel of land, just like One Stop Shop, Bahia Mar, Lockhart, Holiday Park, that are assets where we always try and get you to extract value, preferably in an annuity, so that we can drive revenue for the future. We have plenty of intrinsic value in the city. The P3 at the marina was bad. That's being polite.
Aren't we talking about the water plant?
You can learn from that. If you're going to use a P3 and rank the P3s in the water plant, that's great. If you're going to commit to doing a better job. But the job that we did on the marina wasn't good enough. This is too important. 250,000 people rely on our drinking water. This is a very, very, very important project, and I wanted to make the point. I respectfully request that you approach this with an eye to looking at Miami Beach as an example on how they handle a P3, which was substantially better, more transparent, more disclosure, and arguably, from a financial perspective, significantly more successful. It's
Okay.
a suggestion. I
Thank
wish you
you.
luck. Thank you.
All
for
right.
your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Is Ralph Zeltman here?
What did we do wrong?
I'm sorry?
That was me.
Well, did you sign up? Well, then you need to sign up. Please. Please. Sign up with our clerk. Hello, Ralph. 2 minutes.
Ralph Zeltman, District 1, beautiful Imperial Point residential community. The agenda resolution for a new water treatment plant appears to be limited and only entertaining the 4 unsolicited public-private participation P3 contracts rather than considering a request for proposal RFP contracts that would allow more qualified competitive bidders, including P3 bidders, to submit their bids in the public sunshine. The commission needs to pursue the RFP contract method recently recommended by the Infrastructure Task Force Advisory Committee because this contract method has proven to be successful to many municipalities that want to design, build a water treatment plant. My concerns, public-private participation contracts for a new city water treatment are because historically treatment plant projects throughout the county have generally failed for one reason or another. Although some P3 contracts may work for certain types of projects, historically, they will generally not work for municipal treatment plants, which cannot safeguard the city and their utility customers from those investors who are solely focused on profits, operation control, and ownership of the water treatment plant. The City of Fort Lauderdale needs to be in control of the design, construction, operation, maintenance, and ownership of their new water treatment plant, ensuring longevity and producing high-quality potable water at a reasonable cost rate for the rest of this century. Remember, it is not the City of Fort Lauderdale's utility customers, but 7 other cities with utility customers relying on the Fort Lauderdale's treated water and are depending upon you, the commissioners, to make the right decision in allowing all qualified bidders and public to participate in the RFP process for this
Okay.
very important project.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Great. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, we have to extend the meeting.
So move. Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Absolutely.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, let's let that be the last extension.
I have more, Mayor. More
Mary
extensive.
Fertig? What's that?
As many as you want.
No, I think that needs to be the last.
Run straight to that plane.
Did you sign up?
I think Doug signed up, yeah.
Okay, well, when I call your name, I have to call your name first. Give it a chance. No, you sign up and then the mayor calls your name and then you come up to speak, right?
Well, he was already here, so I was just gonna say
Okay,
he should
all
go,
right.
but, oh, thank you. I'm gonna be very brief here. I mentioned our petition on public lands when I spoke a few minutes ago. And from 2016, our other petition, was one to put an advisory board in to deal with these things and have a moratorium until we had new regulations in place. Well, what the commission came out of that with was the Infrastructure Task Force, which was a wonderful thing and has done a lot of great work in the city. The Infrastructure Task Force, it's my understanding, voted 6-1 for for this to go the route of an RFP, and that would have significant savings and so forth. And I just wanted to tell you that I'm so pleased that you all created that Infrastructure Task Force. They've done great work, and I would then respect their recommendation to have an RFP process. Thank you.
Okay.
Mary, you think the RFP process, the longer delay in completing this is worth it?
Well, I think you've done a lot of studies. You've got experts already signed up. You've already got consultants. So no, I'm not sure what. I think you're hiring people to manage all of that and adding an extra layer of cost and coming up with potentially some long-term issues on water, which I know Commissioner Glassman will agree with me is one of the things that people throughout history have fought over, and which maybe is the most important thing in our life. So I would say having you as a city retain control of that and have an RFP process.
So it's worth longer time?
I think
like
it is.
delay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't
Okay.
know.
Well, Mary,
I don't know that there'll be a longer.
Let me help you with the answer.
That's the
Let me help
expert
you- let me-
analysis.
Let me
Thank
help
you.
you with the answer.
Thank you.
I've already consulted with our city staff as to what would be the best approach. And I said, why don't we go through an RFP process? And they said an RFP process would come up with uncertain conclusions, and more than likely the same people would respond to the RFP as they have participated in this P3 process. In addition to that, it would delay the process because now I thought this was going to be voted on 2 years ago when we really needed to have made a
Right.
decision. And here we are still making that decision, and we're not even making that decision tonight according to our city attorney. We're just moving the process along. Furthermore, the city itself is not in any position to build this itself. I know many people are going to speak to that or have already in the past, because our city staff said that they can't do it as quickly or as cost effectively as any of these proponents have put forward. So we have consulted our city staff. This has been their response, and I believe that the city commission has done a darn good job of vetting all these things, all these proponents' proposals. There's been tremendous amount of transparency. We've had public input. To say, oh well, another city's done better, I think we've done a really good job, and I want to thank everyone on our city staff for helping us vet each of these applications and steering us in the right direction. So I want people to feel comfortable that we are trying to do the right thing, and really when you limp away tonight, as I know I am, when this meeting is over, I want you to feel comfortable that your city commission is really working hard to make the right decision. So.
And so to that, I'm going to say that I think it's great that you've got 4 people that are ready to answer your RFP immediately. And perhaps there'll be others, because if they've already done all the research, they should be able to.
It's going to take months to produce the RFP. It's going to take months to go through the process of responding. And people want water that's clear. Enough already. I think people need to know that they
I believe me, we've been here, actually, we were here 5 years ago.
I know, Mary,
and asking the city to take care of it then, and it didn't happen.
I know. I'm so frustrated
I will
by
tell you that I keep hearing you. I don't think you're doing. I didn't say that you all weren't doing a good job or your due diligence in doing this. I support the Infrastructure Task Force, which is a group of citizens that I think gave it a lot of consideration, and I wanted to stay tonight and say that. And I also thank you for forming that group and keeping them going, and I hope you'll pay attention. And I have to say one last thing. Every single item that comes up, it's hurry, 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 hurry. We need to hurry with water. We needed to hurry with water 5 years ago, but we need to do it correctly because it is probably the single most important thing that'll keep our city going.
Wait, but Mary, are we hurrying? We've been working at this for almost 2 years.
The two of you raised as the objection to what I said, the fact that it might take longer. So hence, I could go, I don't want to take any more time tonight because everybody needs to go home, but I could name 3 things tonight that the whole conversation has been about how quickly can we get it done, not how well can we get it done.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ann Hilmer, followed by James Labrie, followed by John Joyner. But John, you're with one of the, are you with one of the applicants? Yeah, so, and, okay.
Ann Hilmer, I'm just going to reiterate what Mary said, except for one thing. Why have an infrastructure task force appointed by the citizens to give you input if you're blowing off their recommendations? And secondly, why wasn't the RFP put out 4 or 5 years ago? Thank you.
Hi, Jim.
Oh my God, it's 10 after 12, okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Commissioners. My name is James Labrie. I've been a resident of Fort Lauderdale for over 19 years. I live in Poinsettia Heights, where I'm a board member of the Poinsettia Heights Civic Association. Excuse me. I'm also a member of the Fort Lauderdale Infrastructure Task Force Advisory Committee. However, I am here tonight not as a citizen, and I'm not representing or speaking on behalf of either of those two groups. Each of the 4 proposals for a replacement water treatment plant have both pros and cons. But one thing I have not heard or seen in any recommendation from a current user of any of these systems with any of these groups. Likewise, I have not heard anyone from the city has had a conversation with other municipalities that have developed P3 agreements with a for-profit company for their water supply. Yes, the 5-ash is overdue to be replaced. We probably should have had these conversations 20 years ago. And yes, money will need to be spent on keeping 5-ash going until we get a new one in place. But please, do not make a very important ranking decision or a decision of which to go with in haste. Do not make this decision in haste. I want to ask...
Mayor, I'm sorry to, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I believe that you're a member of the Infrastructure Task Force, correct? Okay, this is the second member we've had speak on this issue tonight. That would be a sunshine violation. We can't do that. It hasn't been noticed as the board. They're not necessarily speaking for the board. They've already spoken as a board, and to have 2 board members speak on the same issue at a meeting, it hasn't been noticed. I'm sorry to be technical, but
It's been noticed.
You would have to notice an infrastructure task force meeting because you have 2 or more members speaking on the same issue.
Oh. All right, have you said everything you wanted to, Jim?
No.
But that's not good there. He just recommended something.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
I need
Validated.
No, I just said, is he finished?
No, come on.
You want me to sit down? Is that what you
Yeah, I guess I guess the rules don't let you, the sunshine law doesn't let you participate. Mr. Coolman?
Put this down. Okay. Doug Coleman, I'm not a member of the Infrastructure Task Force, but I do wonder why you're not accepting their recommendation to go to an RFP, number 1. Number 2, most cities go to an RFP because they can't afford to bond the improvement. That's not the case with Fort Lauderdale. You can afford to bond the improvement, so you don't need to go to an RFP. And the reason you don't want to go to an RFP, it's not a public entity, it's a for-profit entity. What they're going to do, we're all going to have higher water bills if we go to the P3 process because they need to make money. Then they have the historical problems of cutting corners. And the people that are working there today probably won't be working there in 5 years. The P3 for a public water is not a good investment. Why raise our bills? We're worried about the time to complete. An RFP probably won't take much longer than a P3 comprehensive agreement. If you're going to write a comprehensive agreement to manage this for 50 years, you already got 2 years in the one-stop shop. It'll take more than a couple years to negotiate a comprehensive agreement for a P3 for a water treatment plant to manage it for 50 years. Don't kid yourselves. Time will be quicker with an RFP. I don't want to necessarily get into the location, but it seems to me this water plant needs to go on the 5-23-acre site. The only objection apparently from the task force, well, it might not be big enough in 50 years. Well, in 50 years, I'm sure we're going to have a different system, and there's ways of phasing that. And I think the last thing, you have a fiduciary responsibility to this community to bring costs down. Going to a P3 has to cost all of us more money on our water bills. Do not go that way.
Okay, thank you, Doug. All right, so I have Sean Miller and John Joyner, but you're just here on behalf of the of applicants, right? Next Spring and Water Capital. Okay, so is there anyone else from the public that wishes to speak on this? Do I hear a motion to close public hearing?
Moved.
Second.
You got a second, I moved it.
Oh, you moved it. I'll second it. Or
Steve's out.
he's out.
Third.
Third, thank you. Or fourth. Or fourth.
Do you want to call the roll? To close public hearing.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, okay, so public hearing is now closed. So, Vice Mayor, you've made your comments. Commissioner McKenzie, do you have any further comments to make?
I just want some clarity because we got to rank, and then we got to vote on if we're going to do this. Shouldn't we just vote on what we're going to, if we have to do it, and if we have to do it, then we rank it?
If I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, the city commission has already decided to go with the P3. So that decision is already made. Tonight's not the decision. I mean, you can reject all bids and forget the whole thing.
So we've already made a decision to go forward with P3, right?
Correct, by resolution.
So, RFP is not.
Not for tonight's vote. Now, you always have the option of rejecting all proposals and forget the whole thing. You have that option. But tonight's not a vote of, okay, let's go for a bid, because that's not before you. Tonight is, again, you've made the decision to go with the P3 a while back with a resolution. This is just continuing the process. You've had proposers, you're going to rank them. And if you choose to go with the first one, then you're going to pass the resolution. If you don't want to go forward with the P3 process, then you are going to reject all bids, and we could probably do that at a different date. But you can reject all bids, and then you can proceed however we want with another agenda item.
Okay.
So we rank, and we're voting on the resolution that we already said we were going to take this path to get there.
Correct. And again, once the resolution's passed, that gives us authority to start, but until you sign a comprehensive agreement, you can always back out. But to your point, Commissioner, if it's the commission's will to not go forward with the P3, it's probably good to figure that out now and then just reject all bids and not go forward with it rather than rank, as you stated.
Okay. So,
all right, so
rank.
Yes, you can rank them.
Rank, okay, and what do we do? Give them to
the clerk.
city clerk?
But let me just say this as we are looking to rank. I'm looking at the summary, and there obviously no one exceeds every single category. But I'm looking at what staff recommended, and I mean, according to staff, IDE seems to exceed or meet in more categories than the others. And does anyone from staff want to comment on this any further, or is this your final comment, what you've submitted to us?
Say that again about IDE. Yeah, what did you just say?
I said I'm looking at the summary, and IDE appears to have met or exceeded the various categories that each of the criteria that was set forth in the P3. So they have 5 exceeds and 2 meets, and Suez has 4 exceeds and 3 meets. Aqualia has 1 exceed, 4 meets, and 2 no's, and Next Spring has 2 no's, 4 exceeds, and 1 meet. So just from Alan, just from your summary here, it seems that IDE seems to have met the various criteria greater than the other 3. Is that your summary?
Mayor, our position is that they exceeded in the most categories and they fully met all of the requirements that we had established.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure I understood your summary. All right. If you folks want to pass, you want to take our.
Well.
So for clarification, am I supposed to rank if I want to reject?
Yeah, you can reject the resolution. You're just ranking out of, you're basically only answering.
I'm going to
Can you
on the paper, and then when we go to vote for the resolution, I can just vote no on the resolution.
Can you reject the ranking?
That's what I was thinking.
No, because it's not an actual vote, but it's just all you're choosing is out of the 4, regardless of whether we go forward with it, out of the 4, which ones.
Okay,
Or-
so then at least my ranking will give weight to which one is chosen if I'm outvoted.
Correct.
So
Just don't put your name on it.
I think our names are on it and they're underlined. Are you going to read these out loud? Yeah.
No, I don't.
Well, they're not secret. They're not secret ballots.
No, I know they're not secret.
So they can be read out loud if that's the will of the commission. They're obviously public records, so it's.
All right. Are we allowed to go on to other business while he tallies that?
I would recommend no. I don't think it'll only
Take
5
that
of them.
long.
Hopefully.
It's on it. It's 24.
Hmm.
28.
Michael Albrecht, you signed up, but it would be for R3, correct? But it would be on this item. Okay, that's what I thought.
Just want the one with the most ones, or
And the winner is. The others don't matter, according to what Alan said.
IDE Technologies Ridgewood Infrastructure received 1 rankings.
Wait, say it again?
IDE Technologies
Yeah.
/ Ridgewood Infrastructure received 5 number 1 rankings.
So all 5 of this commission approved IDE?
We agreed on something?
Ranked.
It's a
And
mere
then as a matter of-
it's a mere coincidence.
And as a matter of record, we don't necessarily need to state it. Well, you can if you have it, but should something happen with IDE where we can't come to an agreement.
Who's the runner-up?
The runner-up.
Should they not be able to perform their duties in the year that they are entitled to?
We're in the crown.
FLW / Suez Water, they got 5
Okay.
second place votes.
They are second place.
So if we can't come to an agreement with IDE, the
Listen,
statute permits us to go to the next
that is
rank.
impressive.
Well, then why don't y'all vote with us then?
But
Dude, come on.
But listen,
If you were this
Come
way
on.
from 6 o'clock, we wouldn't be here till 1 o'clock.
for me,
Yes.
it was him.
It's your fault.
That's me.
But it speaks to what I was saying earlier. We
Okay,
all do our homework.
congratulations.
We all do our homework.
So now there's a resolution.
Continuing to move this process forward. And I know the community will benefit from it, and we're really excited that we're able to finally take that next step to provide this community clear and a clear water and a safe water plant that will withstand the Category 5 hurricane that we've talked so much about.
So do I need to introduce a motion?
Resolution, we have a resolution, and we
Okay.
just, clerk will fill in the name that you
Okay.
select.
Great.
So you want to introduce the resolution accepting the results of the vote? Commissioner Sorensen?
Yeah, I'll introduce it. Yep, please.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, providing notice of its decision to proceed with the unsolicited proposal submitted by IDE Technology / Redwood Infrastructure for the design, construction, operation, and maintenance of a new water treatment plant and associated system for the city's water utility, and authorizing negotiations of a proposed interim agreement or comprehensive agreement or both in accordance with Section 255.065 Florida statutes and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
No.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
It's hard for me.
Hello?
Just give me a moment.
Have you voted?
No, I haven't voted.
Okay.
I ranked, but I didn't vote because
Well, you have to, we have a resolution and it's been introduced and now we're voting on that.
I'm just struggling right now. Can you come back
Okay.
to me? Can I have a moment?
Okay, we'll give you your moment.
I struggle with this, and I've told all the proposers how I feel about privatization of water. I ranked, but I struggle with handing the public water over. But I did get a recommendation from our Public Works Department that this is the best way to go. But I still struggle with privatization of water. Fought for the employees, and we consider that. But I still struggle with privatization of water.
And employees will be city employees.
No, they won't.
Yeah, they will be.
No, they won't. I'm voting no.
Okay, and I vote yes. So the resolution's approved. OFR 1, this is a first reading of ordinance amending subsection 26(8)B, impoundment of vehicles. Two people have signed up to speak, but only for responding to questions. And anyone have any questions regarding this item? If not, would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
Okay, the ordinance has been introduced.
A ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending subsection 26-8B of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale to provide for the imposition and collection of a reasonable administrative fee to cover the cost of enforcement, including parking enforcement by the City of Fort Lauderdale when a vehicle is towed from public property, and providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, and an effective date. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and OFR 1 is approved on first reading. OSR 1, second reading, an ordinance amending the City of Fort Lauderdale Unified Land Development Regulations relating to landscaping and tree preservation requirements. We have two people who've signed up to speak.
I think it's.
Are we deferring this?
I think we're deferring. We were asked.
Are we deferring this?
Yeah.
OSR 1, yeah, I'd move to defer.
Second.
Second, third.
All right, so is Michael Coleman here? And Ryan Emmer? We're going to defer this. You can choose to speak tonight or choose to speak when we take it up again. I know you've waited here all night. You want to talk? Go ahead. Go right ahead. And don't complain about waiting here all night.
I know.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, everybody.
Sure, thank you for staying in your patience.
My name is Michael Coleman. I'm a general contractor. I've been in business for close to 20 years, and the majority of my time I've been building here in the city of Fort Lauderdale. I have built everything from luxury homes to urban redevelopments. Urban redevelopments from Dania through Fort Lauderdale to Lauderhill. I have built multifamily, single family, you name it, in up and coming neighborhoods. And I have a unique experience regarding structural soil. It is expensive and it is unnecessary, in my humble opinion, of 20 years of being a general contractor. It does nothing but increase costs for first-time home buyers. It restricts the flexibility of a general contractor to emphasize the budget to enhance the home. If we have a very fixed number to apply to the construction of a home, we lose a lot of that money to enhance the house, and we end up having to put it into landscaping. I built a home for a developer. His name is Raymond Brown. I built a 4-unit townhome project on Northwest 2nd Avenue. It was a very difficult proposition for Ray Brown to sell these homes to people looking to buy something new and nice. Essentially, structural soil is going to hamstring the quality of homes that we build for first-time home buyers, especially those homes in redevelopment type neighborhoods.
So Michael, help me out here. What is structural soil?
Okay, so structural soil, it's funny because I actually had a meeting back in August of 2018 with John Travers and Joe Pasquarello.
Well, just tell me what it is.
Okay, structural soil is a material that's intended to help the root growth, to promote the roots of trees to grow better. May I continue?
Yeah.
So the landscape department would like us to use this material for trees. Now, structural soil was invented and created at Cornell University, where they have a much different subterranean environment than we have here in the city of Fort Lauderdale. And structural soil is kind of like, it's not essential to this environment. We have sandy, organic material here in South Florida, throughout Fort Lauderdale, and the roots to our trees don't necessarily need as much help as in other areas. And
so you're saying that trees can grow in the sandy soil?
That is correct.
Mayor, if I could, we've visited this last commission meeting. I'm chairing a working group on this. I'd be happy to have him
That's what I thought.
participate and
I just wanted to. I wanted to
engage.
refresh my understanding of what structural soil was. So I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's others. I think Ryan has even raised concerns about this too. So we don't have to. We can hash this out.
Okay. It sells for about $75 a cubic foot, and it's a very expensive.
It's like potting soil. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, it's very late. But it has a dramatic effect on the cost of affordable homes, and it will make things. If I'm building a house and I have to allocate this kind of resource towards structural soil, it's going to take away from the size of my rooms. It's going to take away from the quality.
Okay. All right. I get it. But we're going to defer this, and the commissioner's going to have a working
One last
group.
point. What's really interesting about structural soil, you can't just walk into Home Depot and buy a bag of it, or Lowe's. There's only one vendor in South Florida that sells this material, which I found to be very interesting as well. So I thank everybody for your time. It's been a long evening, but thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Ryan?
Commissioner McKenzie, I came here for you. So I know you're tired, but on the last meeting, we had a dispute between me and the CGA associates where I said it's going to cost me a fortune to put in these submodular suspension systems, and they said, no, you don't have to do it. So I have page 64 of the ordinance that I'm going to read to you. Exceptions. The department may revise the large and medium tree requirement provided herein if it is found that the parcel is unable to meet planning requirements, no, for reasons such as constraints of the planning area, inconsistency with desirable trees, building design, existing utilities that would be compromised, safety considerations, or other factors that support the modification of the requirements because it would further the overall purpose of the landscape regulations. Two other parts of the code specifically say you can't replace it for cost considerations. Another part of the code says that you have to increase the street tree requirements, which is where they want you to put these $4,000 systems to install one tree, from 50% to 75%. The bottom line is it's completely under department discretion whether I can take a large tree and put a small tree in, and this is the same department that is writing the code that is going to be the inspector out or the reviewer in the field telling me whether or not I can replace it with a small tree. And the whole spirit and lines in the code basically says, no, 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 you want large trees. So here's what I ask all you commissioners. If you haven't read the entire thing, and I know we're gonna do the working group, read it. Understand every line, because I don't think this is just about trees. It's an affordability issue. There is, and I 20 seconds left, there's a housing crisis in this city. My rent just went up from $3,300 to $4,500. And the landscaping part of the code has several items that make it a lot more expensive to build, like Michael was saying. And the tree preservation part of the code takes a whole new swath of trees that are anywhere from 8 inches to 13 inches, very small trees. Give me 20 more seconds to finish. That will severely reduce the amount of developable land and developable opportunities, whether it's tear down or vacant lots, that now you can put a single family home on or a townhome complex, and they're going to make it a lot tougher to do that. So
Thank you.
yeah, it's not just a tree issue, it's an affordability issue. Keep that in mind.
So since you brought me into this debate, I also stated when you were walking away from the podium last time that you would join this committee.
Yes, and I plan on
So,
it.
and we all understand, who's gonna be impacted at the end of the day. I think the tree people started this, and that's for lack of me not knowing what they're called. And as a contractor, I understand what you're saying, but then they kind of put me at ease at the end of the meeting. So if there is evidence that there's only one supplier, there is evidence that this is gonna hurt the bottom line, then this needs to be at the table, and I'll trust again in the commissioner that brought this up, that we vet it and come back with all of the information we need to make an informed decision.
The only thing I request of all of you is it's impossible for any one of us in 3 minutes to go over this huge ordinance with you.
That's why you're gonna be on the team with them. You're gonna be in that working group.
And after we
Am I correct, Commissioner?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And after we do the working group, I would just request that after you take the time to really understand, because it's not just about trees. It's a really impactful ordinance that's going to affect affordability.
Because I think if you convince the working group, I don't think the ordinance is just mainly aimed at that one issue. I think there's a bigger picture that they're trying to get to. And I think on their way to do that, they picked up a few passengers that don't belong on that bus.
Okay. Thank you
Yes,
so much for coming.
thank you. And I do agree, Commissioner Sorensen, I'm sorry, can you really please try to make sure that this doesn't really impact our affordable housing issue that we're having when you work with this group? I have met with them also, and they brought up great points.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
do we need a motion to defer?
He already said he wanted to defer, so I'm going with him.
I'm sorry, I have to hear.
To a date certain, yes, you have to move to defer.
What is the pleasure of the commissioner?
Let's see. Are we going to be, Ryan, are we going to be able to wrap up the working group by the 15th, you think? All the
That's a big day.
staff? You think so? March 15th?
March. We have too much
I
stuff.
don't want to speak for the city manager, but I think we're full up on the 15th.
Let's go April 5 then, please.
I think we have one stop and then Bahia Mar. Should we try to make it the next day so we can get through
April
those?
5?
Well, April 5th is Bahia Mar.
Okay.
No.
Well, we're going to have other things.
Everything's on the 15th.
We're going to have other
No,
things.
Alan,
Is this tree can
Chris
you
said
do it?
if we gave him direction, he was going to put BMR on April 5th.
Yes.
If we came to
yeah.
a consensus.
Oh, you mean the actual vote?
Yes.
The discussion.
Anthony, do you want to say something?
Just think it's best to wait to the,
Yes, Mayor, I'm sorry. I just would like to interject as someone who has written a lot of ordinance. If there are substantial changes that are going to be made, we need more time, not less. I would suggest pushing it out a little further just to make sure that you have enough time to meet with everybody and rewrite the ordinance and have the city attorney's office vet it, because that time
Sure.
will get
Yeah,
eaten
that's
up very, very fast.
May 3rd?
I think that would be better.
Okay, May 3rd. If we need to defer it, we'll defer it again.
Okay,
I mean,
so
we've
there's a
deferred
motion
it
on the
many
floor
times.
to move this to.
And who called you to the podium?
Third, do I hear a second?
second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, so OSR 1 is now deferred to May 3rd.
Michael, do you want to?
OSR 2, second reading and ordinance amending the City of Fort Lauderdale Unified Land Development Regulations regarding the Central Beach zoning districts.
Move to defer to April 5th.
Move to
Second.
defer to April 5th. Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and so that item is deferred to April 5th. OSR 3, second reading and ordinance amending the City of Fort Lauderdale Unified Land Development Regulations regarding adequacy requirements, education mitigation to update the school level of service standard. Anyone have any questions with regard to this? If none, would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
It's been introduced. Please call the roll.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending the City of Fort Lauderdale Unified Land Development Regulations, specifically Article 5, Development Review Criteria, Section 47-25.2, entitled Adequacy Requirements, and amending Article 14, Additional Development Requirements, Section 47-38C, entitled Education Mitigation, to make consistent with the education element and capital improvement element of the City of Fort Lauderdale 2020 Comprehensive Plan, and in compliance with the third amended and restated interlocal agreement for public school facility planning, Broward County, Florida, updating the school level of service standards and school capacity availability and public school concurrency provisions, and providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, providing for codification and scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. Is there any further business of the commission? Do you have any further business, Tarlisha? Nope. See, okay. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.